Good morning everyone, welcome along from Emerald Headingley for day 2 of Yorkshire versus Kent, with the visiting side having been put into bat yesterday by Stephen Patterson on winning the toss. 224 for 7 overnight. They were 224 for 7 in fact at 5:42 when stumps were, when they came off for rain I should say, with Marcus O'Riordan on 4 and Nathan Gilchrist on 3. 6 overs and 5 balls were left in the day at that point, but no more play deemed possible. And the match was called off just after 6 o'clock. So they have 18 minutes to make up from yesterday. And the rescheduled timings for day 2, given that we've already had a little shower this morning, and that has delayed this start. 11:10 through until 1:10 for the morning session. 1:50 until 4 o'clock for the afternoon session. And then the close of play scheduled for 6:28 this evening. Ben Watts, BBC Radio Kent alongside. We also have a third voice again today, a different one. Paul Shaw has morphed into Graham Orange, ECB Premier League umpire. He'll be with us during the day. So 101.5 overs to be played today, and Ben will talk us through this first one.
It's going to be Jordan Thompson to bowl, and Nathan Gilchrist jumping on the front foot to play defensively. Ball dropping away into the offside. An unexpected shower this morning. Prior to play, Jonathan, I got a bit damp as I was walking from the car to get round to this side of the ground.
Are you nesh?
A bit nesh today, yeah. Oh, that was good fun yesterday. Here comes Thompson. Gilchrist drives up towards mid-off, or as one of our correspondents said, a different kind of tough. I think was not nesh, but a different kind of tough.
Yeah, very, very kind. That
it was very kind. It was very generous. But as a result, we've still got a bit of cloud cover overhead. The grey one has passed over the ground. All that's a beauty to start from Jordan Thompson swinging away from the right-hander. Testy for Gilchrist, the Kent number 9 on County Championship debut.
The Nesh thing, I'm sure I can just imagine our listeners thinking, you know what, he sounds young, this lad. Young southerner. Yeah, we'll call him Nesh. I'm not saying he's young, folks, but I have noticed that Mum has sewn his name in the back of his collar on his shirt and jumper.
Yeah, I got a big birthday this year. I can legally drive next year. Thompson bowling hits Gilchrist on the back pad, I think, or on the thigh pad. Drops away into the gully region, and they scamper through for 1. I'm actually 30 this year.
Goodness gracious me. I vaguely remember that. Graham's got absolutely no chance. No, he's shaking his head. What was that? 30?
30?
It's just a number that's passed somewhere long ago.
Here comes Jordan Thompson bowling to the right-handed Marcus O'Riordan. Again a big appeal, but looked leg side. Good start though from arguably Yorkshire's most impressive bowler yesterday. Didn't necessarily get the rewards with the wickets. Ben Code with 3 and Thompson with 1, but his 18 overs, 10 of them maidens, only going for 30 runs, and for me he actually looked the most dangerous of the Yorkshire bowlers, particularly after his opening spell with the new ball where Code looked more on the money. But he switched ends, he got a wicket of Denley, came back on later on in the day. Really excellent stuff from Jordan Thompson. It's going to be Code to get underway from the Coaxer Lane end.
Yep, got through 18 overs yesterday, 4 maidens, 3 for 45. So coming in to bowl to Gilchrist, and first up he offers him a good length ball, which he tries to play through the offside but ends up dragging to Stephen Patterson. Comment from Stephen Patterson, if you haven't heard yesterday evening's interview that I did with him, and I do encourage you to do that if you're a Yorkshire supporter and want to keep up to date with what's going on. We do a daily interview which you will find on BBC Sounds, BBC West Yorkshire Sport Daily. You'll often see it posted up on Twitter or on the Reasonable Tykes Facebook page as well, as Code's next delivery is wide of Gilchrist. But it just gives you those little extra bits of insights. I often see questions flying around on forums and on social media that have already actually been answered by somebody. So for the sake of a few minutes, avail yourself of those bits of info. And Stephen Patterson said to me last night, the thinking behind winning the toss was that, having discussed it with the ground staff before the start of play yesterday, he was informed that they thought it would play just about the same as last week's deck against Northampton. Had good delivery from Code, which leaves Gilchrist here through to Tattersall. There's no run, and so with that in mind, and having batted first last week and known how difficult it was to make those 206 runs that Yorkshire made first up, they thought it was the sensible call to try and make best use of conditions. Now, of course, the overheads were not quite as severe yesterday as they had been last week. That was one factor that came into play. Here is Code in again, and Gilchrist turns it to Thompson at mid-wicket, no run. And then the other thing is that he said, in reality, when we got out there and played on it, it wasn't as good in terms of its pace as last week. It was a little bit slower, a little bit harder work to get to exploit any life out of as a bowler, and there wasn't as much carry. So it just became a little bit harder work to take the 7 wickets that they have done so far. In comes Code again, and nicely driven this time by Gilchrist. It's going to be a chase for Gary Balance. The ball might just about, it does win, with a straight drive for 4 beneath our feet. And a nice shot to get Gilchrist onto 7, 229 for 7. So I think I was saying on commentary a few times yesterday, my guesstimate would be that you'd want to be north of 300 to feel like you'd done a decent job, having been put in first up. And Stephen Patterson wasn't in major disagreement with that. He was saying 280 plus you'd be happy enough with, having been put into bat first on it, he thought. So last ball of the over is pushed up to Patterson. That completes the 91st of this Kent first innings, 229 for 7, with O'Riordan on 4 and Gilchrist on 7.
Zach Crawley said, similar to yourself actually, that he thought 300 would have been ahead of the game for Kent. Said that that was going to be a stretch from this point onwards, and that 260 would be about par.
You can get in touch with us, by the way, on email on kentcricket@gmail.com or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Ben's Twitter handle is @BBC Kent Sport, and mine is @Jonathan Doige. We would love to hear from you. I know Graham's got a couple of brain teasers for you as well when he gets his hands on his mitts on the mic a little later.
Jordan Thompson in and bowling to Marcus O'Riordan. Pushed away into the covers defensively. Sun out here at Headingley after the shower which delayed the start of play by 10 minutes. Zach Crawley also said that he was pleased with the way that he batted, but was angry with the way he got out, and said shouldn't have just got 100, he should have got a good 100, a 120 plus. And I think Jack Leaney probably would have felt he should have got 50. Ollie Robinson gave it away when he was looking really good. This one's pushed away by O'Riordan again.
Yeah, I think the Robinson wicket more so than Zach Crawley's. That Stephen Patterson suggested that it felt like the ball was almost sticking in the pitch at times, and you could see that with the Crawley dismissal maybe, but not so much with Ollie Robinson's. It just looked like it was got it wrong, didn't he?
Yeah, Crawley got that leading edge, didn't he? Robinson chipped it straight to mid-wicket. You could say that he got there a touch early, and as a result hit it in the air. This one's guided down through the gully region by O'Riordan. He's going to hustle back for a couple of runs here. That straight drive we saw from Gilchrist in the previous over, evidence of a number 9 who's scored a few runs this week. Got 65 for the twos against Northamptonshire. He, O'Riordan and Tawanda Muyeye, who's also in the Kent squad for the first time this week. They were all playing in that game but got withdrawn after a couple of days to travel up to Leeds. They're out, they're batting together. O'Riordan and Gilchrist facing up to Jordan Thompson. This one well wide of the off stump. Zach Crawley also saying last night that he thought there's a difference between being out of form and out of runs, and the Kent's batsmen haven't necessarily felt out of form, but the runs haven't been coming, so he was pleased to get a score. I said, did he feel like there was a responsibility on him to try and drag Kent out of a bit of a tough situation so far this season, as that's a good ball from Thompson back of length, and Reardon trying to drive it away offside and playing a missing. And he said not really, he has very high standards of himself anyway, and he didn't feel like he'd reached those standards so far this season. So with that in mind, was much happier with his performance on day one. As Thompson is in and from wide of the crease, bowling a good ball which moves away from O'Riordan, goes through to Tattersall into the over. Kent 231 for 7 in their first innings, having been inserted yesterday by Yorkshire. O'Riordan 6, Gilchrist 7, numbers 8 and 9 in the order. Miguel Cummins and Matt Quinn to come, who has come on loan from Essex. And I was surprised to see actually that Shane Snater's in the Essex team this week, and previously you'd have said that Quinn was ahead of him in the pecking order actually, so could be a potential scalp really for Kent to bring Quinn in due to an ankle injury to Matt Milnes.
Here's Ben Code in the sunshine at the moment at the Kirkstall Lane end then. In he comes and bowls to Gilchrist, who gets a delivery around about leg stump. Hip height and works it to deep backward square leg where Dwan Olivier is in to do the fielding. So it won't be easy again out there with that little bit of a shower. Around about 22:11, lasted for probably the better part of 10 minutes. The covers of course were on the strip itself, but just that feeling of a bit of moisture around. There is brightness overhead and, as I say, sun at the moment, but it probably won't be around for too long. Poking its head from behind the clouds now and again as Code's next delivery is wide of off stump and O'Riordan watches it go by.
Got up slightly early this morning, went for a little bit of a walk, Jonathan. Found a nice sort of woodland area behind my hotel. I went for a bit of a stroll. Not far from the Meanwood Road, I think it was.
Yeah.
I didn't know where I was going.
Here's Code again, pushed into the offside by O'Riordan. No run, yeah, Meanwood just a little further in towards the north side of Leeds, maybe slightly west of North here.
Just went to a popular nationwide chain of bakeries for my breakfast and took it with me. Headed for the green space that I could see on the horizon and got there eventually.
Here's Code, and O'Riordan turns that one down to Olivier, deep backward square again. They get a single. Are you a regular user of the same chain of?
I am, yeah.
Nationwide.
It's up there. My top 3 favourite shops. I've got a bit of a sweet tooth, so yeah, I'm a regular visitor. I couldn't believe the queue in there when I drove past it yesterday on my way to the ground, and there was a huge queue. It was almost out the door. Popular around these parts.
Very much so. Code again. Oh, now then, a false drive here from Gilchrist. Didn't look like the delivery got much off the deck, the way that Johnny Tattersall took it.
A couple yesterday from Olivier, didn't we, that kept a bit low?
Not really from this end though.
No, it wasn't. It was from the other end. That's a good point. Nothing really misbehaved from this end. Some flight past nearby?
Aviation,
Yeah.
passing aviation. Yeah, Martin Emerson. Are you listening, Emo? If I don't know what's happening at Durham, but he'd have the flight number for you. As Code's in, and that's leaving Gilchrist, and completes the over. Yes, we are out on the flight path, the incoming flight path to Leeds Bradford Airport, which is about a mile from my house, back up the road. Yeah,
I didn't notice it at all yesterday.
so one taking off. I was on top of the hill, top of Rawdon Billing this morning, walking the dog.
Nice. What dog have you got?
Little black lab. You get a panoramic 360 up there, right across Yorkshire. It's one of those where you can see not only, if you like, the horizon, but the one beyond, the 3 or 4 little...
Lovely.
hills in the distance.
Jordan Thompson turning at the Emerald stand end of the ground and into the sunshine and bowling to Marcus O'Riordan, who just pats this away on the onside. 3 slips in play, point cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket and long leg. Fairly standard field for an away swing bowler. Jordan Thompson.
Sorry, Lily says good morning. Jordan Thompson, she says, was Yorkshire's best bowler yesterday.
I would agree.
She's just up the road at Chapel Alton at her sister's house listening.
I would agree he was. Didn't necessarily get his rewards. This one's clipped away into the gap by O'Riordan again. Leg side. They scamper through for a single. Tends to score a lot of his runs in 1s and 2s. Not really a prolific boundary hitter, O'Riordan. Just nudges it around.
Ben heading off to Harrogate this evening.
I am, yeah.
Practice. You need to get a proper cup and practice taking tea properly with the little finger, the pinky.
Here comes Thompson, clipped away with a bit more force by Nathan Gilchrist. Fielded at mid-on. I'm from Tunbridge Wells, so I should fit right in Harrogate, in theory.
Never been to TW, is it? Are you saying it's posh?
Yeah, a little bit. Parts of it. Not necessarily where I live, but... Jordan Thompson bowls. Oh, fires it down the leg side. That's a wild delivery. And it's going to be byes against Tattersall, which I always find harsh for the wicketkeeper, because that was not the best piece of bowling. 4 runs. Kent moved to 238 for 7. A rare blemish, really, from Thompson, and he's scratching away at the crease, or at least Joe Root is now, and he's suggesting that he slipped. Maybe a little bit of moisture that he slipped on. Member of the ground staff is just running on with some sawdust, presumably.
Yeah, well, a 4-man delegation there checking out the footmarks. Not sure if we can carry on at this.
Wonder if Joe Root's got his rogue sunglasses on again today. A lot of clamour on social media to comment on his specs, which I described as something akin to either snow goggles or something a rapper would wear for a gig.
Yeah, they were supposed to be asking me about that on the cricket show last night, but in the end it wasn't mentioned. So they're doing a bit of gardening, and while they are, Charles says good morning. Has Thompson gained a yard or two in the winter? I think we talked about this before, Charles. I'm not sure if there's been any increase in pace during the last winter, but there certainly was prior to his good Bob Willis Trophy campaign last year. Scored a couple of 100 runs and more, and was well among the wickets as well. But Charles thinks he seems faster, plus no doubt increased confidence. Is he in the low to mid 80s? Yeah, I think you're talking that really sort of early 80s.
Yeah, he's sharp. And he's running in now with sawdust assistance left alone outside the off stump, not too far away, judging from the reaction of the slip cordon. Gilchrist just having a little walk to square leg. Just having a little scratch away at the crease, but fairly calm. Zach Crawley, I don't know if you noticed yesterday, prolific bat twiddler, Alex Stewart style. As this one, it's Nathan Gilchrist, I think on the thigh pad, and drops away into the gully. Looked a tad painful, but beat him for that little nip of pace. Jordan Thompson ended the over 238 for 7. I'll have an update in around about 5 minutes for BBC Radio Kent, so if I don't leave, nudge me, Jonathan. Kick me out of the seat.
We'll do our best. So The morning yet to properly get going. For 16 minutes in, no wickets, and batsmen just trying to play themselves in. One of them being O'Riordan, who pushes this first delivery from Ben Code back up the pitch to the bowler. So 3 slips in place, a point. Joe Root, as he did during the Glamorgan game when it was pretty cold, is given to a jog for 20 metres or so from his fielding position at cover out into the outfield and then back just to keep himself warm. Balance at mid-off, Patterson mid-on, Thompson mid-wicket, Olivier long leg, good delivery this time from Code, which leaves O'Riordan and looks more exaggerated because it swings after it pitched. Tattersall making good ground across to take that cleanly. Ben Code still sporting a little bit of a lockdown hairstyle. Let the topper grow a little bit. Let the natural curls come to the surface. There he is again, and that is pushed up to mid-off by O'Riordan, and there's no run. I've seen a few have been under the barber's scissors in the last couple of weeks. Stephen Patterson and Dwan Olivier before last week's game.
I think it was
a short back and sides.
Desperately needed for some. Just thinking of Zach Crawley's haircut in the winter. The overgrown mop. It was very public schoolboy. The curtains.
Here's Code again, and O'Riordan this time. You can certainly feel or hear bat on ball. Gave that a bit of power, but straight to Patterson. We've got the sight of Peter Hartley playing a few practice strokes at square leg. He was certainly capable with the bat during his playing days as well as with the ball. Good all-round cricketer. Richard Kettleborough standing in this first innings at the Kirkstall Lane end as Code comes in past him, and once again O'Riordan works it to Patterson, and an indicator I suppose again about the pace of the pitch. Quite a lot of these shots already this morning look as though the batsman might be naturally inclined to play them through the offside, but he's just having to wait that split second longer. His bat's coming through a little bit earlier, and they're often being diverted the other side of straight, just into the onside. Here's Code again, and that is turned through square leg by O'Riordan. Olivier is on the charge, round to field, and keeps them to a 1. End of the over. 95 of them bowled now. And O'Riordan not out 9, Gilchrist not out on 8, 239 for 7. Ben just popped off to do an update. And be back in a moment or two. A quick look at the scores from elsewhere. And Leicester 336 for 6 against Surrey down at Grace Road, having won the toss and decided to bat. So a good start to the contest for them. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 291 for 7, having been put in yesterday by Worcestershire. Middlesex, of course, 210 all out. Gloucestershire 25 for 1 in reply. And here we have Jordan Thompson in to O'Riordan, who plays and misses at one just wide of off stump. There's no run at Old Trafford. There was quite a bit of rain yesterday, so that's that game is struggling to get on its feet. Glamorgan 135 for 4, having won the toss and chosen to bat. Down at Northamptonshire, they lead by 125 runs at 231 for 5, having bowled Sussex out for 106 yesterday. Thompson in, edge, and Harry Brook can't reel that one in, just wide of third slip. It was on its way to ground as it went by. Would have been a brilliant catch if he'd taken it. 4 to O'Riordan, 2/3 man. He's on to 13, 243 for 7. Back with the scores at the Ageas Bowl. Hampshire, of course, shot out for 79 yesterday. Somerset 182 for 5 in reply, leading by 103. Trent Bridge, the other game to talk about, Essex 99 all out yesterday. Nottinghamshire building a healthy lead, 106 in front, 205 for 4 in their first innings. Bring Graham in a moment. He's moved in alongside. Jordan Thompson into O'Riordan as an appeal, but more in hope than expectation. Good morning, Graham Orange.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Are you well?
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. The sun is trying its best to bathe Headingley in its radiance. We're underway 10 minutes late, but we're underway.
Here's Jordan Thompson then, passing umpire Peter Hartley. Good delivery, which has the beating of O'Riordan, who holds the bat, thinking about trying to play a stroke, but just nipping away from him.
Yeah, he did. I've noticed that one or two deliveries from the Emerald stand end have kept a little bit low, but not that one. So, batting isn't tremendously easy. But if these two Kent players can stay around, they can build a decent first innings lead.
Here's Thompson again, and O'Riordan this time dropping that wide of the cordon. Dominic Bess coming round to field. Dominic Bess, subject of a feature interview as well by BBC Radio Leeds, is Jamie Rayner and Jahangir Ahmed, who produce and present the cricket show. I think they gave a hint of what was to come on the cricket show itself last night, but if you haven't heard it, 57 minutes of it, and when I say a feature interview, very well worth a listen. He's great to listen to, is Dom Bess. Here's Thompson, and that is turned into the mid-wicket region by O'Riordan to complete the over. 96 then have been bowled in this Kent first innings, 243 for 7, 95 overs remain. So you can find that if you head to the Reasonable Tykes Facebook page. It's been posted up there, as well as on the BBC West Yorkshire Sport daily Twitter feed. And as I say, he is really good to listen to. He's already had a lot of cricketing experiences that he talks about. He's very open, and I don't know, I get the impression from what I hear of him, and obviously what you've seen of him in terms of ability, that at some point in the future he's going to be leading teams. That's for another day. Here's Ben Code for today to Gilchrist. Dot ball first up.
Yeah, going back to Dom Bess, it gives me the impression he's a very, how can I put it, intelligent cricketer. He thinks a lot about his game, and I think you're absolutely spot on.
Yeah, he's had some. I mean, the thing with him, I suppose, that already he's had international experience. He's had good experiences at that level and not so good experiences. He's been off in a bubble abroad when things have not been going well. He's talked about that. There's loads of good stuff in the interview. Well worth a listen. Here is Code to Gilchrist, who shoulders arms. He's sort of touched on a few of these points with me in a couple of previous pieces, and Jamie and Jahangir have been able to develop on that and ask him some other questions as well. It just gives us a real insight into the man, the character.
Yeah, he had a tough tour of India, but I'm sure it's all experience for him. And, he took a few wickets, especially in Sri Lanka as well, in the 2 tests in Sri Lanka. So he could be a feature for England for a long time to come. Bess
in, and Gilchrist feeling at that, really, pushing forward, but with an open face, so he kept it down. Good piece of fielding by the man himself, Dom Bess, diving to his left. He might be 23, but he looked like Graham Orange diving and stopping that and trying to get back to his feet.
Do you know what, Jonathan? It's great to see Ben Code back, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's and getting back into some sort of rhythm as well.
Yeah, back on it, isn't he? With control. Here he is again. And that's nicely turned into the leg side by O'Riordan, who played it top of the bounce. But again, just evidence that it does sort of feel with some deliveries that the batsmen are just having to wait for a prolonged amount of time to be able to meet ball with bat.
Yeah, I remember umpired him when he played for Harrogate in the Yorkshire Premier League, Ben Code.
And here he is. This one just nipping away slightly on O'Riordan, just short of length, and driven to root at cover. There's no run. And were you kind? When he asked the question, did you raise the finger?
I know I gave him out, LBW.
You gave him out.
I do remember that.
Was it dismissive as well? Seen enough, off you go?
No.
He's code again. And O'Riordan pushes the ball back to the bowler, and that completes the 97th over, 244 for 7.
I think in that match, he was coming back from injury, and he sort of bowled at half pace, but it was still pretty quick, by league standards. And of course, over the years, well, he's not very old, of course. He's had his fair share of injuries, hasn't he? And but it's good to see him back. It really is.
Got a tweet in from Tim. Tim saying, can I tweet a link to the interview podcast? I think I've already, if you look on my feed, retweeted that. But the Twitter handle to look for, Tim, is at BBCWYS. At BBCWYS. And you will find it on there with the basic subject matter. 23-year-old discussing the recent India tour, Joe Root's influence on him, his mental health, and of course the county championship. Jordan Thompson then 1 for 37 so far from 21. Good delivery first up, but Gilchrist can't move his feet to that on account of the length and a little bit of nip. He was anchored. Absolutely,
it's totally beaten there outside the off stump, and that went through very quickly as well. Bit of bounce. And Thompson's bowling pretty well. And I suppose, would you say he's been Yorkshire's probably the best bowler this season, all in all, JD?
To think about that. Good delivery this time, though, to Gilchrist, and beats him again. And he can't believe it, Jordan Thompson. Now they can one or two of the fielding side. But it's that sort of a day, bowling conditions-wise. There's going to be quite a few that beat the bat and don't get the wicket. It's just finding the right one. I'm not sure he's been the best Yorkshire bowler this season, but he's bowled pretty well. And he's developing, I think, is what it's fair to say.
He's been chipping in with the wickets, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been chipping in with the wickets. I think it's been a good all-round bowling effort, to be honest with you. Here he is again. Good delivery this time, and he has cleaned up. Mr. Gilchrist, Nathan Gilchrist, has gone with the middle pole knocked out of the ground. And, well, if that's about finding the right one, Graham Orange, at 244 for 8, I think Jordan Thompson has done it.
Yeah, we were spot on with our timing there, weren't we? I mean, the first two deliveries, he was completely beaten outside the off stump, completely beaten there. It was poor foot movement by the batsman there, and he's got his reward. He's bowled straight, and he's got his reward there. So middle pole out the ground. They're putting it back in now, so Kent lose their first wicket of the morning. 244 for 8. And so Yorkshire made the breakthrough.
Yeah, through the gate. Looking at the replay. So well bowled Jordan Thompson. That's maybe a riposte. It's maybe a riposte to Doige. Not the best bowler this season, son. What about that then?
Well, yeah, I led you into that one, you see, but you weren't quite there. But yeah, as I say, I don't think the foot movement was great there by the batsman. But he's got his reward, and Yorkshire will be hoping now to just mop up these last two wickets and get into bat, because as we keep saying, Jonathan, the weather forecast for tomorrow isn't great, is it? So they need to. Today's right, could be the moving day, whereas normally it's the third day, isn't it? Today could be the moving day.
Yep. And so, waiting on the incoming Kent batsman.
It's taking a long time to get out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll take you through what happened there with Nathan Gilchrist, bowled by Jordan Thompson for 9. He faced 26 deliveries, and he was in for 41 minutes, and his knock including the one boundary. So 97.5 overs into this innings. We're getting closer to the end of it. And it's Miguel Cummins who is the new man walking out. Now, I think in terms of Yorkshire's best bowler this season, everybody has chipped in, and I mean that. Harry Brook even among the wickets yesterday, and Jordan Thompson has been up there. David Willey's had some great moments.
Patterson, of course, the captain's been very consistent.
Yeah, I'd say as Thompson's in, first delivery, good ball to Cummins that just coming from round the wicket, speared in towards him and then holding its line, and he played inside it and he's swishing the bat in frustration. But I would say probably Steve Patterson. He's taken the most wickets, which is one indicator, but always, not always the overriding indicator. But he's taken the most wickets. But he's just consistent. And I think if Jordan Thompson can develop that side of his game, then sky's the limit, really. Here he is again, round the wicket. And that, again, just holding its line. I think that one real confidence boost thing for him is that the skipper has been happy to throw in the new ball a few times now. Not every time, but a few times, including in this match.
We've seen in this over, we've had 5 balls, and he's beat the batsman with all 5 deliveries. Last ball.
And this time he does get through the Cummins defences, but wraps it into the thigh pad. And that is the end of a wicket taking over then for Jordan Thompson. So, yes, things are looking very promising as far as he's concerned. 22 over the 11 maidens, 2 for 37. He admits himself he's nowhere near the finished article. He's been frustrated on days when he's taking wickets. He's still been frustrated with himself. Last weekend being a case in point. But I think the thing with him is that even if it's going both sides of the wicket, sometimes he'll get one wrong, he'll overcompensate, but he still finds a delivery somewhere along the line that is right on the money, and that's those that the batsmen are struggling to deal with.
What struck me as well is that he's got genuine pace from that end this morning. So we have a change, the first change of the morning at this Kirkstall Lane end, and right on cue, Stephen Patterson takes the skipper's responsibility. 2 for 33 from 17 overs and 7 maidens for him, and he tries to wind things up with his first delivery, which will be a little bit sore and stiff, I'm sure, and that is a leg by, dropped into just the sort of short leg position. It was a fairly stiff run up, that one. Obviously first ball.
Let's be honest about it, we know what it feels like.
I certainly do. And of course Miguel Cummins, the number 10 batsman, is a left-hander, and so Patterson's coming round the wicket to the left-hander now.
Cummins on naught. 245 for 8. Patterson round the wicket, just gets this wrong, slants it down the leg side. There was a couple of times last week when the normally uber phlegmatic Stephen Patterson got a little bit excited. One of them being following the dismissal of Tom Taylor, because Yorkshire believed that he was caught at slip, and it certainly looked like it was on the replay the over before, and so he was given LBW off Pato, and his celebration was much more vociferous than you normally associate with him. This next delivery is a good one. Cummins doesn't know much about it. It's squirted away down to fine leg, and he's going to get a couple of runs for it.
Yeah, he's playing on the offside there, and he just managed to get down to long leg, I suppose. He was beaten there. And
then, of course, as you'd expect, the winning wicket. He celebrated quite nicely. The biggest celebration of the lot came from Tom Kohler-Cadmore, I think, when Johnny Tattersall took the catch to see the back of Wayne Parnell. Patterson's next delivery to Cummins is pushed out to Bess at point. There's no run, and that was probably celebrating because we've won a close game, but also
relief.
TKC had dropped Wayne Parnell a little bit earlier in the piece, so had he still been there at the end, I suppose he might have felt that. Well, he was still there at the end, but it's not the end in a win for Northamptonshire, the end in a win for Yorkshire. And so I suppose he felt a little bit more relief. Good delivery again from Patterson. Cummins doesn't know much about that. That struck him, looks like, round about the sternum, the way he's rubbing himself.
Yes, it struck him near the ribs, and he's gone down in his haunches now. That certainly hurts, especially when on a cold day like today. Cummins is struggling, isn't he, really, with the bat so far? He's still down on his haunches.
Patterson, the destroyer. You just don't associate with him with injuring batsmen. He bowled a short one last week at somebody, and you just don't associate him really with bowling bouncers.
No.
He just keeps coming in and bowling that consistent line and length. And here he is again, round the wicket, good delivery, and Cummins, how did he not get a nick on that? Beaten all ends up, squared up, and it's through to Tattersall, but on any other day that could have been a little feather.
That was so close. A really good ball, and as I say, Cummins is struggling with the bat here, the left-hander. But Yorkshire still need these, take these last 2 wickets fairly quickly so they can get right back in this game and get batting.
Of course, the feature game of yesterday was not here at Headingley. It was Pudsey St Lawrence under-13s versus Woodlands up at Tofts Road.
Of course.
James Main has just emailed to say how did they go on last night. They didn't. They only played about 7 overs apparently. We're in the field, and when I'd finished doing my stuff here to set off there, it was already abandoned. So
yeah,
didn't see the boy play. Here's Jordan Thompson coming in over the wickets. Good delivery to O'Riordan, and you feel like at the moment it could be a wicket any ball.
Any ball, every ball, absolutely. And beaten for pace. There was a bounce there. He's bowling really, really well. His line and length are impeccable.
And James also says, please would you suggest that Patterson has not been Yorkshire's best bowler this season? It would be good to finish off this tale as quickly as possible. Other commentators mock us on it. Here is Thompson. That's a full-length delivery. Got that one slightly wrong over pitching, and O'Riordan, who's been struggling to lay bat on ball, has turned that one nicely through mid-wicket for 4.
Yes, he climbed into that one, and as a bit of a gift actually, and 4 runs to O'Riordan. So anyway, we're bathed in sunshine now, aren't we, JD?
Yeah, cracking flags.
Well, not that we are. We're in the commentary box, but outside.
A little cooler up here.
Yeah.
It's not too bad actually when the sun's out, even though it's not shining directly in. It's a bit cooler when the sun goes in, as Thompson is into O'Riordan, who's on 17, and pushes that out to Bess at point, and there is no run.
You always hope, from the bowling side's point of view, that the last couple of wickets don't stick around and get some runs, and you become frustrated, and then you start, your bowling goes offline, as it were. So they need to pick up these last 2 batsmen fairly quickly.
Jordan Thompson again. This one just short of length, offers O'Riordan a little glimmer of light, a bit of room outside off stump, but he pushes it straight to Balance, who unusually for Gary Balance is feeling at cover. Don't often see him in that position, usually one of the chief ball shiners at mid-on or mid-off. Adam Lyth just going through an exaggerated motion of explanation to Tom Kohler-Cadmo next to him at slip, as Thompson's next delivery is again pushed to Balance, and again there's no run. Duan Olivier is starting to get loose. He's over at mid-on at the minute, doing a few hamstring stretches. So we saw Don Bess quite early yesterday. Not just the token over before lunch, he was probably on...
No, he bowled a few overs, didn't he?
More like half an hour before lunch, something like that. Thompson in again, and that is too wide to interest O'Riordan in playing a shot, and completes the 100th over with Kent 251 for 8, O'Riordan 17 and Cummins on 2.
Yes, you'd have thought that this type of pitch wouldn't really suit Don Bess's off-spinners. Of course, you've got to bowl in all conditions, haven't you? But from what we've seen, it's the seamers that are getting the most out of it. But of course, he's a England off-spinner, and I'm sure he'll have some part to play. Whether it's, well, there's only 2 wickets left in this innings, but it could be the Kent second innings.
So Patterson coming in again from the Kirkstall lane end, round the wicket to the left-handed Miguel Cummins, who pushes drops the bat on it really, as much as anything, and again looked decidedly uncomfortable with that.
Yes, you'd have thought that at this stage maybe O'Riordan would try and take, some of the strike off Cummins, because as I say, Cummins is struggling a little bit here.
Here's Patterson in again. Cummins, who opens a face this time and runs it out backward of point to balance. Miguel Lamar Cummins, born on the 5th of September 1990 in Barbados, so approaching 31 years of age. Of course, his main task is as a right arm fast medium bowler. 14 test matches, 27 test wickets to his name. With the bat, 14 test matches and 114 runs, including a highest of 24 not out, and he's just fishing again. Stephen Patterson has him at the moment. He's there for the taking as a wicket, you get the impression. Can he find the right delivery?
Yes, he played and missed at that one outside the off stump through to Tattersall, the wicket keeper, and as I say, he's not looking very comfortable out there, Cummins.
Well, when I tell you that he has batted 112 times in first class cricket and scored 503 runs with a highest of 29 not out and an average of 7.28, it's probably understandable in these conditions. It's not ideal with those sort of figures to your name, but he has got a single, just pushed that into the offside.
Yeah, that was a very quick single, as it were, and there's a shy at the stumps. If it hit directly, I think that could have been interesting, because obviously O'Riordan was running to that end, but Cummins gave me the distinct impression he wanted to get off strike there.
It was Jordan Thompson doing the fielding. 252 for 8. So back to the right-handed O'Riordan, and Patterson changes the angle of attack and comes back over the wicket. Batsman pushing to bend code at mid-on, and no run.
Yes, Yorkshire striving to get these last 2 wickets, and as I said before, they want to wrap this innings up as quickly as they possibly can.
So O'Riordan waits. Sun bathes, well, half the pitch at least at the minute. Patterson's in. O'Riordan turns that to backward square leg. Ollie Fear does the fielding. That's the end of over number 101 then. 18 for O'Riordan, 3 for Cummins, 253 for 8.
Good cricket from O'Riordan there, because he wanted a single off the last ball. He got it, and so he's on strike now, and he's trying to, I think, probably protect Cummins a little bit now.
Neil Dutton, morning to you, says, I've always wanted to bat like a test cricketer, and after watching Cummins, I do. Hashtag Yorkshire.
Yes, but as you said, JD is not really there to bat, is he? He's there as a bowler. But Kent will want him to stick around as much as he possibly can.
Ben Gray says, with a full day of rain tomorrow, a draw seems most likely. Hopefully Yorkshire can get some decent batting points to get the most out of this match. Ollie Fear coming into the attack then to replace Jordan Thompson, who's bowled for the first 40-45 minutes or so. Here is Ollie Fear from the Emerald stand end over the wicket first up to O'Riordan, who's flicked that off his legs. Code will field down at long leg, and they'll get through for a single.
Yeah, so at least Yorkshire have got the batsman on strike they want on strike, Cummins, the left-hander. So Olivier has got, well, that was his first ball of the over, so potentially 5 balls at the number 10 batsman.
Olivier is going to change his angle of attack to Cummins here. And then coming round the wicket, 3 slips and a gully now in place. Here's Olivier, goes short first up, and Cummins, well, understandably doesn't fancy that. Just loses his footing as well slightly. I think back foot seemed to slide away behind him as he tried to duck, or as he did duck. Good job as well, because that was a well targeted short ball. Scores this season of 24 against Northants, 13 and 12 against Yorkshire down at Canterbury, 19 and 0 against Lancashire the week after, and 1 not out and 0 last week. Here he is again, facing up to a fuller delivery from Olivier, who runs down the pitch actually, and if you like, gives himself up, doesn't he? Just stopped himself in the middle of the pitch. Peter Hartley has a word or two with him.
Yes, it's good bowling this, because bouncer first ball to Cummins, and then one that was pitched up and almost snuck through.
So Olivier again round the wicket once more. Can he find the right delivery to Cummins? That's not a bad one again, and he's playing inside the line of it. Alan Swinburne, good afternoon, good morning to you. Hello Jonathan, finally located you on Twitter. He says the spelling of your surname is not easy to guess from the sound of it. No, that's because of differing pronunciations of it, as well as differing spellings of it by various people, but that's fine. Great commentary, says, thanks from avid Yorkshire supporter living in Devizes. I'm from Hull, the same city as Pato. I've batted at the circle. You'll know the ground. Here is Olivier in, and that one holding its line, and Cummins not drawn into playing a shot. Circle, of course, which is now
KC Stadium.
The KC Stadium.
Yeah. Well, I played at the old Circle, and I actually watched Yorkshire play. They used to have Sunday League matches against Glamorgan there.
It was demolished in 1938. What are you?
Hey, that's enough of that. Yeah, the Circle.
Yeah, I never went to it as a cricket ground, but I've been many times and done mainly rugby league games over there, some football as well. Olivier in, passes umpire Peter Hartley, and it struck Miguel Cummins. I'm not quite sure where, because he had his back to us at the point it struck him, but I think it might have been on the side of the helmet, and he's taking it off. So it looks like it.
Yeah, and I think a new helmet may be coming on. The umpires have sort of signalled to that effect. That was a brute of a delivery, and Cummins was all at sea with that one. Yeah.
Bowled a couple of torrid spells down at Canterbury a couple of years ago. Dwan Olivier, oh yes, that is not nice. I mean, in terms of what you're producing as a bowler, then if you are thinking about what constitutes a good short ball, that is it.
Absolutely.
Nobody likes to see the batsman hurt, and he's okay, but there's going to be the usual break here, because he'll have to be checked by the physio. And he looks okay, does Miguel Cummins. But in terms of pitch and line, that's the sort of that's the area, isn't it? That's the sweet spot. And often we've seen Dwan Olivier bowl it a little bit too short with that, or maybe he doesn't quite get the line right. But there's bowled a couple now at Cummins that have been particularly searching.
But in the olden days, as it were, you never really saw a fast bowler bowl a bounce at another fast bowler, but of course that's all gone out the window, hasn't it?
It really was the olden days, because that all went out the window with probably the Windies, maybe the Lillies and Thompsons and the West Indies in the mid-70s.
Spot
onwards.
on. Yeah, spot on. It's a question of softening up the batsman and getting them out now.
So we're going to have a natural break while Cummins is just taking a couple of minutes. He's been checked out by the Kent physio. Umpires have come down this end of the field. We've got players having a chat, and that's the sort of scene at the minute. If you're watching the streaming, well, you don't need me to describe it. Martin says, no question that Captain Pato has been the best Tykes bowler. He has been for years, the great man, and dot ball ninja gets better and better. Also has an incredible record of winning the toss. Any statisticians could maybe work out which is higher, his dot ball percentage or toss winning percentage. Thanks, Martin. You said you had a couple of brain tips. Graham's brought a couple of books in, so while we've got a couple of minutes here, if you want to pose the questions that you had for our listeners.
Cricket books have an extensive collection of wisdom cricketers' almanacs as well, stretching back to 1880. Not that I was around then, but although you probably think I was. But one book that I've got this year, and it's an absolute cracker, it's called Edging Towards Darkness, and it's a story of the last timeless test, and it was in South Africa in March 1939, South Africa and England, and it was a test match that, although it was timeless, it had to it had to be. It finished as a draw because England would have missed their boat back to the country. Otherwise, it would have gone on and on and on. It was, I think, the 3rd to the 14th of March, 1939. And a fascinating read because it tells you about the tour, about each day of the test match, and I mean the scores. And actually, when the test match was given up as a draw, it was at Durban, England was 654 for 5. There were only 47 runs from victory. I mean, when you think of the South Africa scored 530 in their first innings, England 316, South Africa 481, then England 600 in the fourth innings, 654 for 5, and it's something for our Kent listeners might want to just be involved here, because when the match was drawn at 654 for 5, 2 Kent batsmen were not out, and in fact there were 3 Kent players in that side. There were 3 Yorkshire players as well, and 2 of them opened the batting. So if you can tell me who were the 3 Kent players, who were the 2 not out batsmen at the end, they're both Kent players, who was the 3rd Kent player in that test match, and which were the 3 Yorkshire players in that test match? So 2 of them opened the batting. One scored a century in the second innings.
There you go, answers on a postcard too, or you can send them to me on @JonathanDoige or to @BBC Kent Sport on Twitter, or kentcricket@gmail.com, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. You know you're always going to be in for a mental challenge when Graham Orange is your third voice, so you can't just sit there and enjoy the coverage whether you're listening or watching. You need to get some reference books out, folks, and come back to us with your answers. You won't be allowed to leave the sofa, I can promise you that, if you've not got the answer right, because Graham is very, very strict on these sort of things. Here's Patterson then, following that break. Cummins appears to be okay and has had a few minutes to collect himself. Patterson's first delivery of the over, pushed into the offside by O'Riordan. There's no run. We'll bring Ben back in a moment, and I'll disappear.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that. A timeless test match that had to be given up on time.
That's cricket, I suppose. Patterson in and bowling to O'Riordan, who goes back foot and pushes back to the bowler. No run. Sun has gone behind cloud at the minute.
Also,
or for the pedants among you, the cloud has moved in front of the sun, I suppose.
in that test match, Jonathan, 2 players were going to be killed in the war. One of them was a Yorkshireman.
Here we have Stephen Patterson in, and that's driven by O'Riordan. He's got it away through wide of Ben Code at mid-on. He's going to pick up 4 runs down towards where the old scoreboard used to be, in the north-western corner of the ground.
O'Riordan likes that shot, doesn't he? On the front foot, just playing to leg.
Yeah, again, the feeling that just a little bit slow, and there was an element of the drag about that. I'm not sure he was completely playing that shot. No, just looking at it again, it looks like he's just caught it towards the inside edge of the bat slightly. He waits again as Patterson comes in once more. That's a good leave, I think you'd have to say. Can't have been too far away from tickling the top of off stump.
Yes, I think O'Riordan's going to be very important for Kent now. He's on 23. If he can stay there for a little while longer, then this total is going to creep ever higher.
We've got a tweet in from, I think it's RHI. Happy to be corrected, as Patterson's next delivery pushed into the offside, no run. Saying, slyly listening to Yorkshire versus Kent at work, brackets in Leeds, hoping I have something to brag about to my Uncle Mike in Ashford. And Sean the Brewer, good afternoon to you. I'm not sure it's a good idea to rile up Cummins, he says.
Well, that was the point I was sort of making when he was hit.
Here comes Patterson, and O'Riordan on the back foot pushes up to mid-off, and there is no run. Just a couple more quickies. I'm guessing 2 of the 3 Kent players would have been Les Ames and Doug Wright, but no idea of the others, says Sean the Brewer. And Neil Dutton says Paul Gibb made a century for England, and Les Ames and Brian Valentine were not out at the end. Headley Verity sadly lost his life in the war. Well, that was going to be my response, obviously, as a proud Rawdner. And Tim says, I know that one without looking or Googling. Headley Verity was killed in the attack on Monte Cassino. Yes. Great loss.
There was also another one in that match, not a Yorkshire nor a Kent player, who was killed in the war as well.
I'll leave that one with you, and Ben will come back in if you want to swap across to this chair. That would be absolutely marvellous.
Another short ball there from Olivier to Cummins. That was a bit too short, and he could get out of the way quite easily there as the ball went through to the wicketkeeper Tattersall.
Afternoon all. I've just whacked my knee on the chair as I've
Are you all right?
gone to sit in the position. That was very clumsy of me. But yeah, I was outside when Olivier bowled that short ball, and the sound it made, the thwack as it hit him on the helmet, oh, give me shivers. Full delivery, which is Yorker length outside the off stump. Good one from Olivier, and Cummins just backed away and tried to squeeze it out into the offside for a run, but played and missed.
He was actually backing away there, wasn't he? A little bit, yeah. And not that I blame him.
No, I would absolutely do exactly that. Even in the nets on Tuesday night, I was backing away to a couple of our lads and steering it over third man, looking great, but really it's because I didn't want to get in line. Here again, he's backing away.
And yeah, he's backing away here. And I think that ball went over the stumps, didn't it? I'm sure it did. That wasn't a good shot. I think a really good Yorker here might just do for him.
Well, he's just practiced a big golf swing, which I don't think is necessarily going to be the shot to play. He's a very laid-back individual, Miguel Cummins, but haven't seen one of his more traditional thumps of the ball that he likes to give it. Bit of welly down the ground. Wonder if we might hear. Olivier's rattled him a bit from around the wicket. He bowls. Oh, he has a big swipe at it. He gets nowhere near the ball.
He's having a real go here now, isn't he? He's just thinking, well, I just may as well try and hit out here.
Olivier's going to switch it up and come from over the wicket, changing the angle of attack. So far 3 for Cummins and 23 for O'Riordan, who, as you say, Graham, has hit a couple of lovely clips through mid-wicket. Definitely seems to be his boundary scoring stroke.
It does to me, yeah, absolutely.
Olivier then change of angle, bowls a short ball which Cummins backs away and ducks underneath.
Well, he backed away, but he took 2 or 3 steps down the track. So I don't know what he's trying to do there. This is very entertaining.
Trying to get out of the way, trying to not get whacked again, I think.
I think the edge to third man is on here, don't you? Do you think so?
Absolutely.
And if he does, there's no third man. That's another bugbear of mine. Why bowlers these days is a modern thing. Why don't they have a third man?
I'm fully with you on that one. Here he comes down the pitch and wallops it over the top of mid-on.
Got it.
All the way for 6, Miguel Cummins.
4.
No, 4. I thought it would have gone.
Yeah.
Maybe 1 bounce.
Yeah. It's either going to be 4 or naught, wasn't it?
It's going to be 6-4 or out.
Yeah. Yeah. He just swung the bat at that. There's not much finesse in that shot. But it was effective. It's 4 in the scorebook, isn't it? And so he goes up to 7, 266 for 8. As I say, Yorkshire needs to get these last 2 wickets fairly quickly now.
Olivier none for 60 his figures in this innings. He bowls again to Cummins. Fuller delivery, another huge swipe from the West Indian. Plays and misses this time, no contact on the ball.
This is so frustrating for the bowler.
Cleared the front leg out the way. There were limbs flying all over the place.
It's like one day stuff, isn't it?
I like these moments in a 4-day game, actually,
Yes.
where you see the
Yeah, absolutely.
odd bit of aggression from a batsman, or
Well, that's what should happen with these lower order batsmen. Go for your shots.
Olivier, bowler full of straight length. Oh, hello, it's gone straight up in the air. It's going to be safe, though, I think, into the leg side. There's a fielder chasing it. The ball does now bounce. That went so high in the air. It was a fuller straighter delivery from Olivier. Again, Cummins took a huge swipe at it, top edged it way up in the air. It was like a wedge shot, except it went so high.
Yeah, and he only got 2 runs for it, actually.
Gary Balance was chasing it out towards the mid-wicket boundary, but
going
couldn't
over
get
his
there.
shoulder. Of course, they're the most difficult catches to take, and the most difficult to sort of, work out. Well, he got nowhere near it.
Yeah, he didn't, did he? It never looked like he was going to get there.
Absolutely. So that's a very frustrating over for Yorkshire.
2-6-8 for 8 here on BBC Radio Leeds, BBC Radio Kent. Graham Orange alongside me, Ben Watts. 23 for O'Riordan back on strike against Patterson rather. Things will calm down with O'Riordan on strike. Won't be seeing any of those kind of strokes from Cummins. Is Patterson in and bowling. Back goes O'Riordan, just nudges it up to mid-on.
So I believe it's your first visit to Headingley.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is...
It's changed a great deal. I'm just saying to you that, well, I'll probably give my age away here. I first came to watch a test match here in 1968. And it was an Ashes series. It was the 4th test match. England against Australia. And there's actually a good question here that maybe our listeners could answer.
Yeah.
Something happened in that test match that hasn't happened since.
Oh, okay. Patterson bowls, clipped away behind square on the onside by O'Riordan down towards long leg for a single. So remind me of the year again.
1968, I think it was the 4th test match here at Headingley, England against Australia. And only 3 test matches in the history of test cricket have had this incident. It wasn't an incident on the field of play, it's just something, it's something about, about the captains.
Okay.
Right? And it hasn't happened since, to this day, from 1968 to the present day.
KentCricket@gmail.com, at BBC Kent Sport on Twitter, or at Ben Watt Sport if you want to pose a suggestion to that answer. Down the pitch goes Miguel Cummins. He's got hold of this one.
He's got hold of it, yeah.
And that is
That's
huge
6.
blow for 6 from Miguel Cummins into the leg side.
Yes, he really got hold of that one.
I lost the flight of it, in truth.
I think anything pitched up here is just going to go, isn't it?
It is a fairly short boundary to that
It is.
mid-wicket leg side
Yes, yeah.
region. Fielder's gone to go and try and find it in the car park somewhere.
That's gone. Well, they found the ball now. It's been thrown back. It was like the northeast stand section, as it were.
Cummins practicing the stroke again, wielding his bat like a sword, ready for a joust.
Because Patterson's bowling from the pavilion end or Kirkstall Lane end.
He's got to back himself here that if he can get one full and straight enough, he might be able to get through the defence. He's coming around the wicket again to the left-hander. Well, that is a Yorker length delivery.
Oh, he
Cummins,
tried it, didn't he? That wasn't far off being a Yorker.
yeah, he's swinging to the leg side, toe end of the bat to mid-wicket.
The problem when bowlers try to bowl Yorkers, sometimes it comes out as a full toss, doesn't it? You know what they're trying to do.
I think Cummins thinks he might have broken his bat.
I think he's broken his bat. Yeah, he's broken his bat.
So he's broken a helmet, broken his bat, and hit 1-6, 1-4. It's on 15. Kent 275 for 8. It's been a incident-full few moments, really.
Yeah. You say that Cummins is a laid-back sort of character.
Yeah.
I noticed that when he came out to bat when that wicket fell, it took him about 3 minutes to walk out.
It's brilliant, isn't it? He
I
strolls
thought he was
out as
never
the
gonna
crease.
get there.
He strolls out to bat.
Because do you know what the law
Like
is?
he's
Be
got
timed
nowhere
out.
to
You'd be
be.
timed out, you know.
Well, exactly.
It's 3 minutes.
But he took longer than he did today. I can't remember which game it was at Canterbury, whether it was the Yorkshire game or it was the Lancashire game, and he came out as last man, and honestly it took so long to come out that even the Kent players came out onto the balcony and were looking around. Everyone's going, "Where's
Where is
Miguel?"
he?
I thought he'd fallen asleep somewhere. And eventually he appeared and strolled out like he did. Took
Yeah.
so long to walk from the boundary to the middle, almost as if to say, "Oh, were you waiting for me, lads?" You know. Here's Patterson around the wicket to him. Oh, and he slugged this away. This is 6 more.
6 more, surely.
Towards the scoreboard and clearing the boundary by a good 15 metres.
This is getting very serious for Yorkshire now. 281 for 8. And the partnership is now 37. And this is not what Yorkshire wanted, and obviously what Kent wanted. And bearing in mind, of course, that the weather forecast for tomorrow is not good. So if they can get over 300 here, that'll put Yorkshire under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Zach Crawley was saying that he thought over 300 would be ahead of the game, and said that last night Kent would have to bat really well to get there. And at the moment the foundation's been set by O'Riordan. Gilchrist the one man out for 9, and then Cummins, after being hit on the helmet by Olivier, has decided he's going to come out swinging and has hit a boundary and 2 sixes.
Yep. I think they've changed the ball, haven't they?
They have. I'm
Whether
assuming
the ball has been
that
damaged when it went into the seats there. Again, it was over by the northeast stand section.
yeah, whether or not I didn't actually see whether or not they found it.
Well, they may not have done.
But they've certainly got a new one in the hand of Steve Patterson. Bowling to Cummins, wide on the crease. Oh, short ball pulled away hard out into the leg side. This is going to be 4 more as well.
Yeah, that's 4 to mid wicket, and
Root was out there but couldn't cut it off.
it went very, very quickly to the boundary. I think Cummins was waiting on it, slightly short, but he got onto it.
Yeah, played it well actually.
He did.
Hit it hard and hit it down.
In fact, Cummins has overtaken O'Riordan, hasn't he?
He has, yeah, he's
Yeah,
on
he's
to
on
25.
25.
O'Riordan's on
24.
24.
This partnership is 41.
Wow, those are runs have almost doubled in the last over or 2.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But when you think that Cummins was it an over from Olivier and he was nearly out at every ball.
So was O'Riordan on strike for the start of the over? So was it 17 off the over with
Yes.
2 sixes, a 4 and a single?
Yeah. It's the more conventional ride on strike now. Olivier is bowling.
Just a brief pause because Patterson wants to chat to his South African bowler. I think that's all going to stand up. He's getting a helmet brought out to him.
Getting the helmet, yeah, the keeper.
Change of bowling, one would assume then. Olivier's being taken out of the attack. It's going to be Don Bess,
Yes, it is.
which I don't mind. I don't mind to Cummins, and that's a good ploy. If they think Cummins
from
is going to
Yorkshire's
swing,
point of view, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, because sometimes these lower order batsmen they don't play spin all that well, do they?
with Cummins it'll be, I'm either going to whack you down the ground for 6 or I'm going to get out to
Yeah,
it. So,
yeah.
and O'Riordan is an off spinner himself, so he will.
He'll play conventionally, probably, won't he?
Yeah, he will.
And in this situation, he's got to do, hasn't he?
When your partner up the other end's hitting a few big boundaries.
Yeah, it's pointless you doing the same, isn't it? When just make sure that you're still there.
So Don Bess into the Yorkshire attack with Kent 2-8-5 for 8. Hunting down another batting bonus point, having already picked one up this morning. This partnership getting them there after the previous wicket fell on 2-4-4. Gilchrist was removed. Middle stump out the ground from Jordan Thompson.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, that one.
Yeah, I was right behind that one. Just watching on outside and saw the stump clatter back onto the turf. So Don Bess then, with 19 overs under his belt on day one, none for 51, is in and bowling to Marcus O'Riordan, who's forward and just pushing this one into the offside. There's a vacant cover region because the fielder was pushed back out onto the boundary, almost as if Yorkshire were saying, OK, you can have a single, Marcus, and we'll bowl to Cummins. So we think this is where the game's at.
This is going to be very interesting, isn't it? Because I can't see Cummins. He'll continue to try and hit the ball, won't he?
Absolutely. Mid on.
Oh, the field is
or
spreading out now.
Long on, long off.
on,
We're in the
long-
game
yes,
here.
absolutely.
Best going to come
Square
around the
leg on
wicket.
the boundary.
Yeah, you've got square leg and mid wicket out, as well as deep
Yeah.
cover. It's the only men in the so-called ring are mid wicket cover and backward of point and a slip. Oh, huge swipe from Cummins, and he plays and misses this
Misses it.
first ball. That was a real hack, wasn't it?
I'm afraid it was.
That was a bit ugly.
I think a possible stumping could be on the cards here as well.
Almost threw himself out of his crease.
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting for Don Bess here. Might just want to hold it back slightly. Normally pushes it through and bowls quite quickly. This time Cummins plays an orthodox defensive
Yeah,
stroke.
forward defensive there. Just played it out onto the offside. No run.
I like tail-enders that bat like this. There's too many tail-enders that bat properly and are quite good at defending the ball and stick around these days. Whereas this is a little bit of a mini game in the game. As forward comes Cummins. Not doing what Yorkshire want him to do at the moment.
Forward defensive straight back to the bowler.
25 for him, 25 O'Riordan. Kent's tail doing a little bit of wagging at the moment with his partnership. 42 it's worth. There's Best bowls, bit of loop, and again Cummins playing defensively.
My word. Yeah. I don't think there'll be a lot of turn for Bess out there, really.
I think Best just needs to throw it up a little bit more. He's bowling quite flat at the moment, and Cummins will probably want one with a bit more flight to try and chase. Again, he plays forward.
Oh,
This
he's
time
played
it
forward and missed.
beats the outside edge.
Yeah.
Through to Tadsel, end of the over. 286 for 8. Decent over from Don Bess on the money.
Absolutely, but, you know, this is Kent's time now with these two in here. 42 this partnership for the 9th wicket. And it's something Yorkshire can't really afford now.
I think potentially Olivier is going to switch ends and come on from this Kirksall Lane end.
It looks like it, yes. Yes, he's been thrown the ball. South African opening bowler. He took quite a few wickets for South Africa when he played for them.
Certainly did. He's taken wickets against Kent in the past, but he hasn't got any so far today. O'Riordan on strike.
Very orthodox field now, attacking really.
Olivier full delivery, played defensively. Lewis on Twitter saying he's enjoying this Cummins masterclass.
Is that what you call it?
That is the description he's used.
Well, that's fine.
I think JR on Twitter's slightly more accurate, says Miguel's doing a Tino best at the moment.
Yes.
That's more,
Yes.
more what we're seeing. Money's fine, Lewis. I was being melodramatic as always. Here comes Olivier. Oh, hits Marcus O'Riordan in the midriff or the top of the thigh.
He's beating for a bit of pace there,
Yeah, it was
and
a
a
bit
bit
of
of movement, bit of nip off the pitch into the body, and just squirted out onto the offside. No run.
Bright sunshine over Headingley. After, amazingly, we were delayed by 10 minutes at the start of the day because of rain. Olivier full and wide outside the off stump. O'Riordan drives up to mid-off. Straight to Patterson.
Yeah.
Bit
Yes,
clunky on the bat, that, actually.
Olivier has switched ends. He's now bowling from the Kirksall Lane end, or the Pavilion Lane end. When he started this morning, he was well, he didn't open the bowling, but when he started this morning, he bowled from the Emerald stand end, or the Rugby stand end.
Him once more, flash of blue on his boots. Bit of width and O'Riordan trying to cut, but bottom edges it into the ground.
Yeah, just mistimed that.
Be frustrated. He's had a couple of deliveries, potentially could have scored off. Previous one was very full, half volley length, and drove it straight to the fielder, and then he's missed out there with the width.
This must be coming one of his biggest scores of his first-class career, isn't it?
That's a good question. Let's have a little look. There's Olivier Bowles left alone this time by O'Riordan outside the off stump. So far this season, Cummins
25 Cummins.
Cummins has chipped in the season 24, 13, 12, 19, 0, 1 not out, 0.
So it's his highest score this season anyway.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
And then his highest first class score
About 30 odd, isn't it?
I'll have a look again in a minute. Marcus O'Riordan playing this off the back foot down towards third man. The vacant third man.
The vacant third man, and
4 runs.
Dear me, I do have an issue with you know, you've got a good bowler and there's no third man. Again, not so long ago, you'd always start with a third man. Too many runs go to the boundary at third man, and to me, they're cheap runs. You know, no protection there at all. All you have to do is guide it down there, and it's 4.
I think 25 might be his highest score in county cricket for
Yeah.
Middlesex against Sussex at Radlett last year. 29 not out for Barbados against the Leeward Islands.
How many? 20?
29 not out.
Yeah.
His highest test score was 24.
Well,
Not out against
he's passed
India.
that in this match, hasn't he?
So yeah,
So
Cummins,
Best continues from the Emerald Stand end, and this is
to Cummins.
Cummings,
Yes.
yes.
25. Didn't really go after anything from Best in the previous over. He does this time and has flat batted it straight up to long on, but it falls short of the man in the deep.
Yeah, I mean, he really went for that, and he didn't time it, obviously, but right up to long on, and gone through for 1 run. So Best bowling from the Emerald Stand end.
I feel pretty much staying the same, actually, to O'Riordan. Although actually mid-off comes up. O'Riordan just pushes this again into the vacant cover region for an easy single. I'm not sure they've quite got the field right to O'Riordan.
I don't think they have.
There's no way they should be giving him a freebie to get off strike.
No, that was too easy. So Cummins is back on strike. What's going to happen now? This partnership is 48.
Kent 8 away from an extra batting bonus point. 2-9, 2 for 8. Dom Best to Miguel Cummins. Forward he goes and actually gets this off an outside edge down towards third man. Couple of runs as it's chased down to the boundary by Ben Code. That was just a fairly orthodox stroke, playing softly forwards and guided away, and that is the 50 partnership for this pair for the 9th wicket.
I think he was beaten there, to be honest with you, Cummins.
He
was playing defensively.
Played at it with soft enough hands
Yes, he
that
did.
he didn't edge it to slip. This time it's slightly back of length from Bess, and he lets it go to the keeper. And be a BBC Ready Kent update. 2 minutes. I'm just going to pop to my key at the back of the box to do that as Bess in again. Oh, fired in Yorker length from the leg stump, and he's jabbed it away.
I think that was an intelligent delivery, if I may put it like that. It was, yeah.
This next one, I'd be tempted to really give it some loop. Toss it up, see if he'll chase it and pick out a fielder in the deep. There it is. Don Best did give it some extra air, but
He wasn't tempted, was he?
Cummins resisted the temptation.
That's the end of the over.
Just defended it back up the pitch. I'm just going to nip off for the update.
Right, so the partnership is 50 from 65 balls. So this is really frustrating Yorkshire now. As I say, they need to wrap this innings up. And 294 for 8. Kent, and it's a bit of a conundrum now for Yorkshire. Olivier is continuing to bowl from the Kirkstall Lane end, and he's bowling to O'Riordan, who's on 30. Oh, that's a lovely on drive, beats mid on, and that's gone for 4. Pitched up and driven through mid on for 4 by O'Riordan. He's on 34 now, 298 for 8, just 2 runs short of the 300 mark. And this partnership is now 54. And when it was the 50 partnership, that had taken 50 minutes. So point has been moved back, not onto the boundary, but further out as Olivier comes into bowl to Ryden, and it actually goes there. But he hasn't taken a run. I think they could have had a single there. He's turned down a single. So very frustrating for Yorkshire at the moment. And the two batsmen are just, well, Cummins has run down to his partner to have a word in his ear about something. He's saying, well, look, we could have gone for a run there. So Olivier comes in bowling from the Kurtzl Lane end. Ah, yes, they are now, you see. He's played that out to the point. Yeah, and that's 300. That's 2 runs there. 300 for 8. So a milestone for Kent, 300. Yes, and Kent are really sort of turning the screw now in a way against Yorkshire. Olivier comes into bowl, and that's a nice defensive shot from Ryden back to the bowler. That was no problem at all for Ryden.
So Olivier coming in to bowl to O'Riordan, who pushes back up the pitch, and no run. JD back in the chair. Graham going to take a break, and Watsy back from his update.
So just before Graham disappears, I had a couple of guesses on the question you posed a moment ago.
Okay, Olivier coming into bowl to O'Riordan again. It's full and driven to balance. At mid-on, there's no run.
So Graham was talking about the 4th test of the 1968 Ashes, and there was a question. There was quite a unique event that happened, and it was something to do with the captains. Somebody said vice captains for both sides, Edrich and Jarman. I think that was a guess rather than from David Rance. Kevin Pickworth said oil on the wicket. So both of those not correct. So still a question that has been posed for people to get a correct answer.
Yes,
okay, the first one's on the right lines.
Yeah, it's a good question. He tested me with this on the phone a couple of weeks ago. So 300 for 9, a 3rd Kent batting point.
Somebody suggested, and I think we might be seeing the suggestion. I had a tweet from somebody saying get Joe Root on, or is it still Bess? I think it is still Don Bess, to Miguel Cummins, who is forward playing defensively. Yeah, who do we have? Pratik on Twitter saying get Pfeiffer Root in. Somebody else, JR, saying back Root over Bess. Jason Cook saying things you hear. Kent have earned 3 batting bonus points. 3 batting bonus points, exclamation marks. 300 for 8. This partnership worth 56. 2 slips in play now for Miguel Cummins. As Bess around the wicket. Oh, back goes Cummins. He wasn't sure about that one. Has got an edge down into the ground and in front of Root a second slip. Since there's something's going to happen here, whether it's going to be a wicket or a boundary, or Cummins now playing a little bit more circumspect. It's better from around the wicket. The off-spinner drags his length back and it's just batted down into the pitch by Cummins. O'Riordan 36, scampering a quick 2 to get Kent to 300 in the previous over. As again forward comes Cummins, and there is a low edge down towards second slip, but it doesn't carry. It was a lovely on drive as well from O'Riordan. It was a little bit inside edge of the bat, but He's batted really nicely for his 36, coming in for his first county championship game of the season. Tunbridge Wells boy. There's Bess. Oh, down the pitch comes Cummins and he's stumped. Or is he? Tattersall appealing. Umpire at square leg gives him not out. It was just a little jump down the crease and it was clearly quite deep in the crease.
Yeah.
So his back leg was still behind the line.
You looked at it first time and just thought, yeah, that's out.
Thought he's going to be miles down the pitch.
Just as you called it.
But apparently not. So Cummins still there. Still 300 for 8. Best bowls. All this turns and beats the outside edge. Half an appeal, but I think he must have just made contact between bat and pad and the ball missed. Went on the outside edge through to the keeper. End of the over. So Kent now have 3 bonus points, and Yorkshire still 1 wicket away from collecting their 3rd bonus point of the game.
Malcolm says, "Hi Doidgy, we've bowled well, certainly, but if it's not churlish to criticise, Ben Code in particular has given away too many runs to leg side deliveries. I do think Jordan Thompson has looked our best. It'll be a shame if tomorrow is washed out. They really should play here in Alicante, as no crowds are allowed. It wouldn't be any different. Might even treat you to a nice paella."
David Rance has had another go on the question.
Here's Olivier, and nicely played there by O'Riordan, top of the bounce, and he's just pushed that no more, and he's timed it really well through the covers for 4.
Lovely stuff from Marcus O'Riordan. Early on in his innings, just waiting for the ball to come to him, looking very compact and organised. Since then we've seen a bit more intent from him, clipping a couple of boundaries through mid-wicket, a straight drive through mid-on, and now back foot punch through extra cover.
O'Riordan on 40, Olivier bowling to him, and his shouldering arms here. Richard Levin says Hutton, Gibbs, Ames, Valentine and Wright. Ken Farnes sadly died. Graham, I'm sure, will give the answer when he's on a little later, so we'll read all your responses. We won't say yes or no. We'll keep you in suspense.
David to the other one saying, just been advised by Ken, my friend, that Jarman wasn't playing, so he thinks it might be Booth and John Edridge, or Graveney and Booth. No, still shake of the head.
Olivier in to O'Riordan, it's a dot. Jeff Greenwood, good afternoon to you, says the 3 Yorkshire players were Len Hutton, Paul Gibb and of course Headley Verity, who was sadly killed in Italy as a prisoner of war. And Charlotte, happy memories of the circle in Hull in 1968, watching Yorkshire beat Surrey in the final minutes of the game to win the county championship. We never thought it would be over 30 years until we won it again. Nice to hear from you, Charlotte. Here is good delivery from Olivier, and he's got his man. He's chopped it down onto the stumps. Here has Marcus O'Riordan, and Yorkshire have got their 3rd bowling bonus point. It was short of length and would have missed, but O'Riordan trying to cut, and he's played well for his 40, but he's just made a slight error of judgment to one close enough to his body to do his wickets a bit of damage. 304 for 9 then. O'Riordan bowled Olivier for 40.
Yeah, shame for Marcus O'Riordan. Excellent effort from him. Coming into the team for this game, looking to try and show what he's about, nail down a spot in this championship team. He's got the temperament for it, and it was an organised innings from him. And just when he was starting to try and open up a little bit, he's getting a warm round of applause as he makes his way from the field of play, mainly because the Kent dressing room is out there, but also because there's a party of former Kent players, and Alan Iggleston himself is here today along with wife Liz. So a very good afternoon and warm hello from us to them inside the ground today, along with the likes of Matthew Fleming I saw on the boundary, and a few of the Kent. There's Chief Executive Simon Story here, and Simon Phillip as well. A few faces I recognised in one of the executive boxes. As Matt Quinn on debut for Kent on loan from Essex comes out to bat at number 11. So a good knock from Marcus O'Riordan, making 40, helping Kent to get batting bonus point at 250 and then 300. Partnership worth 60 in the end before that dismissal. So Quinn the last man out with Cummins. Maybe we'll see if Cummins can get back on strike. Him have a last dart at it before Kent might be bowled all out.
Yeah, certainly hit a massive haymaker of a 6 over the northeast stand, disappeared into it could have been the hotels, I think, out the back to our left. So Quinn on strike, 3 slips weight. Olivier now has 1 for 76, trying to double his wicket tally, and wasn't far away with Quinn stepping right away to somewhere near Peter Hartley at square leg and having a swish at this and missing.
That was an amazing stroke first ball. It was almost like he'd drawn it out the hat.
Yeah, trying with a straight one, Duan.
Right, for your first ball, you have to back away to the leg side and try and go in to out over extra cover.
It's an interesting way to introduce yourself at Emerald Headingley. Sunny at the moment. Olivier in, and again he's backing away before the ball's even delivered. He was on his way to square leg. He's managed to fend it down to third man for a single. So Quinn off the mark, 305 for 9. Bonus point for Yorkshire. The third one yet to go up on the board. End of the over then, 111 bowled in this Kent first innings, 305 for 9.
Neil's just sent me a message to say loving this Cummins assault. Hope that it's not too cold up north here in Leeds. Insert joke here.
And we're at sort of that score. It's around about what Stephen Patterson was suggesting was a par score, really. 280 to 300.
Yeah, Zach Crawley said 300 would be ahead of the game.
Oh, ahead of the game.
Yeah, and Kent, I don't think Kent were confident overnight of getting to this score, but we've seen some
interesting batting.
Well, it's been great, hasn't it? Cummins has enjoyed himself. Marcus O'Riordan has batted very properly. Neil saying getting a last fix of cricket before starting back to work on Monday. Don Bess about to bowl to Quinn. Wonder if he's going to play in a similar way. Pushes this one out towards extra cover. We saw him backing away to Olivier. I suspect that might be Olivier's a bit quick for Matt Quinn potentially. Haven't seen much of him batting wise. Only when he's played for Essex against Kent.
I keep backing away in the commentary box when he bowls it.
Seeing him bowling. Don Bess clipped away to mid-wicket, no run. It's the off spinner. In once more, Black back to him, and there is the wicket. Gordon bowled Don Bess. Matt Quinn goes for just 1. So Cummins ends 28 not out. Misses out on the chance to get his first class best. All he needed was another blow to the boundary and would have been there. But Quinn trying to just force it off the back foot, pushes it back down the pitch. Kent are all out for 305, with Don Bess taking the last wicket and Matt Quinn caught and bowled.
Yep, so Yorkshire will be pleased to wrap that up fairly quickly, the last 2 wickets at least. But of course that partnership for the 9th wicket, well, who knows how much damage it might do in the longer term in this game. 60 runs for it. The Yorkshire tail has been famously wagging as well on a few occasions already this season. So in terms of the match situation, 305 all out first up. We're thinking around about par, maybe just over. But it's not a crushing score for the side who are going out to bat second, but it's certainly offering encouragement for the bowling side as well. They've got something to bowl at here in conditions that, well, not been too bad this morning for batting, given what we saw yesterday and given what we saw last week against Northamptonshire. But there's always that offering of a little bit of something for the bowlers when the clouds are overhead. Interesting situation. There are still 79.5 overs to go in the day. We'll take a quick break between innings here because they are due, of course, to play on until 1:10 in this morning session. So we'll be back with you in a few minutes' time when we'll wrap up all the Yorkshire bowling figures. Welcome back then from Emerald Headingley. Players about to go back out onto the field for Yorkshire's response to Kent's 305 all out. And thanks to Jeff. Of course, I wasn't looking at the overs when I mentioned that Yorkshire hadn't got a third bowling bonus point. They haven't, because of course the wicket fell in the 111th over, the 9th Kent wicket. So 2 bonus points for Yorkshire with the ball and 3 with the bat for Kent. Those Yorkshire bowling figures. Ben Code, 22 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 53 on his return to first team action. Jordan Thompson, 23 overs, 11 maidens, 2 for 41. Bowled well. Stephen Patterson, 21 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 58. Dwan Olivier, 18 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 77. Dominic Bess, 22.3 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 56. Just that last wicket there of Matt Quinn. Harry Brook, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2, and Joe Root 1 over for 6. Bowtie Man also says, whilst you were offline from commentary, your Kent colleague talked of the 1968 Headingley Test. Illingworth got 6 wickets. I'm just throwing that one out there. Wasn't party to that conversation, was out of the room. And Jeff also says, I think the Yorkshire player killed in the war was Headley Verity. Incidentally, my mother's maiden name was Orange. Graham startled. There are not many oranges around William of, and of course the racehorse that is named after Graham, Mr. Orange, who's won 10 times in total, 10 times at Pontefract, is it, or most of those at Pontefract? 10 times a winner. Have you got a racehorse named after you, Ben?
No.
No, neither have I.
Kent card, 4 for Bell Drummond, 20 Cox, 90 Crawley, 3 Denley, 47 Leaning, 38 Robinson, 9 Stevens, 40 O'Riordan, 9 Gilchrist, 28 not out for Cummins, and 1 for Quinn. We've had some correct answers on the 1968 Ashes test from Michael, from Ed, and I think David's got there eventually. 2 captains were both injured, who were the regular captains in Laurie and Cowdrey. They were replaced by Jarman and Graveney, and it was their only tests as captain in the same game. Thank you very much for posing that, Graham. And then a few of you pointing out that Yorkshire did indeed not get a third bowling bonus point. They were 4 balls too late in the 111th over. That 9th wicket fell, so it's 3-2 on the bonus points.
Yep, unusual for Yorkshire to miss out on the bowling bonus points front. But there you go. So Miguel Cummins looks like he's going to open from the Emerald stand end. Will he be playing a bit of chin music with the opening pair, having received a blow or 2 of his own?
Yeah, he hasn't opened the bowling, I don't think, for Kent so far this season. But with the injury to Matt Milnes, he will be at one end and Stevens the other. He's in from the Emerald stand end, bowling a good ball across the stumps to the left-handed Lythe, who lets it go, shouldering arms. 4 slips in play for Kent. Robinson the keeper. It's Cox, Crawley, Leaning and O'Riordan, with Denley at point, with Stevens at long leg, Bell Drummond and Quinn, I'm assuming, at mid-off. Might be Gilchrist, one or the other. I haven't managed to differentiate between Gilchrist and Quinn just yet. One's at square leg, or mid-wicket as it's form wide outside the off stump, and it's a no ball actually from Miguel Cummins. A signal by umpire Hartley. I think it's Gilchrist at mid-off and Quinn mid-wicket. I might be wrong. But Lythe, having scored a century at Canterbury and a 90.
97.
97. He deserved a ton first innings as well, back gloriously. Trying to add to those scores against Kent here with Cummins. He's got the bit between his teeth after his batting effort, driven out towards wide mid-off. As you will no doubt have heard a few times on commentary this season, it's quite hard to actually tell which Kent fielders are who, because although their shirts have squad numbers on, they have these cable knit jumpers that do not have the squad numbers. So unless you're like me and you watch them every week and you know where people tend to field, sometimes it can be quite hard to identify a fielder. As Cummins is in, that's a sharp delivery outside the off stump. Left alone. I think a few Kent fans would say they've been slightly underwhelmed by Cummins so far this year. He's looked slightly down on pace. Maybe he's not really had a pre-season as such and has needed a few games to kind of get him into his rhythm, and as a result hasn't been particularly prolific with the wickets so far as Kent's big overseas fast bowling hope. But this has been a livelier first over, I would suggest. Seems pumped up. 3 balls he's bowled so far. Into Lyth on the leg stump, clipped away through mid-wicket. Drummond chasing. It's just going to be 1. It's the Kent captain, or standing captain at least, for another couple of weeks. Does the fielding. Sam Billings yesterday put something up on his Instagram about how he's allowed half an hour in the car park because he's at a hotel quarantining in Heathrow or Gatwick or one of the two. And yeah, so they're allowed half an hour time in the car park. It's like you're in jail and you can go out and for your half an hour exercise in the courtyard or whatever. It's not exactly a particularly glamorous lifestyle at the moment for those quarantining coming back from the IPL.
Not the best.
Coming to 4 slips end, first time to the right hander. Back goes Kohler Cadmore to nudge this out towards mid wicket.
Yeah, so just over 10 minutes before lunch. Batsman a chance to just get a little impression of the pitch and hopefully first and foremost survive this little spell.
Yeah, tricky little period for the batsman. Not loads to gain. Whereas Kent would love a couple of cheap scalps, as this one's on the hip of Kohler Cadmore. Steers this away. Darren Stevens has already taken his jumper off, ready for his over, as scampering to his left to do the fielding. Couple of runs. So Kohler Cadmore up and running. Yorkshire 5 without loss after the opening over. A no ball, a single from Lyth, and a 2 for Tom Kohler Cadmore.
Yes, who will be keen again for runs. Tom Kohler Cadmore made his highest score of the season last week in the match against Northamptonshire, 42. And just going through his scores, if you like, since he made 165 not out in the drawn game down at Edgbaston, the final match of the 2019 season. He's had 41, 24, 21, 0, 0, 18, 0, 23 not out, 11, 4, 14, 3, 17, 21, and then that 42. So, talked to him about his role, and he still very much sees himself as Yorkshire's opening batsman, but he'll want to score, having gone without a half century since September 2019. Good delivery from Darren Stevens, who's opening the bowling for Kent at this Kirkstall Lane end.
Bang on it,
away
first
from
ball.
Adam Lyth.
Crikey, Stevens. Beauty. First up, Phil says it's looking like a good contest this. Shame weather's likely to intervene at the weekend.
Yeah, it is. It's a strange one, that, isn't it? There's that element of foreboding about the weather. Stevens in, and this time it's a loosish delivery. Adam Lyth whacks it to point. Now, Stevens has his hands on his hips with the double teapot, suggesting that that was a chance. Not sure if it was or if it was played into the ground.
Yeah, I thought it was played into the ground. Would have been a bit of a regulation chance. It was Denley as well, moving to his left and got both hands on it.
Just waiting for the replay to pop up on the stream. No, I think he picked it up off the bounce, and I think that was a genuine chance. And I think Adam Lyth has been dropped on 1. Looked like he hit it after the pitch. Here is Stevens into the right-handed Kohler Cadmore, who plays soft hands out into the gully region. There's no run.
It was only Stevens that reacted like that. Nobody else did, which is why I didn't think it was necessarily a potential wicket. But yeah, Stevens sort of with the double teapot, like you say, scratching his head. Definitely carried, didn't it? Had to move sharply away to his left then, Lee. But yeah, it's definitely in the air. Seeing the replay, it's Lyth, as you say, Jonathan, dropped. Fourth slip / gully goes in.
Yeah, he was out first ball of the match, of course, against Northamptonshire last week. We just got a ball around about fourth stump and just got the inside edge onto his cannoned onto his stumps. Stevens' next delivery is watched by TKC, and there is no run. So out early last week and could have gone for just the one here, Adam Lyth. So he has a life. Be keen to make the most of that. 3 slips and a gully wait. There's a point, big gap through the covers, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and the long leg is about 20 yards stroke meters in from the boundary. Dot ball next up. Kohler Cadmore behind that one. So 1 ball left in this Darren Stevens over. Here he is again, good delivery, just leaves Tom Kohler Cadmore, who's playing at thin air, trying to get forward and drive, but he misses getting a nick. So new ball, not easy, 6 without loss, both batsmen 2 apiece, 2 overs gone. Graham's back.
Yeah, it's a good start by Kent here. They're testing the Yorkshire batsmen. As you say, it's a new ball, it's moving around a bit, so they're having to concentrate really hard out there. And they're going to have to fight for their runs here. I think they'll be disappointed that Kent get to just over 300.
Yep, long way to go, and we hope that forecast changes tomorrow, and that it's not as bad as it's been predicted all week. You never know. Cummins over the wicket to Lyth, slanting that across the left-hander, who shoulders arms. We'll have an update for BBC Radio Humberside coming up in a few minutes' time, just before they go off for lunch, and then one straight after that for BBC Radio York. Stand by your beds.
Yes, I hope they've got the forecast slightly wrong, because I'm umpiring tomorrow at Driffield and the Yorkshire Wolds.
Well, it could be Dripfield, I think, tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
Cummins then, Emerald stand end, passes umpire Hartley, bowls to Lyth, who shoulders arms to a delivery again, slanted across him.
What's the connection with the 2 Yorkshire, well, one of the Yorkshire batsmen out there in Driffield?
He played for them.
Kohler Cadmore.
Yep. Lily hoping that Adam Lyth continues his good form with the bat. Well, here he is facing up to Cummins, who bowls in one just short of length, drops it into the pitch.
Yeah, it's a testing time this for Yorkshire, because obviously they've started their first innings with lunch very imminent, so they've Kent's got nothing to lose by just going very hard at these Yorkshire batsmen now.
So Cummins turns, and in he comes to Adam Lyth, again slanted across him, and the left-hander not tempted to play a shot. We have Humberside on the phone, so it won't be long before we do this update. Zach Crawley at slip, just explaining to Jack Leaning, who's next to him at third, the rudiments of a moving cricket ball by the looks of things. Here's Cummins coming in again. Lyth waits. That's a better delivery from Cummins. Asks the batsman to play. We're probably angled in and around about off stump, and Lyth solidly behind it.
Yeah, of course, Lyth has been in very good form for Yorkshire this season, and there's talk of him possibly playing for England as well. Maybe again.
Cummins turns. And Lythe waits, last ball of this over. And again slanted across the left-hander. And there is no run. So he's on 2, Kohler Cadmore on 2. 6 without loss after 3 overs. And Yorkshire, well, 299 behind in the early stages of this, their response to Kent's 305 all out. Rugby League news at the moment on BBC Radio Humberside. Brett Hodgson over at Hull FC, ahead of their weekend game. Any second now we'll be getting queued in, as Darren Stevens is in from the Kirkstall Lane end, and that is worked in front of square by Kohler Cadmore, but there's no run. Here we go. Yeah, Yorkshire just in the early moments of their first innings, having finally dismissed Kent for 305 around about 20 minutes ago. Wickets this morning. Gilchrist falling bowled by Jordan Thompson spectacularly for 9. O'Riordan made a good 40 before being bowled by Dwan Olivier. And the last man out was Matt Quinn, caught and bowled by Dominic Bess for 1. 3 wickets then for Ben Code, 2 for Jordan Thompson and for Stephen Patterson, 1 apiece for Olivier, Bess and Brooke. And Adam Lythe already dropped by Joe Denley at point for this Yorkshire early moments of their first innings, as I say. So in response to that 305 all out, they're 6 without loss after 3 overs and 3 balls. There we go, with BBC Humberside. More to come from York in a few minutes' time, but we'll be breaking for lunch. What's in the lunchbox, Graham?
Oh, a couple of sandwiches and a banana, an apple, etc., etc.
Food of champions, no doubt. 3 slips and a gully weight as Stevens is coming in again to Kohler Cadmore, who pushes that ball up to Cummins at mid-on. There's no run.
Yes, they're obviously playing for lunch now, rightly so. 6 without loss. It's imperative that they don't lose a wicket now.
Yeah, they'll say nothing stupid, just like we do up in the commentary box. Nothing stupid before lunch now.
Nice
Don't play a rash shot.
Nice and steady.
Here's Stevens in and Kohler Cadmore shouldering arms. There's no run. No rash comments just before lunch. You see, Ben's already, he's got off strike. He's standing at the back of the box with a big beam on his face. He's not worried about conditions at the moment.
You know, Stevens really asks questions of the batsman, doesn't he? You know, is there or thereabouts, and bowling to Kohler Cadmore.
Yeah, who's fishing at this one? He's pushing forward down the line, and good delivery from Darren Stevens leaves the Yorkshire opening batsman when he could so easily have got a feather on that. 6 without loss after 4.
Yeah, good delivery, and I think this could be the last over before lunch.
Michael Dennison, good afternoon to you. Thanks for the mention of the great Paul Gibb.
Yes.
Cambridge Blue, captain Yorkshire on tour, great test average, blackballed by the MCC, ended up as a bus driver. Unusual man.
Yes, he was a bus driver in Guildford in Surrey.
Here's Cummins, that's slanted across Adam Lythe. No run. Adam Lythe, just a bit of gardening. I'm sure. Well, this over's going to take us to lunch, isn't it? Only a minute to go before the scheduled lunch break, so doesn't need to do that. You often get that, don't you? Last over. Is it going to be the last over this or not? We'll just have a walk down, pat down the pitch a little bit.
That's very cynical, isn't it?
Absolutely. Cummins in, Lythe shoulders arms, no run. It's the sort of thing that the great Premier League umpires see straight through, isn't it? I'm sure a firm word from a Graham Orange in the shell like of the batsman. Get on with it, son.
Yeah, get on with it. Absolutely.
What was your name again? I'm just about to compile my report back to the league here. 4 left in the morning session. Cummins into Lythe, who's not asked to play a shot again here. And you'd think, wouldn't you, last over before lunch, you'd want to bowl, even if you conceded a few runs, you'd want to be asking the batsman to play at 6 deliveries, really.
Yeah.
Just get him using the blade.
Yeah, you got to make the batsman play, haven't you, in the last over before lunch. Anything could happen if that's the case. It's, you never know.
So coming in again from the Emerald stand end. Cloud cover at the moment as he's delivering one that arrives at lithe around the hip area, and a nice effortless flick down to fine leg brings him a single. 3 to him, 7 without loss, 2 remaining in the morning session. And of course the fielder's switching around from reacting to the lefty switch to the righty at the crease. Tom Kohler-Cadmore back on strike.
It's always a good combination, isn't it? Your opening batsman, one a right-hander, one a left-hander, isn't it? Because it just makes the bowlers having to, change their line and maybe their length. They don't like doing it. Or coming round the wicket.
Yeah, now they've put a 4th slip in here. The Kohler-Cadmore brought a man across to mid-wicket. They've now left deep backward square, long leg vacant. Big gap through the covers as well. Will he try and get Kohler-Cadmore to drive here? Well, it's out there. A little bit of pace about that delivery from Cummins, but again, too wide to interest Kohler-Cadmore in playing a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one more ball to Kohler-Cadmore to survive, and Yorkshire will go in without loss. I hope that's not the commentator's curse as far as Yorkshire are concerned.
You betcha. Here is Cummins then, setting off for the final time of this session, and this time he does ask Kohler-Cadmore to play. Pushed into the offside, no run, and that will bring to an end this morning's session then, which began at 10 minutes past 11 with Kent on 224 for 7 after they'd finished on that last night following a little bit of rain. Gilchrist with 9, O'Riordan with 40 and Quinn with 1. The 3 dismissed batsmen. Miguel Cummins was not out on 28, agonisingly close to his highest first-class score. So 2 bowling bonus points for Yorkshire. They didn't manage to take the 9th wicket within the allotted time. 3 batting bonus points for Kent. And Ben Coad with 3 wickets. 2 apiece for Jordan Thompson and Steve Patterson were the real features with the ball for Yorkshire. Adam Lyth already dropped by Joe Denley at point when he was on 1. And at lunch, in response to Kent's 305 all-out Yorkshire, 7 without loss after 5 overs. We'll have more ball-by-ball coverage in just under 40 minutes' time. But from Graham, from Ben, and yours truly, it's goodbye for now.
When I first started,
How many people did you play in front of? 4? How many people did you play in front of?
right, movement,
Yeah.
17,000.
17. Yeah. And then to not be able to, that arm that everyone cheered, that bowled, and now not to be able to raise it or use it to hold a drink. What does that do to your head? When I met Iggy when he was a coach at a school, it was brilliant. The kids loved him. They were just swarming around him at all times. There was just this little swarm of kids followed you around, didn't they? Iggy, Iggy. So, yeah, to be cut down to one room in a hospital bed and the only people you see all day are carers, I can't tell you how flat and grim that makes you feel. That's emotional. You just don't know when anything's going to happen. You just You just don't. Iggy's strokes, we'd been preparing for brain tumour, and to have 2 massive strokes out the blue, unpredictable, it just sweeps your life away in seconds. Had no idea about the PCA or the PCT or any of it really, until we really needed them, and then suddenly there were all these people calling up and, can we do anything, can we help, this is who we are, this is what we do. You know, even though I wasn't there at the Oval and cheering on your wickets, and you know that they're just like, no, well, you're part of Iggy's family and we want to look after you. It just makes life possible, and otherwise in a very miserable situation it wouldn't have been possible.
Just a big
Reassuring. Weight off your mind. Is that what you're going to say? Big weight off your mind. Got a young daughter. A daughter that Iggy didn't think he'd be able to have because of all his treatment, and that was quite a process. But she's only just at the age now, she's 7, where she's seeing pictures around and, Mummy, was Daddy famous? Mummy, did Daddy do this? Oh, and one of the amazing carers found some old footage of him playing on YouTube and got it all up. And she's like, Beth, come and look at this. She's like, Daddy, is that you? Because he had a moustache and mullet, and so she's very impressed, isn't she, by it all. You don't know when this stuff's going to happen. None of this is lifestyle. He got a brain tumour, not because he drank or smoked or drove badly, or he got a brain tumour because he got dealt a rubbish hand. And then he had a stroke, and then he had another stroke. I mean, so it could happen to anybody. We just get help in a way that we couldn't have fathomed possible, because I've had to give up work to look after you, haven't I? We got the stair lift, because helping him upstairs physically on my own was physically tough, and if I wasn't feeling very good or very strong that day, then it meant Iggy couldn't leave his room. It was that simple. He just couldn't come out of his room, and now I can come out and come downstairs, and we've got this beautiful view, and this is such a lovely sort of healing place to be, isn't it? It just means that we have a life and we're not just existing, and that Iggy can really enjoy things. And when everything's really hard, the Professional Cricketers Trust make everything bearable and better, and their support and sense of family and help just means we can carry on. We're really, really grateful for everything, aren't we?
Welcome back from Emerald Headingley, where it is, of course, Yorkshire taking on Kent in this 5th round of Championship 2021 fixtures. Kent having been finally bowled out this morning for 305, and Yorkshire in response after 5 overs of their innings, 7 without loss at the lunch break. Adam Lyth 3, Tom Kohler-Cadmore on 2. Umpires back out, sun out at the moment as well. We've said plenty of times in the contest so far that the overheads are so important here at Headingley, and if you just get half an hour where the sun shines unbroken, it can make a fair bit of difference. It makes batting just a few degrees easier. Not easy at all when there is cloud cover overhead. Certainly hasn't been in this early part of the season. The 3rd home game, of course, now for the Tykes, having drawn against Glamorgan in the first, a match that they could well have lost, and then that dramatic 1-run success here against Northamptonshire, which was completed last Sunday afternoon. So 3 slips in place. It's going to be Darren Stevens to start at the Kirkstall Lane end then for this afternoon session. Richard Kettleborough signals that play can recommence. So here is Stevens, number 3 on his back, right arm over the wicket. Lyth gets an edge on that first ball, but played it with soft hands, and it bounced well short of 3rd slip, but a nice enough loosener from Darren Stevens. Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent with us, of course, throughout the contest, and joining me for this next little spell is Graham Orange, our 3rd voice for the day. Welcome back, G.
Thanks, Shady. Yeah, and that was a false shot from Lyth, wasn't it? First ball after lunch.
Yeah, hesitant, and this time he's trying to drive one that's probably a roundabout off stump, gets an inside edge on it. It's gone out down towards fine leg. Ollie Robinson round with the gloves on to do the fielding, and they got a single from that. So Lyth on to 4, 8 without loss.
Yeah, Stevens is getting the ball to nip around a little bit, as you would expect. And they need to build an innings now, Yorkshire.
Yeah, very much could do with some batting points here, especially if this one is going to end up petering out into a draw, and there's a lot of assumption about that. Weather forecasts can change, but it does look pretty bleak, doesn't it, tomorrow? Tom Kohler-Cadmore playing the full face of the blade here up to Cummins at mid-on. There's no run. You can only actually play assuming that there are 4 days remaining in the game. That's the way you've got to play at the moment. There's no point in doing anything else, and first and foremost Yorkshire have just got to put some runs on the board, get themselves in here, and if they can pick up some bonus points and it does get washed out, then if the results elsewhere are complete, it's just one of those things you can't do much about it. A bit like last season in the BWT. Stevens in, Kohler-Cadmore pushes it into extra cover. Daniel Bell Drummond fields, there's no run.
Yes, regarding the weather forecast, I mean, the downside is that we're not just talking about possible showers. It's a big front coming in, which is not good news. But you can only play to the conditions.
Here's Stevens again, and asking Kohler-Cadmore to play. Once more pushing up the pitch, no run.
But I think what you said could be right. The fact that, look, the sun is beating down at the moment. Although there's a lot of cloud in the sky, the sun's out. It could make batting a little bit easier this afternoon.
So, Stevens, last ball of the first over of this afternoon session, and again positive forward defensive push from Tom Kohler-Cadmore. So just the 1 run added to that lunchtime score. 8 without loss after 6. Lyth 4, Kohler-Cadmore 2. Russ Clark says, any idea why the Yorkshire versus Kent comms aren't on the BBC website? No, sorry about that, Russ, but hopefully you can hear. They certainly were on the website this morning, because I've got to test the stream before things get going, and you do that by just listening back to a little test that you do on the site itself. Sean the Brewer says, the last ball of the over from Steve-O, as I believe you say in your neck of the woods, they were too good for thee. That was presumably before lunch. Sean, but there you go. Got that one in for you. They were too good for thee. Aye, happened. So,
Who's this bowling now?
Lythe pushing forward to this first delivery from Matt Quinn. Loan, of course, from Essex. Sweatband on his left wrist as he bustles his way back to his mark to come in once again then from the Emerald stand end. Again, cloud cover just at this moment in time. He's bowling right arm round the wicket to Lythe. Well, he went into that and then was pulling his bat away as he got a bottom contact on it. It's gone to gully, come third slip, but not dissimilar to the delivery that that got him out last week, that it cannoned onto his stumps. Just be careful with that.
Yeah, his Quinn's bowling right arm round the wicket. A lot of bowlers do that now to left-handers, don't they? And I'm not quite sure why. Well, I know the reason why, but it's cutting out his options for LBW, isn't he? I always think that way, anyway.
Here he is again, Quinn, and again an inside edge from Adam Lythe. Didn't know much about that. He's got it away backward of square leg, but that went between the inside edge of his bat and across the face of the stumps. And again, on another day, that could have brought his end. So it could have been out about 3 times already, Adam Lythe, and he's got the 5 on the board.
Absolutely, yeah. He's living a bit of a charmed life. He certainly should have been out when he was 1, when he was dropped by Denley.
Neil Dutton says Darren Stevens is making it look easier as he gets older, and here I am, a man who pulls a muscle every time I reach for another biscuit. Hardly seems fair. Here is Quinn once again, and Kohler Cadmore pushing to mid-on where Cummins fields. No run, so you can get in touch with us on Twitter on @BBC Kent Sport or @Jonathan Doidge, and on email BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com and kentcricket@gmail.com.
Yes, a fairly orthodox field for Quinn.
Yep, Ringfield, 3 slips, just 1 man out and down at long leg, and he's in and bowls to Kohler Cadmore. A little bit of evidence of maybe a bit of nip off the seam in towards the right-hander who turned it to mid-wicket. No run.
Notice he's bowling very close to the stumps. When he's bowling over the wicket, of course, to the right-hander.
Would he be having a word there as the umpire?
I just looked and I thought, well, he must be near the protected area there.
Here he comes again. Quinn into Kohler Cadmore, thinking about turning it onto the leg side, but can't get the contact he wants. Has got his back to us, so difficult to see exactly where it hit him, but it dropped into the pitch and no harm done. End of the 7th over, Yorkshire 9 without loss. Lythe 5, Kohler Cadmore 2.
Yes, they're battling hard, these 2 opening batsmen. Of course they should. They need to get right back into this game, Yorkshire.
Yeah, I've just got to say I'm struggling a little bit. I've got brain ache after the lunch break where Graham was testing Ben and myself on a variety of ways to be dismissed off any sort of delivery that you can care to mention. Here comes Stevens into the left-handed Lythe, who pushes back to the bowler. No run. Very, very. I need to lie down, I think, after that.
It wasn't that bad. Come on.
How many ways can you get out off a wide when it's a Tuesday in January and the temperature is -3? I think that was question 1, and I struggled after that. Stevens in. Lythe pushes into the offside. No run.
I noticed that your eyes glazed over at times, JD.
No, the yawn was just, I was just genuinely
that was
tired.
That was the real giveaway. Yeah, okay. It's a bit of fun.
Certainly is. Stevens, orange soles on his boots, the old boy, and he's got this one in at Adam Lythe's front pad as an appeal. You'd have thought the way he's played that and the way the ball went, which was down the leg side, prompting Robinson to step across to his right and sweep up, that it was either pitching outside leg anyway or going down leg. The umpire agrees. He's sitting in a great position, Graham, as well. He's to my right, which is further away from straight than I am as we look at the pitch. But he's definitely given that not out.
Well, that hit the pad, didn't it?
If anybody's listening in from Driffield Cricket Club, I'd be very, very worried about tomorrow. Lythe is in, and Stevens is in. Lythe turns that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Driffield against
Woodhouse Grange.
Woodhouse Grange.
Yeah.
Was it Woodhouse Grange? You said to me you don't like a few of their lads, that they're middle order. Is that right? You're going to shoot them
you're
out?
Stirring it now. They're all good lads.
I thought you said he's definitely got a ball with his name on it. Stevens in, and Lythe pushes into the covers, and there is no run.
Well, the captain of Woodhouse Grange, Jonathan Finch, who played for Yorkshire Seconds.
Yeah, you said you've got some unfinished business with him, didn't you? I think. Is he the one you're going to say as he's walking out to bat? Don't let your pads on. It's Stevens to Lythe, who's driven through the covers this time. He's going to pick up 4 here, no question about that, even though it skips off a rough patch at the wicket end. Although you'd have to say, by his standards, he clearly didn't time that as well as he might, but he's picked up 4. He's on 9, and Yorkshire are 13 without loss after 8.
Yes, that's the... Is that the first boundary, or is it the second? Anyway.
Probably.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, good shot. As you say, he didn't quite time it, did he? But it was enough on the ball to get to the boundary.
So it's going to be Quinn. Quinn to continue. We'll have Ben with us fairly soon. I think he's got a 2 o'clocker, updating those of the southeast. Here is another such person from the southeast. Essex on loan to Kent. Quinn into Kohler Cadmore, who drops that into the leg side. No run. Not a lot in the way of breeze around at Headingley today. So when the sun is out, it tends to be for a little while, because the what cloud there is fairly slow moving. Bit of greenery around, of course. Nature awakening. Trees away to our right over the top of the western terrace as Kohler Cadmore shoulders arms to this next Quinn delivery, and there's no run.
Yeah, that wasn't up too far off the stump there. Shouldered arms, and it was fairly close. All the slits went up.
2 types of leave. 2 types of leave.
Well, yeah, I suppose so.
A good one, and a not quite so good one. We'll go with the former for that. Kohler Cadmore waits, Quinn in again, and that was similarly well left, wide of off stump.
Yeah, I mean, regarding Quinn bowling, I mean, it's his first game for Kent, having come on loan from Essex, so he'll be wanting to do well in this match, won't he?
Certainly will. Trying to impress and play some county championships on first team cricket. Here he is again over the wicket, and Kohler Cadmore solidly forward. Tom Kohler Cadmore, presumably you've probably triggered him on a few occasions, have you, in the past?
No, I only had him in one match for Driffield, and he scored a century.
Oh.
Yeah, and he batted really well.
But at which point you said, I've seen enough, son, that's out.
No.
Here is Quinn again from the Emerald stand end. Kohler Cadmore pushes into the offside. There's no run. I did once. I was once at a game. I wasn't playing in it, but watching a junior match years ago, and I can remember somebody being struck on the pad, and the umpire from our club's team So, our umpire, if you like, you get junior game, you got one from each side, gave him out without an appeal. Just raised his finger and he ended up in tears. Said, nobody appealed. Okay, you're out. That's it's knocking all 3 out, son. Here comes Quinn into Cola Cadmo, who's got thickish outside contact on it. We'll give him the benefit that he might have opened the face. Hard to tell from here. It's gone just wide of the cordon, and they've got through for 2. So he's on to 4. Lythe on 9. 15 without loss. You can email us actually, or you can send us in your tweets at BBC Kent Sport, at Jonathan Doidge, kentcricket@gmail.com, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Whether it be watching county cricket or whatever standard it is, what bizarre decisions have you seen from umpires? Well, we've got an umpire in our presence today. What have you seen? So I've just said that an umpire gave his own team's player out without an appeal, LBW. Anything similar, folks? Let us know.
Obviously that shouldn't be given out. There's got to be an appeal for an LBW.
Quite right. Stevens into Lythe, who tries to glance this one that Stevens just misdirects down the leg side, but the batsman can't get anything on it. Good to hear from you, Rambo. Paul Ramsden has messaged in as well. I was being asked about Put St Lawrence under 13s last night. He says similar story for Lightcliffe over there on the Halifax side of Bradford. Stevens in, and that is fading away down the leg side of Adam Lythe once again. He says Lightcliffe, the under 11s but at Hartshead Moor, under 13s away at East Byerley, and at home to North Oran Fields. All were curtailed at the end of the first innings, with Lightcliffe looking well set in all 3. It's always the way in it as well when the rain comes.
Oh yeah.
You're always going to win. Good club Lightcliffe, certainly developing junior cricketing talent. Stevens is in, pushed back up the pitch by Adam Lythe, and there's no run.
Question for you: can the square leg umpire, or the batter's end umpire, give a batswoman out LBW?
But virtue of the fact that you've asked the question, it must be yes. Stevens in, and Lythe tucks it into the leg side, no run.
You can, but it's got to be a certain incident.
It's got to be a certain incident.
Yeah. And it's linked to what you said about the being given out LBW without an appeal. I'll give you the scenario in a second or two.
Stevens in, Lythe back and across. He's got a nick on this, and it has dropped short of one of the slips, who were both diving, converging on it, first and second, that is. Zach Crawley is at second. Jordan Cox at first slip, not quite sure whose chance it was really, on seeing it at the first glance. See if we can pick that up on the replay, which is just in now. Yeah, it's dropping short of Jordan Cox, so Zach Crawley dives across him, and it also looks like it might have dropped short of his outstretched right arm. Nice shot here from Adam Lythe, over pitching Darren Stevens, round about middle stump, middle and leg maybe, and whipped away beautifully by Lythe. Drew straight mid-wicket for 4. 13 to him, 19 without loss after 10.
Yeah, they'll feel a lot better after that shot, Lythe. That was a shot full of authority.
So, you're going to fill us in on the details?
Yeah.
A million people are watching the stream with bated breath.
This is the
listening
scenario.
to the broadcast.
It's the last ball of an over, and the batsman sits on the pad. You as the umpire would have given him out, but there's no appeal. So you can't give him out, so you call over. Okay? You go to square leg.
Quinn into Cola Cadmore, who thinks about a single with a little push into the leg side, but no run.
So you've called over, you go to square leg, the start of another over. But if an appeal comes in before the next bowler begins his run-up, you can give him out. Yes, you can. You'd be very brave to do so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, minor technicalities there, but I'm sure you've done it.
I haven't done it, no.
Come on. Here's Quinn into Cola Cadmore, who opens the face and just runs it out to point where Denley fields, no run.
Another question for you. When does a batsman's innings begin?
Ben, over to you.
Not quite.
Here's Quinn coming in. Cola Cadmore driving up to extra cover. Bell Drummond fields. Didn't really get the full ticket, full shilling on that one. Tom Cola Cadmore, no run.
You've got to differentiate between an opening batsman, or opening batsmen, and another batsman.
So the opening batsman's innings presumably starts when the umpire calls play.
Correct.
Oh, I got one right. Thank you very much. That's it now. Thank you very much. That's it from me. Thank you. Bye. Quinn coming in to Cola Cadmore again. And has he got an inside nick on this one? There's a half-hearted appeal. No real conviction about it, but certainly passes the bat by the inside edge. Good delivery from Quinn.
Yeah, that went straight through him, didn't it? And that's why at the start of a match, opening batsmen come out, and if it starts raining before you call play, so you come off, 2 new opening batsmen can go in.
That's an interesting rule. I wonder if it's ever been used. Here comes Quinn into Cola Cadmore, solidly behind it, back to the bowler, no run.
And what about the other batsman from number 3 downwards?
Well, it's either the obvious answers to that, and I'm giving you multiple guess responses here. I mean, I've scored a lot of cricket matches, but I think I used to write down in the scorebook that the incoming batsman's innings started at the point the last one's finished. That's the way I wrote. Not saying I'm right, but I seem to remember writing it down that way. Quinn in. Cola Cadmore opens the face and pushes it out into the offside, no run. So I'm guessing that if I did that, that's probably somebody who was playing at the time when I first started to score told me that that was the right way to do it. I don't know, but anyway, so it's either that or it was when they cross. Is it when they cross maybe, or is it when he just receives his first delivery then?
No, it's when he steps onto the field of play.
Right.
And that's why once he stepped on, you can't change the batter. You can't go back and. Once he stepped onto the field of your number 3, 4, 5, 6, when they've stepped onto the field of play to go in, that's when their innings begins. Yeah.
Okay. So there would have been some inaccuracies in my scorebook then, because clearly if somebody's dismissed at 2:02,
well, yeah,
by the time the next guy walks out and the clock's flipped over to 2:03, but I can't think of anybody in amateur cricket who would be scoring a game where they're actually watching what happens when the next bloke in crosses the boundary rope in terms of the time. Stevens in, and Lyth shoulders arms to the first delivery of this 12th over of Yorkshire's innings. They're 19 without loss.
Don't forget, of course, you can be another way to be dismissed is you can be timed out, and so therefore the new batsman has got to be at the crease ready to receive the delivery within 3 minutes of the previous batsman being dismissed.
Stevens into Lyth, who's pulling his bat away from this, no run.
Or if the new batsman is the non-striker, then he's ready to assume his non-striking role within 3 minutes. That's why I thought that Miguel Cummins was testing the boundaries there when he walked into Kent's innings.
Stevens to Lyth. Again, not asked to play a shot. That was shaping back in towards the left-hander and drew a gasp from the slip cordon, which numbers 3 still. Joe Denley at point. There's a man at cover, mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and then a big gap between he and long leg. Nobody's square on the leg side. Stevens in, and Lyth. Well, he's just pushing that into the covers, and yeah, nobody's square on the leg side, so Darren Stevens is definitely going to have to keep it away from Adam Lyth's legs as he plays. Well, he plays well all around the wicket, doesn't he? But a particularly strong area for him is square on the leg side. You just see him now pinging that ball for 6 when he gets the opportunity. He is just a classic left-hander on the pull. Stevens in, and Lyth again getting one outside off stump, and once more watching it go by. Andy says he was once given out in a school team game by the other school's PE teacher when, as a non-striking batsman, he was struck on the shoulder by his partner's shot and caught by the bowler. Given out on 95, and the rationale was I was the last batsman to hit it. Stevens in. Lyth opens the face, pushes it to Denley at point. No run, concluding the 12th over of this Yorkshire innings. They are still 19 without loss.
Well, the batter can be out caught off the other batsman's body if he's caught, because the ball's still live, it's out.
What a painful way to go for your batting partner as well. He'd have felt it just as much as you, I'm sure, Andy. So, at the moment, Yorkshire have survived the first 5 overs before lunch, have played a further 7 after it, have added 12 more runs to that lunchtime, 7 without loss. It's not easy going at the moment. We've got the pitch currently in the shadow of 1 or 2 grey clouds overhead. And here is Quinn into Cola Cadmore, who opens the face and runs this wide of the slip cord, and is not going to pick up 4 through the vacant third man area because Joe Denley has pulled the ball in well short of the rope, but they get back for a comfortable 2.
Yeah, they're keeping the pressure on the Yorkshire batsmen here, as they should do, and they're making Yorkshire earn every run here. Interesting part of the game, this really is.
In comes Quinn. Cola Cadmore pushes to Cummins at mid-on. No run. Wonder if Peter Hartley's testing the players out there, or Richard Kettlebrew, you know, if you catch this and he's run halfway down the pitch and he takes a side step to his right onto that blade of grass, can I give him out from here at square leg?
You mock.
You misunderstand me, Mr. Orange. Andy says sadly he was the non-striker. Quinn's next delivery sees Cola Cadmore pull the bat inside the line. More passing aviation, not quite over the top this time, Ben. You see, you got a good sighter of that. We've not seen an aircraft before. No. Just looking at it, a bit excited, really.
We've not seen many today, have we? With him being locked down or whatever, it's very few flights.
Quinn turns. He's got a bustling sort of a run-up, and that's a short of length delivery and crashed away through point by Tom Cola Cadmore. Played it nicely, given the opportunity. Get the arms free. That'll take him into double figures, and Yorkshire to 25 without loss.
Yeah, good shot there. It was, I mean, the ball deserved it really. It was short outside the off stump and hit square on the offside for 4 by Tom Cola Cadmore.
Peter Hartley just had a look at the footmarks there on Quinn's follow through. Cola Cadmore turns that into the leg side, and yeah, just I think he might have just had a little word. He didn't advance down and have a close look.
Yeah, he is close, that protected area. There's no question about that, and so he's probably had a word in his ear.
1 ball left in the 13th. Here comes Quinn with purpose once again, and that is just wide of Cola Cadmore's off stump and too short to trouble the furniture, as it were. And he shoulders arms again. So end of the 13th now, 25 without loss.
Yes, it's they'll feel a bit better after that over Yorkshire, especially after Cola Cadmore hitting the 4.
Nicky says force of habit Proves a nice bit of rough for Simon Harmer. Not sure to what that's referring. But anyway, we can have a look at the scores from elsewhere between deliveries in this Darren Stevens over, because he's coming in now from the Kirkstall Lane end once again, and Adam Lyth with a lovely flick off his legs this time, and that has carried the boundary into the lower part of the northeast stand. I think I just said a few minutes ago that he was pretty strong square on the leg side. He's quite strong as well through mid-wicket.
That was a good shot, full of authority. In fact, he's quite dismissive of that delivery, wasn't he, really?
Yeah, but Darren Stevens is not of the pace that he can bowl that sort of delivery. It was just in the slot, wasn't it? And Adam Lyth, we know, we've seen him play that shot many times with the white ball, but also when it's not zipping around, as it doesn't appear to be just at the moment, even though we got cloud cover. Darren Stevens has faded a few down the leg side, but that looked pretty straight up and down and straight out of the ground as well. Throws it to Richard Kettleborough, asking him to have a look at it, and the umpire has a quick look at it and throws it straight back at the bowler, who's coming in to bowl to Lyth again. This one is better in the sense that it's not in the slot, it's just wide of off stump, and he's not tempted to have a second go. That 6 took him on to 19, 31 without loss Yorkshire. So let's have a look elsewhere at Leicestershire, who put themselves in a good position last week, then couldn't see it through. They're not doing badly either this time. 473 for 7, having won the toss and batted against Surrey. Stevens in, and Lyth shouldering arms. They'll be hoping to just do their damnedest to bat just the once in that game, presumably. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 343 all out. Worcestershire are now in and 38 without loss, trailing by 305. Just around about 14 overs into their first innings. At Lords, Middlesex 210 all out. Gloucestershire in response 107 for 4, trailing by 103 as Stevens is into Lyth and slants another one across him. Batsman not interested. At Old Trafford, of course, there was rain around in particular yesterday, so the game still only just about 65 overs old, and Glamorgan 190 for 6, having decided to bat, and won the toss and decided to bat. Northants leading by 270 against Sussex, who were all out for 106 yesterday. Northants 376 for 8. Stevens in to Lyth again, opening the face and pushing it to Denley at point. No run. And then at the bowl, Aegeus Bowl, Hampshire 79 all out, of course, yesterday. Somerset, well, very much taking control of that contest. 312 for 8, leading by 233. Trent Bridge, just to complete the roundup, Essex 99 all out. Notts made 323, and the champions are back in 16 without loss second time around, but a lot of work to do at Trent Bridge for them, as Stevens' last ball slanted across Lyth sees the batsman shoulder arms. Essex trailing by 208 in their second innings. They've got plenty of firepower in that batting lineup if they can get it right second time around, but clearly obviously chasing the game. And Notts on the back of, well, that first win in years.
Long time.
Last week,
yeah,
at Derby.
How were Lancashire doing, Jonathan?
Lancs, what did I say they were doing? They're in the field. Glamorgan 190 for 6, but they lost quite a bit of time yesterday due to precipitation. Quinn in. Cola Cadmore stands and turns and plays that to mid-wicket. No run. So a lot of batting to do here for Yorkshire. Not the easiest of conditions, as is the norm, really, isn't it? Here, unless we get a beautiful sunny day, it can look considerably easier if the sun shines and you've got a cloudless sky at Headingley. Darren Stevens will vouch for that after what happened here in 2019. Half-hearted appeal. Optimistic one from the slip cordon as Quinn's delivery from Cola Cadmore wrapped him. Well, he's bending gingerly as if it caught him round the front thigh pad area. Maybe just in that bit bottom of the thigh pad, top of the pad flap, which can often leave a bruise.
Yes, we've all had them.
Graham's wincing alongside. Going to Cola Cadmore, turning it to mid-wicket once again. No run.
The reason why I mentioned the Lancashire match is that I know there's a long way to go in this league, obviously, but would you say it's between Yorkshire and Lancashire? What's your view on that, Jonathan?
From what I've seen so far, yes. I think I'd have to say that. But Glamorgan have now got, for example, Marnus Labuschagne on the premises. Not going to be an easy man to get out for anybody. Although has been mention already of the Cardiff pitch in the commentary box during the last couple of days. Kent having experienced that.
Yes.
So, and of course Yorkshire down there next week. Slight change in the field. A straight mid-wicket being brought in a catching position. Jack leaning. He'd be about 3 strips to the leg side of where Tom Cola Cadmore is, and about the better part of 20 metres or yards off the bat. And that is into the batsman's midriff. Drops down into the leg side, no run. 2 left in the over. So a ring field. Yeah, so I mentioned his sort of purposeful run-up. There's something about it that he wants to get there to the crease and deliver the ball, as he does there to Cola Cadmore, who pushes it back up the pitch. There's no run. Some people just got that feeling about the hurry up, haven't they, as they approach the crease. Others, you think of somebody like a David Willey, who's got a sort of gentle, measured. It's like a jogging, really, isn't it? The last feels more like the last couple of strides.
As long as they accelerate into the bowling action.
Going into Cola Cadmore, who gets one round about leg stump and he's flicked it away backward of square. 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. Played it nicely. Takes him on to 14, 35 without loss, and that is the end of the 15th. Yeah, as long as they accelerate into the crease. Spoken like a true coach. And what would the coach have made of the shot?
Very good. Absolutely. Very good shot. Yeah, it's the different bowling techniques. I mean, I always like to watch Dale Steyn, the South African fast bowler, arms pumping right from the word go. Of course, and not everybody can bowl as fast as Dale Steyn. But it is a good role model to have for youngsters. I always say, watch, anyone wants to be fast, watch Dale Steyn.
Stevens coming over the wicket. Lyth with a lovely drive here, just leans on that, opens the face, and he's got it away through the covers. Again, the way it travelled suggested that he didn't time that as well as he might. There was no real zing about it, but it looked like it was 4 from the minute it beat the infield.
Yeah, and that's a trademark shot by Lyth, isn't it? Anything pitched up outside the off stump, it's put away, and that's the sign of a class batsman. What are your thoughts on Lyth possibly playing for England again?
Well, it's a question we've had many times already, as you can imagine, this season. I'm not sure I see it still at 33, with other younger players around. He waits again as Stevens comes in, and that's well wide of off stump, and Lyth watches with disdain as it disappears past him. 39 without loss. Yeah, I think he just needs to continue scoring sustained runs and putting his hand up. He says he wants to play.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He says he's keen to play.
Yeah.
He's not accepted that his chance has gone, but it's just my personal feeling. I just don't quite see it happening unless something else happens at the top of the order. As he flicks this next one to short mid-wicket, there's no run. You know, if there's a disastrous run of form in the early part of the season at the top, then and he's still scoring runs, then possibly. But I'm not really seeing it.
How old is he, you say? 31?
33.
33,
isn't he now?
Well, he's just in his prime, isn't he? So why can't he play for England again? You know.
Stevens in, and Lyth pushing forward and just picks up the right boot, the front toe, as if that jammed down onto it. Feeling that one slightly. Got an update to do in a moment for BBC Radio Leeds. So Lythwaite's back and across. Stevens in, and he's got this one miles up in the air, and underneath it is Miguel Cummins, and that is a very simple catch. And there you go, Adam Lyth. His England potential prospects being discussed, and he might have to go and think about that in the changing room, because he's been caught off the bowling of Darren Stevens for 23, and Yorkshire have lost their first wicket, 39 for 1. And disappointment then for Adam Lyth, who has played some nice shots, not timed many as well as he often does, which probably an indication of just trying to get used to this slightly slower pitch than we had here last week. He did, of course, ping one for 6 not long ago, but he's on his way now. Update time. Well, not looking quite as good for Yorkshire as it was a moment or two ago, because the opening batsman Adam Lyth, the man who's scored over 500 runs for Yorkshire this season and is their leading scorer, has just got out. He got underneath the delivery from the veteran 45-year-old Darren Stevens bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end, levered it miles up in the air, and Miguel Cummins, who was rapped on the head this morning by a delivery from Dwan Olivier, well, he certainly felt well enough to get underneath that and take a pretty comfortable catch. So Lyth, the first wicket down for 23. Tom Kohler-Cavmore is not out on 14, and Gary Balance has just walked out to the middle. This in response to Kent's 305 all out earlier today. Yorkshire then, almost 16 overs into their first innings, are 39 for 1 in reply. What's the weather like? Yeah, you like that one, don't you? Yeah, okay. I feel like I need to get myself a sort of weather chart up now and start doing all the things that, you know, maybe Carol would do on breakfast on a morning or something like that, Paul Hudson, for the locals. Well, the sun is shining at the moment, but it's one of those days very similar to yesterday, really. A bit of passing cloud overhead, so there's never sun for a massive amount of time, and the clouds not hanging around too long either. It's just in and out, I suppose, in that respect. It's a bit warmer, it's a bit milder, I can let you know that, than it was yesterday, which we're all definitely grateful for in the commentary box, I can promise you. Pleasure. Yeah, hopefully the weather will be a little bit better as well for Rima, our presenter back in the studio. She likes to throw in the weather question after the cricket, which is, I don't mind. Don't mind at all. So we've got a change of bowling here. It's going to be Nathan Gilchrist coming on from the Emerald stand end. Ben will be back in the chair after he's done his 2:30 update.
In fact, weather-wise, it's probably the best as it's been all day. It's nice sunshine down there on the pitch, on the field.
So, what can Nathan Gilchrist produce? But Gary Balance to face his first delivery. Gets one wide of off stump, shoulders, arms. Disappointment then for Yorkshire, because they were building. You wouldn't say there was a whole lot of major confidence about what you'd seen so far from the batsman. I think it just feels like one of those days, doesn't it, where you've got to work for your runs. It's a slow enough pitch. That's not going to help you as a batsman, particularly somebody like Adam Lyth. Gilchrist in again, slanted across the left-handed Gary Balance, no run.
Yeah, it was I was going to say a poor shot from Lyth. I mean, I think obviously it may have stuck in the pitch a little bit. And that may have deceived him, but it was, you know, for an opening batsman to get caught at, you know, mid-ons with a skyer, it wasn't good timing at all.
Gilchrist again, coming in right arm over the wicket, and once more not asking Gary Balance to play a shot. Get to the end of the over, and then I'll hand you on to Mr. Watts, who has reappeared to our right. He's been going through his mental preparations. for his next commentary stint. I can see him visualising. In his case, it'll be wickets for Kent. Balance steps back and across, and then drops this next Gilchrist delivery into the pitch on the onside. And there's no run. Adam Lyth faced at 51 balls in 58 minutes, hitting 3 fours and 1 6 in that 23. One of his lowest scores of the season. Of course, he got a first ball of the match duck last time. Not going to get any lower than that, I don't think. But of the matches in which he scored runs, 23 would be one of the lower ones. Slanted across. Balance again, this next Gilchrist delivery. Through to Robinson, no run.
Yes, he's settled in pretty well as Gilchrist with his bowling. Right arm over from the Emerald stand end. And he's asking questions of Gary Balance. Of course, he's just come to the crease.
Here he is again. Just short of length, and Balance straight onto that, and he's crashed it away through the covers off the back foot for 4 runs. Nicely played, sir. Brings up at the end of that Gilchrist over. 1 over for 4. Balance off the mark with a boundary in Yorkshire. 43 for 1. I'll leave you with a few words from Graham, and then it'll be Ben.
Yes, it's that wasn't a good delivery. It was short, outside the off stump, and Balance leant back and put the ball away skillfully. So 43 for 1. And it's Darren Stevens to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end. And that's outside the off stump and shouldered arms by Coley Cadmore through to the keeper. I want to ask our listeners who they think is the best wicket keeper they've ever seen. So
Stevens in and bowling, turned away into the onside. Yeah, we were having a bit of a discussion earlier on, weren't
yeah,
we?
we
about
were. The best
wicket keepers.
I'm going to give my 3, all right? And
Okay.
these go back in the mists of time, because this certainly shows my age. Talking of Kent, Alan Knott. Okay? Probably the best keeper I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And he could bat as well. Former Yorkshire keeper Jimmy Binks.
Here comes Stevens again, bowling to Coley Cadmore, the right-hander of the pair with Balance. Lefty replacing Adam Lyth at the crease.
Jimmy was a regular in the Yorkshire side for a long time. I think he packed in around about 1970. He played 2 test matches, both in India, I think in 63, 64. And my third one would be Bob Taylor of Derbyshire.
Here comes Stevens again. In and bowling, left alone outside the off stump.
So let us know who your 3 best keepers that you've ever seen. I'd be interested to know what our listeners think.
So you can get in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com, BBC West Yorkshire Sport@gmail.com, at BBC Kent Sport, at Jonathan Doidge, at Ben Watts Sport on Twitter. Stevens in a full delivery to Coley Cadmore, which he covers up playing defensively. We had a couple of emails in on umpiring calls. Mike saying about how on the when does a batsman's innings begin question, saying that as Stevens bowls again and Coley Cadmore covers up. 43 for 1 Yorkshire at the end of the over. He says if a batsman can be timed out, then logically their innings begins the moment the previous batsman's given out. But like you were saying, you could change the batting order up until the point that that batsman comes out onto the field of play.
Yeah. I mean, basically what it means is that from number 3 downwards, once they step onto the field of play, they can't be altered. So if he's halfway to the wicket, for example, or the pitch, and it starts raining and they've got to come off, then he has got to come out again to bat. But as I said, the opening batsman, their innings begins on the call of play by the umpire.
Nathan Gilchrist from the rugby stand end. Full delivery to Balance on the pads, and he's clipped this away out towards the deep backward square leg boundary. Long leg Darren Stevens moves around to do the fielding.
And that's why when a batsman is dismissed, the umpire should actually make a note of the time.
With the given out LBW by a square leg umpire, I thought you were going to say it was a full toss and they had to confirm whether or not it had hit the batsman on the full. As Nathan Gilchrist bowls and it's left alone outside the off stump.
No. I mean, ordinarily you can't give a batsman an LBW from square leg, but that's a situation where you can, because it appertains to the last ball of the previous over. When you were umpiring at the bowler's end.
Yeah, Mike's saying he's saying so. Even though as Gilchrist comes in and bowls, left alone by Balance, he says surely once over is called, the ball is dead and no appeal can be made. But you're saying that's
No, you can.
You can. Yeah. So I hope that's
when an umpire calls time, for lunch or whatever,
yeah,
that's when you can't make an appeal.
Okay. Hope that's cleared things up for you, Mike. Well, we were talking about umpiring decisions as well, weren't we?
You see,
as Gilchrist is in and bowling, Balance just almost playing inside the line there deliberately.
You see, the other question is when does the ball come into play? At the start of the batsman's run-up. That's why halfway through his run-up, if he aborts, you've got to signal dead ball to scorers, because the ball has actually been in play.
As soon as the bowler's running in. So that's effectively when the next over starts.
Yes.
Nathan Gilchrist bowls, Balance again, just this time leaving the ball outside the off stump. Michael sent in an email saying sheepish umpire decision. Reminds me of a time where on a Sunday I was umpiring, I was playing in the game and we didn't have two umpires, so players were doing it. And my brother was batting.
Oh dear.
And there was a big appeal for a caught at slip or caught behind, which I gave not out. As Gilchrist bowls, attempted ball stroke there from Gary Balance, a play and a miss. Goes through to the wicketkeeper, end of the over, 45 for 1 Yorkshire. I gave it not out. Apparently, by all accounts, he'd punched it behind. I turned around and said, no, I didn't hear anything. Neglected the fact that he gloved it behind, and even he said he was a bit embarrassed by that one. But there we go.
There we go.
Sunday cricket for you.
Not easy being an umpire, I can tell you.
It's not. It's not.
No, it's not. Is this Cummins coming on?
It is. He's going to bowl from this Kirksall Lane end. Drummond having a little word with him. So this email from Michael Bell says, playing an away fixture in the mid-70s at Over Alderley in Cheshire, we had two batsmen given out run-out, both because they failed to circumnavigate half a dozen sheep meandering around the pitch. Pleas for the umpire to call dead ball fell on deaf ears. As Cummins bowls, left alone outside the off-stump cone of Cadmore. The farmer, who the club paid for the use of his land, was supposed to have cleared the area of livestock before the match, but he absolutely hadn't. In the end, he had to be summoned from the local pub. My one day off. Just push them away, they'll soon get the idea. I'll get his dog from the house, was all he had to say. It was too late in the day for him to be fit to take charge of a working sheepdog, so the umpires had to call a halt. Cummins bowls on the hip, and this will be off the thigh pad, and therefore a leg by behind square on the onside. The scorecard for the match, with sheep stopped play written across it.
Sheep stopped play. Stayed
on the pavilion wall for nearly 40 years. That's from Mike Bell, who now lives in Ashford in Kent. Amazing. That is excellent anecdote, Michael. Thank you.
Just on a point there, that leg by, you can tell that it was going to be a leg by even before he signalled, because you're supposed to give a pre-signal to the umpire, so let them know that you're going to signal something.
Yeah, that's good. I noticed that actually.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of umpires do that.
Yes, he should do that.
Oh, Cummins,
Oh.
that's a brute of a delivery from back of length, and Balance has almost chopped it onto his stumps. It's in the end got it away down to long leg for a single.
Yeah, almost cut him in half there.
But certainly Cummins has looked that little bit more zip from him in this game, which Kent fans haven't seen so far this season. Looks like he's really getting up to steam in terms of his pace.
Talking of leg byes, if the ball comes off the pad and goes straight over the boundary rope, what's your signal?
Here's Cummins to Cole Cadmore, full delivery outside the off stump, left alone. Say that again.
It's a fair delivery.
Yeah.
And the batsman goes to play the ball, but it brushes his pad and goes straight over the boundary rope, without bouncing. As an umpire, what's your signal?
So it's gone for 6 effectively,
Yep.
and it's come off his thigh pad.
Well, pad, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not off the bat.
Can you have 6 leg byes? Cummins bowls, full delivery, driven back down the pitch. He gets half a stop on it.
No.
You can't.
You can only hit a 6. A 6 can only be hit off the bat.
Okay.
So in that case,
Would it be 4?
It'd be 4 leg byes. Yes.
Because we had you opposing some to us during lunch about the methods of dismissal. So it was 4 off a no ball and 3 off a wide, or the other
No,
way
the
around.
other way around.
Other way around.
Yeah.
4 off a wide, 3 off a no ball. As Cummins is in. This one left alone outside the off stump. End of the over, 47 for 1 Yorkshire.
Yes, approaching the 50. And Yorkshire need the runs now, especially as we keep saying that the weather forecast for tomorrow is not looking good. So there might not be a lot of play tomorrow.
On to your other question that has been posed, because I think there's a couple of emails. I'll just do mine first, because I've sort of seen Kent wicketkeepers in the more recent future, or the more recent history, and Kent have obviously had some good ones.
They have.
Geraint Jones was England's keeper in the Ashes in 2005.
Yep.
We've had England one-day keepers. There's Gilchrist bowls to Balance, who lets this one go outside the off stump. Obviously Sam Billings. Ollie Robinson's played for England Lions. Steve Marsh was Kent's first wicketkeeper when I started watching. So,
and even going back to before Alan Knott, the older listeners here in Kent would say Les Ames,
Godfrey Evans,
yeah.
As Gilchrist bowls left alone outside the off stump. So for me, I would say probably Billings. What would I say? I'm going to controversially leave Geraint Jones out on pure wicketkeeping. Going Steve Marsh.
I'm talking about you've seen.
Okay, I'm with you. Well, if it was Kent, I would go for Billings, Marsh and Paul Nixon.
Right.
As in comes Gilchrist off an inside edge. Well, Drummond does the fielding and Balance gets a single. Because I remember as a youngster going to day-night games at Canterbury, and it's always an intrigue when the keeper comes up to the stumps, and Nixon would do it in the white ball games. He would stand up to the stumps to Matt Fleming, and a few times he'd whip the bails off, and then there's that as the whole, is he out, is he stumped? And I remember this one game, I think it was for my birthday, went down with a few mates, and there was a couple of stumpings that night from Nixon. But yeah, overall, couldn't say on the telly as well as live, as Gilchrist bowls to the right-handed. Cole Cadmore, and he's dragged it onto middle stump. And Nathan Gilchrist lets out a big roar, has his first county championship wicket for Kent. And Yorkshire are reduced to 48 for 2. Didn't really quite get forward there. Cole Cadmore, it was a bit stuck on the crease and just jabbed at the ball.
Yeah, neither forward nor back. No real foot movement there, and the middle stump is out the ground.
He's on his way for 14. Gilchrist, the man who strikes for Kent.
That's a big blow for Kent and a big blow for Yorkshire.
And for Cola Cadmore, who, as Jonathan was saying earlier on, is striving to try and get a score. It will, of course, bring the England captain to the crease as well. Number 66 on his back.
Joe Root continues the Yorkshire tradition of England captains who didn't actually captain Yorkshire, such as Ray Illingworth, and one or two more as well, that actually captained England but didn't captain Yorkshire.
He's captained Yorkshire in the odd game, hasn't he?
Yes, but he's not. What I mean is, he's not the regular captain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just thinking about other keepers and thinking Mark Boucher of South Africa would be up there. Adam Perore, New Zealand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Two really fine keepers.
Pretty interesting to see what our listeners say about that.
I've got a couple of emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. I'll read them out in a moment.
Yeah, sure.
At BBC Kent Sport, at Ben Watt Sport as well, at Jonathan Doidge, and then BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com.
Did I hear you said that's Gilchrist's first wicket for Kent?
First in the county championship.
Yeah.
So I think he played the Surrey game last year in the Bobblish Trophy. So I think last season he was on loan from Somerset, and now he's a permanent Kent player, something along those lines. But this is certainly his first county championship fixture, and getting that wicket of Cola Cadmore. Joe Root, his first delivery from Nathan Gilchrist, just pushing it away into the offside. Driven into the covers.
You've got to think this is important innings for Root in many ways, because we've got the Test series against New Zealand coming up in early June, so just over a month's time.
Root will be wanting to get some more runs under his belt before then. That's a bit of a wide delivery, and it maybe nipped away, kept a touch low. Root went for a cut shot.
Yeah.
Played a missed. Robertson with a good diving stop in front of slip. End of the over. Yorkshire 48 for 2.
Yeah, so again they've got to rebuild now. Both opening batsmen are out, and I've got Balance and Root at the crease.
Tim, who's just tweeted me to say Ray Illingworth was coach captain when he returned from Leicestershire in the 1980s.
Yeah.
As Cummins is in a bowling on the hip of Balance down the leg side. Liam Knight from Kent has messaged me say there was even a vote from Kent supporters. So as part of the club's 150th year celebrations, they did a vote, and supporters had to say who was their favourite Kent wicketkeeper of the era. As Cummins is in, Balance off the back foot, pushing this one away into mid wicket. No run. So I can see there's a teaser here. I can see that Alan Knott was voted as the favourite. Let's see there.
I mean, Kent have a rich tradition of producing, top class wicket keepers, for England.
So they had various heats. So Les Ames,
Yes.
Alan Knott, Geraint Jones, all included. This one's pushed back down the ground. Yeah, that was there was this vote, and then in the end, Knott had 71% of the final vote, with Les Ames 7.5 and Geraint Jones 21.2.
Right.
Liam says, although numbers, Fred Huish
Yes.
is technically Kent's best ever wicketkeeper, as this one's played away out towards backward point on pure numbers. But you were saying to me earlier that you talk about good keepers in the modern era, but none of them compared to Alan Knott.
I don't think so. I don't think so. You know, or Bob Taylor even.
Here comes Cummins. Forward goes Gary Balance to play defensively, because Matt Cole and I were chatting in lockdown to Alan Knott's former teammates. We had interviews with John Shepherd and with Asif Iqbal. And I think it was John Shepherd who said about how good Alan Knott was, because A, he was keeping to Derek Underwood, and B, it was on uncovered pitches, and that was his big point, that the standard of pitches was nowhere near as good.
Yeah.
Defended into the offside. This next delivery, Cummins to Balance. End of another over, 48 for 2. My mum's texted me the name Jack Russell in recent times.
Yes, that's spot on.
In recent times, I guess you would say Jack Russell, Chris Reed and James Foster.
Yes, I would, yeah. You know, to me, it's the keepers that, you know, don't drop the catches. It's you know, they take everything. To me, quite a few keepers now, I would call them like stoppers. I wouldn't call them real glovemen, you know, sort of with that talent and expertise.
Martin Shaw confirming that Nathan Gilchrist didn't take a wicket in that Surrey game, so that's his first for Kent. That dismissal of Cola Cadmore.
Right.
As Root goes off the back foot to push this away down out towards point. Andy Waters getting in touch, saying the 3 that he's seen are Alan Knott, Bob Taylor, and then his third one is an interesting inclusion, and I really rate it, Sarah Taylor.
Oh yes, oh she's good, absolutely.
Fabulous keeper.
Yeah.
Great to see her back playing as well.
It is, yeah, after mental health issues, it's absolutely.
Root goes back to this one from Gilchrist, plays it out towards Gully. John Logan says, can't argue with the 3 that you've selected, but in his opinion the best he's seen is Jack Russell. So
yes, yeah.
Another.
But you see, going back to Alan Knott, he not only was a superb keeper, he was a very, very good batsman. You know, both for Kent and England.
3 slips for Gilchrist in the sunshine here at Headingley. Root plays this one late and angles it down towards the vacant third man region. Clever batting from the England skipper to get off the mark. He moves to 4, Yorkshire to 52 for 2.
Yeah, it's clever batting, but for Root, why would he not have a third man? He plays a lot down there, doesn't he?
Everything well off the back foot, doesn't
Absolutely, you know, but Kent don't do it.
I'm with you. I don't understand why you would have long leg but not third man, because
Correct.
The long leg is for a bad ball.
Correct, absolutely spot on.
And no other fielding position do you set for a bad bowling.
No.
Full delivery on leg stump.
No, that's right.
Clipped up towards mid-on. No run.
But I mean, to me, they're cheap runs, if I can put it like that. When it's guided down to third man, there's no third man.
I'll have an update for BBC Radio Kent in about 3 minutes' time. Gilchrist back to the top of his mark. Root just taps his bat and now plays this into the leg side out towards that fielder at long leg. I guess in a sense that's not a bad ball. The fielder at long leg moves around to do the duties. But I'm with you. I don't get why more teams don't have a third man, because the amount of runs you'd save.
Well, as you say, they'll start off with a long leg but no third man, and to me that doesn't make any sense. But it's the modern tradition now that you don't have a third man.
And some would argue you can't have fielders everywhere. But here comes Gilchrist again. Left alone outside the off stump, end of the over. 54 for 2. On weekends I quite like to have no mid on. because my argument is that if anyone's good enough to play a non-drive on the village green, then fair enough, you can have a few runs. You don't see it very often. If it normally goes to mid-on, it's a bit of a heave. Right, we're going to have a change in the commentary box. Jonathan Doidge is going to come back in. I'm just going to go update BBC Radio Kent as well. But thanks to Graham Orange, and we'll get more teasing trivia questions and umpiring and laws of the game and wicketkeeper chat later on.
Thanks, Ben. So Miguel Cummins at this Kirkstall Lane end to bowl to Gary Balance. 54 for 2 after 23. First ball of the over is turned in front of square on the leg side. There's no run. See, I'm going to take issue with that. The long leg for the bat for it being set for a bad ball there, because I don't think it necessarily is. Yeah, it's there if you do bowl a bad ball and it's pulled if it's too short, that sort of thing, or just you genuinely just stray down the leg side. But I think they set the field there for the straight ball. They're just trying to bowl it, straight. If they get it slightly wrong, he's there to save, isn't he? So in that respect, yeah, it's a defensive fielding position. Short ball here from Cummins, pulled by Gary Balance. It was in the air for some time, but has bounced. I know it hasn't bounced short. I thought at first it was going to signal a 4. It has carried the boundary. It's difficult to tell actually away to our left and the east side of the ground. It was a no ball and went for 6 by the looks of it.
Oh, it's signal no ball, has he?
Well, I think that's why the right arm was horizontal. That's what I thought it was about to start with a 4 signal from wide out across his body, and then he changed that to a 6. Unless it was he thought it was a 4 himself and changed to a 6. We'll check that out. No ball this time, whether it was last or not, and that's gone for 4 as well off Gary Balance this time. Straying down too wide of off stump and has been square driven for 4 more. Let's just check back on that delivery before. He said.
That certainly was a no ball, that last delivery, and driven square on the offside for 4 by Balance. It's a classy shot, no question about that. So
it was a no ball and 6 runs. Yeah,
right.
So 8 off that delivery and then 6 off that previous delivery. 2 for the no ball, 4 for the boundary, and this time he manages to deliver a legitimate ball and Balance shoulders arms. So quickly on to 18, Gary Balance. Route 6, 68 for 2.
Yeah, I can't get my head around the fact that they get 2 runs for a no ball. In league cricket it's 1 run.
Headingley just in the shade again at the moment, but it's fairly bright. It's coming in over the wicket. Again, a bit of zip about that. Really does bowl that with some power through the shoulder. Really does zip through to Ollie Robinson's gloves. Gary Balance, though, not drawn into playing a shot this time. 21 off Cummins' 5.5 overs so far.
Balance is looking good, actually. He really is. But going back to your third man...
Did you not say that about Adam Lyth before
well,
he
I did,
hit one in the air?
Going back to third man, I mean, I take your point about the long leg, but surely you need a third man as well. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, it's an ongoing debate, isn't it? It's just whatever your personal preference is, I suppose.
Yeah, but to me, there's too many runs that go through third man. There's no fielder there.
Cummins is into Balance, who's took that one away backward a square on the leg side and rushes through for a single, ably supported by Joe Root. Doesn't need many second invitations to take a single, doesn't the England skipper? So Balance on to 19, 69 for 2.
So we're talking about the best keepers we've seen, wicket keepers that we've seen. So I give my 3. Ben's given his 3. What would your 3 be in your watching career, as it were?
I like the Jack Russell call. He'd be up there in pure glove work terms. I'm slightly influenced here by Graham Roop as Cummins comes in from this Kirkstall Lane end to bowl to Joe Root. Turns it to mid wicket, no run. And that's because talking to to the late Graham Root,
Yeah.
who of course used to be part of the BBC Radio Leeds commentary team post playing days. I seem to recall enthusing about Alan Knott to him once, and he said, "Yeah, but Doidge, Bob Taylor, it was like he was wearing silk gloves. You just couldn't hear the ball." And when he stood up to people, it was just, he said he didn't miss. Cummins in, and Root opens the face, pushes it into the covers, and there's no run. So I'm sort of, you've got to, if somebody's been out there in the middle playing this and a higher level of cricket, and he's experienced that.
It's spot on. Bob Taylor was one of my picks anyway.
But of course, Alan Knott had the advantage in that respect, has been clearly the better batter of the two.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
So Gary Balance sets himself, and he's going to be facing here Nathan Gilchrist, who delivers in one slanted across, and Balance is happy to watch that go by. We're just having a change while that was going on, hence the pregnant pauses as Ben Watts is back in the commentary position alongside. There's a bit more evidence of breeze, Ben, just looking at our two effects mics hanging out the window above, and there's a bit of sideways sway on them as Gilchrist in again, and Balance chips this really through the covers. He's going to pick up 4 runs for it, the ball in the air for a little while. No real danger of being caught, but he wasn't in total command of the stroke.
Yeah, it wasn't the most convincing, was it, from Gary Balance? If there'd have been a cover point, it might have gone straight to him, but just point cover and mid-off, forward of square, well, on the offside point, slightly behind.
Gilchrist in again. To Balance, who's on 23, and just drops it into the leg side this time. There's no run. When you disappeared, I'll give you the right of reply here, because you disappeared off to do your update, and then I said I take issue with the idea that the long leg was for a bad ball, because I don't think it's not necessarily there for a bad ball. It's an attempted good ball that might not be quite right, sort of thing. It's a bit of cover, isn't it, if you bowl in the straight one?
But by saying not quite right, you're saying that it's not it's not been bowled where it was supposed to be bowled. But I do get your point. It is.
Gilchrist in, lovely shot this time from Gary Balance, and if he wasn't in control of the one earlier in the over, he certainly was this time. Just leaning forward, head right over the top of the ball, opened the face, and that was along the deck all the way through the covers for 4.
Yeah, much more convincing from Balance, playing square of the wicket. Like I said, this time, this one all along the ground. I think the slight difference between fine leg and long leg, I think long legs are more realistic position for, like you say, just a little turn around the corner when you've bowled it fairly straight and it's been knocked away.
In comes Gilchrist, slanted across line, Balance even if shoulders arms, no run.
Or that short ball that gets hooked if you're trying to use that as a tactic as well. But I think often you see, this is probably more of a village cricket thing, that you see fine legs when there should be third men.
Well, I was just going to say to you that in league cricket plenty of times that position is genuinely because the captain doesn't trust his bowler. He's got to stick somebody out there.
Exactly.
But not in this standard of cricket. In comes Gilchrist to Balance once again, who tucks it into the leg side. There's no run. So in this, there's a subtle difference in that he's trying to get one right, nailed in, maybe full and straight.
Trying to bowl a straighter line. Yeah.
And he's just straying slightly, so he's just there to give you that little bit of cover. If you get it slightly wrong and you disappear for 4 every time because you've got a third man in instead of a fine leg or long leg.
The other argument would be that if you're trying to bowl out swing, you should have a third man, and if you're bowling more in swing, and therefore you are more likely to bowl slightly fraction on leg and get whipped away, you would have that fielder. But so often you do just see long leg, and rarely do you ever see both.
Yeah, well, funnily enough, last week against Northamptonshire, for the majority of the match, they had both. and Yorkshire then not for quite as long, but did have both for quite a bit. I think that was partly a nod to the fact that they thought this is going to be low scoring, it could be quite tight. We want to attack in several areas, but we want to also make sure we cover one or two streakier shots.
Yeah, so Kent got 3 slips for Cummins. You'd have the third slip out if that was where you were going to put your third man, as this one's left alone. Yeah, if you were going to have a third man in this situation, as well as your long leg, it would be third slip that would get sacrificed. Probably. Or cover. And you leave that gap to try and entice the batsman to drive in that area. Cummins back to the top of his mark. Graham just pointed me in the direction of, as this one's defended back down the pitch by Root, the latest of a monthly cricket magazine. I think there's probably only about 2 that are in circulation still these days. The monthly cricket magazines, but he was saying there's a best, Kent best, so they've got county preview, all the different teams, double page spread, and then there's a section which is the best 11 since 1921. And Alan Knott, the assigned Kent wicketkeeper, in there, but Les Ames included as a batsman anyway, as Cummins is in, left alone outside the off stump. He wanted to we're going to talk about Derek Ufton later on as well, aren't we, with Graham, who recently passed away, who was a Kent cricketer, wicketkeeper, and also played football for Charlton and England as well. Amazing feat.
I think I think somebody emailed in, if you're still listening, you might recall this, yesterday at some point, and I think it ended up disappearing because of a lunch break or something like that.
It's Cummins bowls once more. Oh, back goes Joe Root. That's classic Joe Root off the back foot, playing it behind square. Lovely flourish of his bat to get 4 more runs. He moves to 10. Yorkshire 81 for 2.
It mentioned the name Norman Graham. Of course, he used to play for Kent. So if that was you, just remind me of what was said on that email, because I don't think it made it on air. But Norman Graham, of course, cousin of Peter Graham, who played his cricket in this area locally for many years for Put St Lawrence, played a bit at Spen Victoria, played for Bradford and Bingley, played for Yeadon, all Bradford League clubs.
Cummins bowls. Oh, beats the outside edge of Joe Root's bat as he presses forward in defence.
Sadly passed Peter just a few years ago, but he would have certainly graced a place like this. Real good bowler, played minor counties cricket for Northumberland, and PC's daughter Phoebe, of course, part of the setup now with the Yorkshire women's team. But yeah, cousin of I think cousin of Norman.
Here comes Cummins again. Root taps his bat and walks across, just a slight trigger movement, left alone outside the off stump. A little bit of cloud cover at the moment. Yorkshire 81 for 2.
Yep, Gary Balance 27. Joe Root is just starting to get going. Of course, his most recent outing for Yorkshire, well, in fact, he's made as many runs here as he did in that. 2 5s he got down at Hove. And then had a week off. But back in the fold. And is committed as well to playing down at Glamorgan against his brother once again next week. Maybe he just wants to get his own back, get a ton back the other way.
Wants to play against his brother, wants to have a net against Kent. Marcus O'Riordan's going to come into the attack. See spin for the first time. First time Kent have effectively picked a specialist spin bowler, with Denley and Leaning taking the spinning duties in previous games. But O'Riordan considered a genuine all-rounder compared to those two guys. Lyth for 23 and Coley Camel for 14, then the 2 men out so far.
So field-wise, he's got a slip in place, and then it is largely a ring field with a man out sweeping fairly square out in the covers, and another man sweeping as well, who was obscured when I made that comment by the window frame. He's away to the right on the mid-wicket boundary. Balance picks out the offside sweeper with the first delivery and just pushes it there for a single. Gets to watch what O'Riordan can produce from down the non-striking end, while Joe Root contends with the reality of it. The right-hander, of course, so there's the usual switch around from one side to the other. Is there any major changes? Well, yeah, there's no offside sweeper to Joe Root. That man's been brought in on the one. Still somebody back on the square leg boundary, and effectively two men in at mid-wicket, one in a shorter catching position. This first ball is angled too wide of off though, and Root opens the face and picks up a couple of runs square on the offside.
It'd be interesting to know what Graham thinks of a wicket that Marcus O'Riordan got earlier on this week playing for the second team. I'll have to try and find the video, because his wicket was LBW, but it was from the ball hit the batsman's pad outside the line of off stump.
He's in again, and this time Root stepping away. Hands on head from Ollie Robinson, who lets out a gasp. He got it away through the vacant third man area. Picks up a couple.
But of course he didn't play a shot, so it was able to be given out. But I wasn't sure I wasn't necessarily convinced it was actually going to hit the stumps at all. But that it was given out. That was the umpire's view.
O'Riordan over the wicket. Root now then gets one that turns on him slightly. It looks like he's trying to turn that into the leg side, but meets with the leading edge and drops into the offside.
Seen Point go back as well on the rope, so there's quite a gap for him to play it away offside.
Here he is again. This time Root plays it the way he wanted to the previous ball, but no further than Bell Drummond, and there's no run. Tara, good afternoon to you. She says the best wicketkeeper she's seen has got to be Sarah Taylor. Thumbs up from Graham.
Yeah, 2 votes for Sarah Taylor.
Here's O'Riordan in again to Root. Nicely stepped away, and a lovely little lay of the bat on ball to pick up a single out to the sweeper on the point boundary. One more to him. He's on 15, balance 28, partnership now worth 39. They're 87 for 2 after 27 completed overs of their response to Kent's 305 all out earlier. Depressed at Home Alone says in his autobiography Bob Taylor stated he thought that Alan Knott was actually the better keeper. And Colin says, on your commentary you said that a 6 must come off the bat, i.e. you couldn't have 6 leg byes. I can't recall, it was a conversation between you two. Yep. Some time ago I ran 2 leg byes and then there were 4 overthrows. I assume registering that as 6 leg byes was correct. It was. Thumbs up again from the umpire. Mick Steele says Binks Taylor Knott nails it. Cummins
In and left alone by Joe Root outside the off stump. 87 for 2 Yorkshire.
That's definitely got the thumbs up from G. I think they were your 3, weren't they? Yep. Got to keep G sweet, just like you do with all umpires.
Mr. Orange, sir.
Are you a bit of umpire chat before the match? You go over and give them a warm welcome to your home ground, and so they hope they have a great game this afternoon.
This one's cut away nicely down towards their man by Joe Root. Back of length from Miguel Cummins. Hands on hips, frustrated figure. Root helps himself to another boundary. So when I started playing adult cricket, my granddad, I used to umpire. So of course I always bowled at wherever my granddad was officiating. Yep.
How's that, Grandad? That's out, grandson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll take that one. LBW, what's the game? Yeah, always pays to be nice to the umpire. Roots quickly moves on to 19 here. Balance 28. Yorkshire 91 for 2 here in the under cloudy skies at Headingley. Left alone this next one.
James Finch has just sent Graham Orange a text saying, just been watching the live stream, I'm out injured tomorrow, so you can keep your finger in your pocket. I can imagine though, you Watsy, cheeky chappy, Saturday afternoon. Afternoon umps, afternoon. Tell you what, you're looking trim. Have you lost a bit of weight recently? You're looking well.
Cummins' bowl was a route back and playing, dropping it into the offside. Good fielding from Bello Drummond.
I was talking to somebody from I don't know, name me a cricket club that's in your league.
Beckenham.
I was talking to somebody from Beckenham Cricket Club last week, and he said that you'd umpired their game a couple of weeks ago, and you were brilliant, best to seen this season. So I'm sure it's going to be the same today. I always like playing in matches when you umpire because you're fair, you're very fair, hard but fair. Just that sort of stuff, just getting in his ear, just paving the way.
I should do more of that, to be honest. This one's driven out towards extra cover. No run. Bello Drummond again doing the fielding.
We're batting first. You won't need to expend too much energy raising the index finger. If you know what I'm saying, umps, there's an extra scone with jam and cream at tea. I can see that. I can almost visualise that, Ben. Saturday afternoon down in Kent.
Here comes Cummins again. Left alone outside the off stump. End of the over as well. 91 for 2. Like I say, I'm going to do this more often. Normally, because often... So I'm just thinking in the league that I play in. So Beckenham would be Kent Premier League, and they get neutral umpires. Match. So the village league that I play in, often umpires are associated to a certain team, so a team has a regular umpire, which always makes it a bit more questionable, doesn't it, than your neutral umpires. It's like, oh, so and so, this team, they bring their umpire with them.
Yeah, we've all seen it. Yeah, we've seen it done, though, haven't we?
Yeah. Well, for ages we always used to say we don't have a. That's one thing that we don't have that other teams have. Not a quick bowler, not a left arm seamer, not a flamboyant opening batsman. No, we don't have an umpire who's slightly favourable towards us that regularly umpires all our games.
Graham Orange shaking his head disdainfully. That never happens. Here is O'Riordan round the wicket. Right arm, of course, to Gary Balance. Pushes forward, drops it into the leg side, no run.
My granddad always used to tell me the umpire's decision is always right, which of course is the wrong answer, although it's technically true, but everyone makes mistakes.
Again, Balance drops it into the leg side, called through for a single by Root and takes it. Takes him on to 29, 92 for 2.
His decision stands.
His decision stands. His decision is final.
Yeah,
but it's not right.
Doesn't mean it's
necessarily.
It's not
always right.
Doesn't mean it's always right necessarily.
Or in fact, it depends on which league you play. Maybe it's not often right.
Oh dear.
Graham giving the batsman a send. Off microphone. O'Riordan switches to over the wicket. Root pushes into the offside, and again they scamper through pretty quickly for a single.
Because that's the thing. Sometimes when you have umpires, let's say one of you, particularly on Sundays, so you don't often say pay for a neutral umpire for a Sunday game, and it's just players that are playing in the game. Sometimes if it's a certain umpire, we're just waiting for a certain player to get hit on their pads.
O'Riordan round the wicket, Balance flicks into the mid-wicket region, no run.
You see on a Sunday game, you give your mate out LBW just because you want to give him out. You just, I've had enough of you watching you bat. Or if there's somebody bowling that you just want to see that person removed by.
O'Riordan into Balance, who pushes into the offside, no run. Orange has just written down on a sheet of paper here, most players don't know the laws. Well, I suppose that's why I was testing us, really.
Well, there's that as well. The amount of people that appeal when it pitches outside leg stump.
Balance pushing into the offside this time. No run, end of the 29th, 93 for 2.
Appeal when the batsman's clearly outside the line of off stump and playing a shot type scenario. So, do you know the rules? Clearly not out. but sometimes the appeals put pressure on. And there are other embarrassing moments, though, aren't there, when a fielding team appeals, and sometimes it gets given out when really that fielding team knows that it really wasn't close. And
Did you call him back?
I mean, I personally would, but just because I don't. I mean, it depends how good they were, doesn't it? Really, if we needed to get him out of there, but still, I don't. It's not. It's a bit. It's a bit of a sour taste. If your umpire gets the finger up nice and quickly to remove a certain player that they feel, but I don't know. Generally, the standard of umpiring is probably better than the standard of refereeing in a slightly different shaped ball sport. Change bowling. Darren Stevens replacing Miguel Cummins from the Coxall Lane end, and then instantly producing some away swing. Ollie Robinson dives in front of Jordan Cox at first slip. That was one of the big headlines in this Kent preview. Kent are blessed with keeper batsmen, with Sam Billings, Ollie Robinson and Jordan Cox all vying. Jordan Cox at first slip, Ollie Robinson with the gloves in this format. Cox did it in T20 last year. Sam Billings will do it when he's around. In T20 particularly, he might let Robinson carry on in county championship cricket though, as this one's pushed away out towards cover.
Graham obviously has a very healthy social life as well, so Saturday evenings he's usually spending, some bar somewhere, and so that means if you're batting second on a Saturday afternoon, you're in peril. It gets to 4 o'clock-ish onwards.
Social calendar.
That's the look at the watch.
Stevens bowls on the stumps, route to Fens.
The bus pass is about to come into play. 2 buses to get home from Driffield. Obviously, he's not been socialising during the last year, but
for a while, yeah.
Just preparing to relaunch that shortly.
Here comes Stevens. Full delivery, route to Fens. My club team's got their first game of the season this weekend, and I was telling the skipper I might be available, but originally thinking that if it lasted 2 days like it did for Kent at Cardiff last week, that I might be available come the weekend, but looks like with the way that things are panning out, I'm going to still be here in Leeds. But the thing I'm going to miss is we're still on packed lunches. There's no teas because of COVID. It's the best part of playing cricket. If you had a rubbish day, as this one's left alone outside the off stump, if you open the batting, schnick off for not many, don't bowl, and you get tea is the saving grace. Or if you bowl first, as a bowler, you bowl first, fill your boots at tea, don't have to bat for ages. But no, it's just whatever you rustle up or buy on the shop on the en route to the ground. Stevens bowls another good shaped delivery which leaves the route and goes through to the wicketkeeper. Into the over, 93 for 2 Yorkshire.
Yep, certainly getting a bit of movement. Darren Stevens, 29 for Gary Balance, 20 for Joe Root. Partnership now worth 45. It's 93 for 2. Got a few emails have come through. Bo Tyman here. Good afternoon to you, sir. Says looking at Darren Stevens bowling a good old cricket age. Question for your listeners: who was the oldest person to captain Yorkshire? Who was the oldest person to captain Yorkshire?
Cricket Badger on Twitter, by the way, says Alan Knott, Bob Taylor, Jack Russell, James Foster in the discussion too. Ben Folkes standing up to the stumps on the wicketkeeper.
Yep.
Front.
Here is O'Riordan round the wicket. Balance stands back-footed and hits this into the covers, but no further than the fielder who's there. And here's O'Riordan again, passes on by Peter Hartley. This one's more leg stumpish and worked around the corner by Balance for a single. Afternoon, gents. Loving the commentary and the live stream this afternoon, says Mark Bales Bailey. Just back from preparing a strip for tomorrow's game when Great Ousburn seconds take on Newton Le Willows at home in the Nidderdale League. I've been aided and abetted by Johnny Tattersall's dad Richard, who always seems to hog the heavy roller. Interestingly, Great Ousburn has another link to a Yorkshire keeper, as Johnny Bairstow started his career as a junior before moving on to bigger and better. Keep up the good work. There you go, a name check for Great Ousburn from Bales. Thanks, Bales. as this next O'Riordan delivery is nudged around the corner by Joe Root, just the finest of tickles. That was straying, wasn't it, beyond leg stump, and he's been picked off for 4 by the England skipper.
That's what he does so well, though, Joe Root. The whole field of play is available to him to score his runs, to manipulate the ball into gaps. That was a really delicate touch. Yes, it was leg side, but to get it fine of that man on the short 45 was real skill, real good touch.
Here's O'Riordan over the wicket, and Root opens the face, runs that out into the deep on the offside. Denley, is it round there to field? I thought it was in the distance. Joe Denley round from point to do the fielding, and they get through for 2. Hi JD, says John. As Root again working this next ball square, just backward on the leg side. So O'Riordan just straying a little bit 2 sides of the wicket at the moment. He is none for 16 with 1 ball left in his 3rd over. And Balance prepares to face this next delivery. In comes O'Riordan. Balance flicks it into the leg side. Bell Drummond feels there's no run. John says, hi JD, I once watched a local cricket league match whereby the square leg umpire, 12th man of the fielding team, forgot himself for a moment and caught the ball that had been clipped by the batsman straight to the umpire. Pandemonium followed, plus a fair bit of disgruntlement. A dead ball was eventually given. Was that correct?
I'd have given dead ball in that situation.
Erring on the side of caution as ever. Graham Orange. So 53 now. This 3rd wicket partnership is worth, and it's got off Yorkshire over the 100 mark as Joe Root stretching leaves this Stevens delivery. Bow Tie Man says LBW question. Jonathan, the question reads: square leg umpire giving LBW once the umpire's called over. The ball is surely dead, and thus any late appeal will be ignored.
No, that's not the case.
So when's a dead ball a dead ball? Here's Stevens into Joe Root, pushing forward into the offside, no run. And Dave Yorkie in Warrington says, Adam Lythen a recall for the Test side. I don't believe he'll get a recall. Plus, we can't afford to lose him, along with other internationals calls. And with that shot, definitely not. Stevens is in to Root, who doesn't play a shot at this one. Bill Kelso, with regard to umpiring, says the most bizarre out I had to give was during a very windy day, dispensed with bails. The striker hit the ball in the air, and on a normal day would have been 6. However, the wind gusted very violently and sent the ball backwards towards the striker's end. The batsmen were running, and the ball passed the striker and hit the stumps. I gave him out since he'd essentially played on. Stevens in, beautiful shot here from Joe Root, and an excellent piece of fielding from Daniel Bell Drummond to deny him a certain 4 through the covers. There you go, that is bizarre, isn't it? The wind. So the wind carried a ball back, and effectively he played on.
Played on, yeah. I mean, it's unusual to dispense with the bails, of course you can do.
Stevens over the wicket, and Root shouldering arms once again. That is really bizarre. But you can send your bizarre dismissals in, or ones you've seen or heard about, at BBC Kent Sport, or at Jonathan Doidge, or kentcricket@gmail.com, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. 101 for 2 Yorkshire in response to Kent's 305 all out earlier. It's fairly bright at the moment, sun in and out from behind clouds, as Stevens' next delivery again just nipping away. Joe Root this time, less convincing little offering of the bat at that is the end of the over. 32 have now been complete. 101 for 2. Hello from Basra, says Danny Hines. Good afternoon, gents. Enjoying the BBC commentary here in southern Iraq. We do get some places without actually travelling. hoping for a Yorkshire victory in what appears to be a very finely balanced match. Was interested to hear you talking earlier about Yorkshire's victory and winning the county championship at the Circle in 1968 and Yorkshire's subsequent 30-year wait for their next title. Circle is now the home of Hull City, who secured their first league title in 55 years on Saturday. Good things come to those who wait. O'Riordan into Balance, who pushes out square on the offside. No run. He says he'd also like to say hello to young Roy Eastwood, who's just turned 6 months old and is enjoying his first season of county cricket. Hopefully see you at Scarborough later in the season. We feel the same, Danny, as this next delivery sees Balance turn it backward of square, just straying down the leg side there. Was O'Riordan, and they get a single. So switching to bowl over the wicket to the right-handed Joe Root. Man coming out now into the covers. There's a sweeper back square on both sides of the wicket. Bell Drummond in at straight mid-wicket, but I said walking in there, he sort of walked a couple of paces, then stopped before the bowler delivered the ball, and he was diving away to his left and missing the shot that Root played, which ended up at mid-on. There's another more regulation mid-wicket, a bit wider and deeper. It's Bell Drummond who's diving for this next shot. Beautiful shot from Joe Root. That was just pure timing. Daniel Bell Drummond diving to his left mid-on, coming round and diving to his right, and somehow it eluded both of them and made its way down to the Taverner stand for 4.
Yeah, I mean, he threaded the ball through the eye of a needle there, did Root. Two fielders diving for the ball and eluding both of them, and 4 runs the result. And I think they've lost the ball under the covers.
Not again. This is a few times. This has happened this season already. But then again, I suppose there's quite a few covers around on the periphery. It's one of those bright green plastic sheets, and he has found it. But of course, there'll be a little bit of damp about it as it's been folded up. If it dropped into one of those folds. Lily says her top 3 wicket keepers are Alex Stewart, Chris Reed and Ben Foakes.
3 good choices there.
106 for 2. Root now onto 31 and waits again as O'Riordan's in. That's a lovely shot from Joe Root once more. Steps back, opens the face, runs it down through third man, and is quickly back for 2. Super stuff. The signs are looking good as far as the England captain's concerned. He has, on a few occasions, playing for Yorkshire this season, just looked a little bit scratchy, to be honest. But of course, he came up with a ton in the second innings down at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Far and away his highest score in Yorkshire colours this season. Flicks the last ball along the deck to Bell Drummond at mid-wicket. And at the end of the 33rd, they're 108 for 2. Umpiring errors, says Les Horner. This is going to interest you immediately. Orange perks up in the seat next to me. Les over in Keighley says, I played over 30 years for Keighley Technical College in the Craven League. Back in the 70s, we had a new club umpire who promised us that he knew all the rules. After 6 balls, he shouted no ball, made the right signal, then shouted over and walked to square leg. We didn't have much faith in him after that.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. He'd have been blackballed from your league, wouldn't he, for that, straight away.
But that's not good, is it? It's not good.
Balance waits as Stevens is in and he drops that into the leg side, no run.
But one thing that we do as umpires is if a wide or a no ball has been bowled, then we signal to our colleague how many balls are left so that we're both correct on that. A fist means still 6 to come.
Stevens in and Balance leaning forward but opening the face. He's run this down through third man and it probably just does have the legs. It does indeed to bobble over the boundary rope at the Emerald stand end for 4 more to him.
That bugs me. 4 to third man again. Anyway, there we are. Yeah, it's a signal. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that we know.
A lot of gesticulating going on there for those who don't have a camera on, Graham.
And if we're still not sure, then we get on the radio and ask the scorers.
Should imagine that's quite a busy line then. Stevens in and balance, shoulders, arms, and there's no run.
That's a cheap shot, is that? It's a cheap shot, JD.
I'm willing to take a cheap shot now and again. TKC is the title of Lindsay O'Regan's email. And Lindsay says, come back to that in a moment, because balance is already stepping back and across as Stevens on the approach. Another dot ball pushed up to mid-off. So Lindsay's email, God bless TKC for being willing to open the batting in red ball cricket, but really it's time to accept the experiment is over. His batting's so loose that if it were knicker elastic, they'd be round your ankles. Today's dismissal, a case in point, 0 foot movement and an airy waft. So Lindsay not happy as we see balance push up to mid-off with TKC's season so far, and suggests that he should be down at 5 or 6 where he can do some real damage once the ball is older. Well, it continues to be a debate and opinions do continue to be offered. We got Tom's opinion on this himself in one of our post-day interviews during the Northamptonshire game. He still wants to do it and thinks he can. Stevens' next delivery wide of off stump and balance watches it go by. 112 for 2 after 34. So we'll let him have his say in response to all your messages, folks. James says, how about MS Dhoni and Jeff Dujon as great keepers in the Test arena? That's got a snarl from Orange. Dhoni said no, says Ben Watts. Definitely a no from him. Root waits. O'Riordan bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. Pushes forward.
I mean, purely as a keeper, how can you compare Dhoni with someone like Alan Knott or Bob Taylor?
Root waits. O'Riordan floats one up this time, and Root waits. Takes it right underneath the eyes very late and plays it through third man for a single. The Norman Graham email that I was calling for a recall on, if you like, from yesterday was from Les. Thanks, Les. He says it was me that said that Norman Graham got Boycott's wicket twice in 1967 when Boyks bagged a pair for the only time in his career at Park Avenue. Thank you very much for the reminder, Les. So there you go. Reardon round the wicket. Reardon round the wicket. Balance plays into the leg side. Bell Drummond fielding, no run. So Norman Graham getting himself in the history books as the only man to have dismissed Boycott for a pair. He was the man. Both wickets. Another dot ball. Andy Rigg says, hi gents, for me the most naturally talented glove man was Keith Piper of Warwickshire. Made it look unbelievably effortless and easy. Never missed a thing up at the stumps. O'Riordan into balance, who's got this one away off the outside edge, wide, well wide of slip. He's going to pick up a single. But he says that with regard to Keith Piper, never missed a thing up at the stumps to sharp medium paces like Gladstone Small or Tim Munton, or 1,000 yards back to Alan Donald.
He was a good keeper, absolutely.
Over the wicket then O'Riordan to the right-handed Root, who turns this square towards the eastern side sweeper, and will pick up another one. So Yorkshire just at the moment just ticking over quite nicely. 67 runs this partnership is worth, almost parity on the board between the batsmen. 36 Balance, 35 for Root, and now trailing by 190 runs. Still take a bit of scoring, but just at this moment in time there's just a feeling they've been a bit more comfortable about things out there.
Yeah, they've steadied the ship, haven't they? And they're both looking good. Mind you, they're both international batsmen, aren't they? But yeah, it's looking a lot better for Yorkshire now. Interesting about the keepers, the fact it's got a lot of people thinking, hasn't it? You know. But Keith Piper, yeah, that's a good call. But of course, the debate is, well, somebody could be really good as a keeper, but is he worth his place in the side if he can't bat? And so, but I'm looking at it purely as a keeper.
Matt Quinn coming back into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end here. Tall figure on loan. First match on loan, I think, for Kent since joining from Essex recently. Got an opportunity of playing some first team cricket. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13 so far. Gone through the usual couple of practice deliveries to the man at mid-off in this case. And in he comes for his first ball of this second spell, which is just straying down leg side, and another delightful stroke from Joe Root, who just turned that through mid-wicket, and he's going to pick up 3. Gary Balance in the end actually having to dive at the keeper's end to make sure he was in his ground. He was happy to set off, but it was a good arm, that.
Yeah, but I think it's just to show how quick Joe Root is between the wickets.
Joe Root was fine, but Balance going to the striker's end. I think it was Joe Denley who winged the ball in, and a fine flick from out in the deep on the western side of the ground. So Root gets through for 3. That takes him to 38. Very much his second highest score for Yorkshire this season, after that ton. Gary Balance, of course, who got into the 70s down at Hove a couple of weeks ago, is on strike now, opens the face. He's run this one down through third man, inevitably with no third man there. He's going to pick up 4 more down to the Emerald stand end of the ground. It's a perfectly legitimate shot, played with soft hands, just guiding it wide of the cordon.
You've got Seamer bowling round the wicket to a left-hander. He doesn't have a third man. Can someone explain to me why? Anyway, there we are.
Malcolm says, wicket keepers, there'll never be another Jimmy Binks. To see him do a leg side stumping off Tony Nick and stand up to Fred Truman off his short run. ... As Quinn's next delivery from round the wicket just straightens things up slightly, although he's still angled outside off.
Yeah, Jimmy Binks, top class. And Tony Nicholson, probably the best bowler of his time not to play for England.
Bit of sunshine for the moment at least. In comes Quinn again. That is definitely straighter and does make Balance play this time. Angled in towards middle stump. Dropped into the leg side. And there is no run. So 41 overs and 2 balls left today. So if they continue at this sort of rate, they're just shy of 3.5 and over. Yorkshire going to be not too far behind on the board come stumps, but we're not sure if there's any more rain around or not yet. Quinn's next delivery dropped into the leg side by Balance, no run. There was a bit of rain forecast by now already. Yeah. Should have come through, but apart from the little bit we had this morning, we've been lucky in that respect today.
You know, Jonathan, I just hope that we never get used to seeing empty grounds. Wouldn't it be wonderful to see some spectators in here?
Won't be long. Quinn into Balance, who flicks off his legs into mid-wicket. Bell Drummond does the fielding, there's no run. So 36 gone, 122 for 2. Partnership now is worth 74.
They're making good progress, these two batsmen, Balance and Root. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Yorkshire. As you say, 122 for 2. And they're making things look relatively easy now, as the off-spinner Ryden continues from the Emerald stand end.
Yep, coming over the wicket to Joe Root. Lovely and bright at the moment. Here he is. And again, just straying, giving Root too much width, and he really does play that shot superbly, just steps away, creates a little bit more room, so perhaps makes it look a wider ball than it actually is. And he timed that nicely as well. In fact, he timed it so well that he only managed to get one for it because it raced down towards third man, was cut off by Denley, kept them to a single. He's now moved in front of square to the left-handed Balance, with O'Riordan bowling around the wicket to him. And Gary Balance, he rather scuffs that on the deck to mid-wicket. Here comes O'Riordan again, and the left-hander pushing into the leg side. No run. We've got an email in from Jeff Greenwood with regard to Keith Piper. Get to that in a mo, because Marcus O'Riordan racing through this over. Another dot ball. Played out into the offside there by Gary Balance. So Kent trying to fashion an opportunity. They had Yorkshire 48 for 2 when Tom Kohler-Cadmore was dismissed. O'Riordan in, it's there down the leg side to sweep. Balance has got it very, very fine, and it's going to run away for 4 beneath our feet at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Don't think he quite got it where he wanted. He looked like he was trying to play it a little bit wider actually than that. Maybe about 45 degrees, but he got it almost straight behind, didn't he?
He did, and it's, very, very fine.
But either way, he's going pretty well here. 44 not out. 127 for 2 his team. O'Riordan in again. Balance pushing forward to Bell Drummond at extra cover. No run to conclude the over. So Jeff says, I remember watching Keith Piper keeping for Warwickshire against Yorkshire at Headingley. Alan Donald was steaming in down the hill, and as you previously said, he stood well back, probably 2/3 of the way to the boundary. He wasn't the tallest, and in one over Yorkshire ran 3 byes to balls that he had to leap into the air to stop.
Oh, yeah. That's a bit unfair, isn't it? Byes when he stood so far back.
Yeah, bowler should have slowed down a bit. Root just retaking his guard. John says, good partnership developing between Balance and Root. Dig in, boys. Regarding unusual dismissals, from a memory a few years ago, Sky Sports showed, I think, a village cricket final live. More in a mo, because Root waits. Quinn bowling over the wicket. Bowls him a straight one, which he pushes back down the pitch. So he says, village cricket final shown live on Sky. One of their batsmen was given out obstructing the field. For me, it was the first time I'd seen this type of dismissal, albeit on TV. Question for Graham: who was the first Test batsman to be given out obstructing the field? Good delivery from Quinn. Solid defence from Root.
Was it Len Hutton? I may be wrong.
Well, he just put in brackets, P.S. Clue, a Yorkshire legend.
Who's that?
He put in brackets, P.S. Clue, a Yorkshire legend.
Was it?
Well, he's not given the answer.
Right,
but they would qualify on that score. Definitely.
I can't remember whether he was out obstructing the field or handled the ball.
Here's Quinn bowling to Root, who is once again solidly behind it and pushing up to mid-off, no run.
Of course, you can't be out handled the ball anymore. That's gone from the laws. You can still be out for handling the ball, but it now goes down as in the scope because obstructing the field.
Cleaned that one up. Kate's been in touch with a shot of Tom Smith's cricket umpiring and scoring as Quinn is in. There's an appeal here for LBW against Joe Root. Quinn falling over backwards in his enthusiasm, perhaps, for the England skipper's wicket, but not given by Richard Kettleborough.
I think it probably hit him outside the line playing a shot. That's what I think.
Yep, just looking at the replay, it looks like he's got the knee roll outside the line. And then you see Quinn disappear over backwards. Yeah, so Kate, Dutchbird Kate, says all players should be made to read Tom Smith before playing cricket at any reasonable level. 467 glorious pages of understanding this wonderful game.
Yeah, I've got my copy of Tom Smith's. It's great.
Here, once again, It's Quinn, and Root just working that to leg, but Denley's round to field. There's no run. This curiosity with Kent that when they've got the sweaters on, you can't see the numbers on the players' backs, and so player ID not as easy as with other counties. Alex Lilly asking who's the chap commentating with you today. Well, the man immediately alongside me today is Graham Orange, ECB Premier League umpire. Also Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent, as Quinn's final delivery of the over saw Root pull the bat inside the line. And Seth Bennett, good to hear from Seth again, who was with us, I don't know, a few weeks ago. Used to work alongside Seth for a previous radio station. That's a while back now, but a real good chap. And he says, got given LBW on Saturday by a teammate on 97. You decide. And have a look at this. Maybe I'll do that with the volume down. So it's one of those. Probably need to have a proper look at it on a bigger screen. But yeah, clearly not out, Seth. I'll say to you on air. I'll check it out. Definitely not out. Missing 4 sets. The camera angle, I've got to say, is at Cowshot corner.
Ah, right.
So it's quite difficult to tell.
Good. Who's this bowling now? Is it
Jack Leaning?
Jack Leaning.
Annie's replenishing the tea and milk stocks. Thanks, Annie. A couple of biscuits next time. So here's Jack Leaning round the wicket, right arm, of course, bowling his off spin to his old pal Gary Balance, who doesn't play that one with the most assurance, does he, first up?
No.
Now, of course, the story with Jack Leaning down at the Spitfire ground the other week is his second ball just takes off slightly. A bit of bounce on Gary Balance past the top of off stump.
That was a very useful delivery.
And in he comes again, wide of the crease. This is a straighter delivery, and Balance pushes forward, and there is no run. Let me just refresh my memory and get the facts right on this. He said, looking back through his notes from t'other week down at Kent. Now then, there's an appeal here from Ollie Robinson, who thinks that Balance might have got a little nick on that. Fortunately for the batsman, Peter Hartley doesn't. Yeah, Jack Leaning's first ball in first-class cricket against Yorkshire brought him the wicket of Johnny Tattersall down at Kent the other week. Caught by Darren Stevens at slip. As he's in for the 5th ball of this over, Balance steps across to off and plays to leg. And it was one of those. Johnny Tattersall won't thank me for mentioning this again, I'm sure, but he sort of walked quite a long way from the straight to get across and try and play this ball, and nicked it to Darren Stevens. Jack Leaning was cock-a-hoop as the last ball of the over is pushed back to Leaning from Balance, and there's no run. Of course, we know that Johnny Tattersall played cricket at Knaresborough, but more recent times been associated at York, hasn't he? The pair of them were both
I think they're
with
both
York
at
Cricket
York.
Club before Jack went off down to Kent.
Tattersall also played for Harrogate, but then he moved.
Yes.
Then he moved to York.
Yep.
Yeah.
So end of the over, 39 gone, 38 remain in the day. So still a fair way to go.
It is, but it's a good foundation, isn't it? 127 for 2, with 2, well set batsmen in.
The tee was scheduled to have been taken at 4 o'clock.
And this is Matt Quinn coming on to bowl from the Kirksall Lane end.
Root waits. He's solidly behind that, pushing it into extra cover, and there's no run. So following that 305 all out, the 2 wickets to have fallen. Yorkshire made it to 39 before Adam Lyth got underneath, well underneath the Darren Stevens delivery, and whacked it miles up in the air and was caught by Miguel Cummins at deep mid-on for 23. Tom Kohler-Calmore then was bowled by Gilchrist for 14 when the score was on 48. This next Quinn delivery slanted well down the leg side of Joe Root, who misses out. So they've put on 79 since then. That most recent wicket fell an hour and 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, as I say, it's a good foundation now, and they need to push on Yorkshire and get a good first innings score.
Quinn to Root pushing forward into the offside. No run. I've got to say, during that hour and 10 minutes, in the last 6 days of cricket here now, the 4 days against Northampton, these 2, this is, you know, up there with the most assured little spell for batsmen during those 6 days.
Yeah.
They've looked pretty comfortable, the pair of them.
Well, I think they have, yeah.
Here comes Quinn once again, passes umpire Kettlebury. It's angled in at leg stump, nicely played once more by Joe Root. He's got just a lovely way of leaning into that, just his body swaying away to the offside, keeps his eye on it, takes it under the eyes, and just plays it along the deck. Didn't pick up any runs this time, straight to the fielder.
But he plays the ball so late, doesn't he? That the great batsmen do that. They seem to have time to do that.
Little diddle at the start of his run-up from Quinn, who is in to Root. Now this one was well watched by Joe Root, as Graham says, taking the ball late, and he had to watch that well, because on this occasion that was just a suggestion that it didn't bounce as much as you'd expect.
Yeah, very watchful there, Joe Root, and he had to be.
Just the 2 slips in place now, and a ring field barring long leg, who doesn't come into play with this delivery, which is straight to Joe Root. Pushes back to the bowler, and indeed that was the last play of the afternoon session. So 37 overs remain in the day's play after the tea break. Yorkshire 127 for 2, Gary Ballance 44, Joe Root 39, a partnership worth 79 so far. And well, from Graham, myself and Ben, it's bye for now. We'll take a 20-minute breather and be back as soon as play resumes. in place of Callie at one stage,
All right.
and loved it.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, it is. It is one to love, and I do. Thanks, great to hear from you, Seth. So it's going to be Jack leaning from the Emerald stand end of the ground. Bowling to Gary Balance. Now that would be a feather in his cap for a wicket. A bigger one still at the other end. So leading starts the evening session. 36 overs and 5 balls remain of it. Dot ball to Balance, who does the little shuffle that he does in between deliveries, pulls up both pads and waits again as leaning is in once more, and a full length ball just pushed back up the pitch by Gary Balance, trying to get himself back in.
Well, his previous over, he got one or two to sort of turn and lift, didn't he, leaning?
Yeah, he got the odd one to bounce in again. Balance this time has a bit more room to work with and gets that away into the vacant area through point. There's a man right back on the edge sweeping for that, Miguel Cummins, so they got an easy one. Balance now on 45, Root 39, and the partnership on to 80. Just nothing stupid as far as Yorkshire are concerned.
No, just nice and steady.
No gimmies. Take the opportunities. They've found plenty of singles, a pair of them, as well as quite a few boundaries. Leaning switches to over the wicket to bowl to Root. There's a man set back at point once again, and so he opens the face and runs it in that general direction for another single. Pitch, although Graham, as he just referred to, the odd one has kicked a bit, and there's been a couple that you've thought maybe that didn't bounce quite as much as they first thought, but it's a good pitch, and there's much doubt about that. Leaning round the wicket to Balance, who steps away and cuts this square. Cummins again brought into play off the east side boundary, and they get another single as we see a lone magpie fly from left to right. Saw 4 of those out on the dog walk this morning. 4.
Is that unlucky?
4? I'm not quite sure. Leaning in, and Root again just exploiting the gaps. He does that so well, doesn't he? Just pushed it. He could read immediately that the fielder wasn't going to quite make it from straight mid-wicket, and so calls Balance through, and an effortless single really. 46 to Balance, 41 to Root, 131 for 2 at the end of the 41st.
You're spot on about Joe Root in terms of his placement. That's one thing that I've really noticed throughout his career. You know, a lot of players will play good shots to direct to fielders, but Root very rarely does that. He plays good shots and he avoids the fielders. The art of batting.
So, restarting at the Kirkstall Lane end with 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 20 to his name. His loan signing Matt Quinn. He's got 2 slips in place, a point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg just in front of, and a long leg about 5 in from the boundary rope. Quinn's first delivery turned square on the leg side by Root. There's no run. I'm going to keep referring to that if I can remember. Just going to say 10 in or 5 in, because there was obviously criticism of the metres or yards thing yesterday. So you can make up your own mind. If you want it to be 5 metres, that's fine. If you want it to be 5 yards, that is fine. So he's 5 in from the boundary rope. Quinn, that shuffling style of a run-up, in he comes, and dropped into the pitch this delivery, which was just short of length. Joe Root, the batsman, goes through another practice of his exemplary forward defensive push. We've been pretty lucky with the weather today, given what the forecast was. We thought we were going to be off for a while. I seem to recall a conversation taking place before we came on air this morning, thinking, well, I might lose a couple of hours today, something like that. If it's as bad as it looks it could be. Here's a little leg side strangle, and he's gone. Joe Root has flicked at one down the leg side, and Quinn has got the wicket. A simple catch for Ollie Robinson, and Joe Root trudging off for 41. So having got themselves into a good position with this partnership of 83, Root has to go, and Yorkshire are 131 for 3.
Yes, that was a rather soft dismissal, really, wasn't it? You know, as he says, strangled down the leg side. Touched it to the keeper, Robinson, and Root's on his way. I really didn't see that one coming.
So, disappointment for White Rose supporters and for the man himself, who is just walking down beneath our feet. He's got the bat gripped on the handle with his left hand and was holding the bottom of the bat for quite a few strides with the right. Batsmen have various different sort of ways of getting off the field, don't they? Holding the bat halfway up, something like that. Just feeling disappointment as Harry Brook crosses with him just by the rope and makes his way out to the middle. So 131 for 3, and they look comfortable for a long time. I know it's very early days, isn't it, after the tea break, so Root hasn't managed to sort of get himself back in, having that 41 on the board. And it's never easy starting here, so for all that apparent comfort between the pair of them, Harry Brook is going to have to just be a little bit careful, be a little bit watchful. At the moment, weather-wise, the overheads, they're not as bad as they have been on most occasions this season at Headingley. There's a bit of the fluffy white stuff, quite a bit of blue. It's not quite as grey and murky overhead as it has been for quite a bit, even though the sun isn't shining just at this moment in time.
It's amazing, JD, how many times batsmen get out after a break, in this case after the tea interval. You know, your concentration goes, and you see it so often, don't you?
Yeah, big wicket, of course, for Matt Quinn. How to announce yourself on loan at your new club. Well, why not take your first wicket as the England skipper? His first delivery is just dug in short at Harry Brook, who just for a moment thought about playing the pull and then thought better of it.
It's ironic, isn't it? It's his first wicket for Kent. He's on loan from Essex, Matt Quinn, and yet the ball that got Joe Root out probably wasn't one of his best, was it? It's a funny old game. Funny old game.
Root 69 balls, 77 minutes and 5 falls, by the way, for his 41. Quinn, though, meanwhile, is bowling at Brook here and plays that nicely. Harry Brook just opens the face. Only 2 men in the cordon. Nobody at home at third man once again. And just the natural pace generated by Quinn off the face of Harry Brook's blade gets him off the mark with a 4.
Can we start a petition so that we get the third man back? I think so that we've got to do that. Yeah.
Well, it certainly gets under people's skin, doesn't it? Certainly getting under yours, Graham Orange. Here's Quinn and Brook back and across, pushing back to the bowler. Final ball of an eventful over, because it saw the end in this first innings of England skipper Joe Root, caught behind them by Ollie Robinson. A little bit of a leg side strangle off the bowling of Matt Quinn for 41. Yorkshire 135 for 3 with 35 overs remaining in the day, and Gary Balance on the cusp of another first class half century just at this moment in time. Harry Brook, well, as I say, he's just got off the mark with that 4. He started the season pretty well. He's already had half centuries to his name. Total of 1,570 first class runs in his career, but he's at the non-striking end here, as Leaning is in and Balance pushes into the offside, no run.
Former England under-19 captain, Brook, isn't he?
Yep, 2 first class tons, 9 first class 50s. Balance just nudging this next delivery, which Leaning just strays with slightly down the leg side. Takes 1 and calls Brook back for a second. Good running between the wickets. And that takes Balance on to 48. Just a slight change in the field. Backward square leg being moved a little bit squarer as Leaning throws this one wide of Gary Balance's off stump. Not dissimilar to the one he's thrown up to the right-handed Johnny Tattersall down at Canterbury a few weeks ago. That Johnny Tat nicked to Darren Stevens at slip. Balance not interested in getting across to this. This is a straighter delivery from Leaning, which he plays into the offside just in front of him, and that there is no run. Leaning will know every bit the importance of the wicket of Gary Balance in county cricket. A heavy scorer. Man's just been brought in at silly mid-off actually for this delivery, which Leaning gives a little bit of air to, and he's played out square on the offside. Yeah, not quite as good at the moment as it was a few minutes ago, and that is because Yorkshire have lost the vital wicket of England skipper Joe Root during these last few minutes. He was caught behind by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of loan signing Matt Quinn for 41. What in cricketing parlance was known as a leg side strangle, a delivery that was really going nowhere down his leg side. Just had a little flick at it to try and get it away for 4, but got such a fine nick that it was an easy catch for the keeper. There were 131 at that stage when they lost the 3rd wicket. There are 138 now for 3. Gary Balance is still out there and batting well. He's 49 not out. He's just been joined by Harry Brook, who is on 4. A reminder, Kent were all out for 305 earlier in the day. So at the moment, Yorkshire still well behind on first innings, but got a lot of batting to do. 34 overs remain in the day. There are 138 for 3.
So Quinn continues bowling round the wicket from the Kirksall Lane end to Gary Balance.
Here he is, Balance tucking that one into mid-wicket, and they pick up, sorry, there is no run. Probably a good time actually for me to step out at this point, let you bob over here, and we'll let Mr. Watts take the hot seat again. Just take this next delivery. See if Gary Balance can bring about the half century. He waits, back and across, and not with this delivery. He's attempting to flick it down the leg side. But we'll wait till the end of the over, haven't we, I suppose? Yeah, why not? Watsley approves. Matt Quinn. Well, there's some purpose about the way he runs into the wicket. He's only conceded the 24 runs so far, and he's approaching the halfway point of his 10th over here. With that feather in his cap of a wicket of Joe Root. Bowling to Gary Balance here though, who gets a straight delivery, angled in from round the wicket, and drops that into the leg side. And there is no run. Yorkshire, those 2 bonus points with the ball. They were too late in taking the 9th Kent wicket. Kent, of course, with the 3 batting bonus points and now a bowling bonus point to their name. Quinn again into Balance. Ball once more angled into towards around about middle stump, and the lefty plays that comfortably. Still to come for Yorkshire. Well, of course, plenty of batting in the side. Johnny Tattersall, Jordan Thompson, Dominic Bess, not necessarily in that order, etc. The tail's been wagging of late, it's needed to, as Quinn's next delivery is dropped into the offside by Balance. 138 for 3.
Would you say that Harry Brook needs a decent score in this match, JD?
I dare say he would like a decent score in this match. His figures so far this season: 40 and 60 here against Glamorgan, 54 and 66 not out down at Kent. and then slightly off the boil, 14 and 12 at Hove and 0 and 39 last week against Northamptonshire. Balance playing inside a delivery that nips on him. End of the 44th over, Yorkshire 138 for 3 with Balance 49 and Brooke on 4. I'll see you shortly.
Thanks, Jonathan. Just seeing Tawanda Muyi go off the field of play, was on as 12th man. Darren Stevens was having a bit of a sit down and a natter to Mike Yardy, the Kent batting coach, and Grant Stewart, Freddie Clarkson. Some of the other players that are here, Headingley, not currently being used.
I would say it's a fairly pivotal part of the match now, because if Kent can nip out a couple more batsmen quickish here, then they're right on top. Because, you know, Yorkshire have now got to, you know, dig in again after losing Joe Root. But the good thing for Yorkshire, that Balance is still there on 49.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Graham, and the Kent captain agrees with you, as in the club captain, the one who's quarantining and watching on the live stream.
Right.
Sam Billings has tweeted me to say 200 for 6 at the end of the day with the pray hands and the fingers crossed emojis.
Yeah, go for it.
Trying to speak it into existence. It's Gilchrist bowling from the rugby stand end, tight to the stumps. Oh, that's a good ball and a brave leave, but ultimately a good one from Harry Brooke.
I suppose if it doesn't knock those stumps over, it's a good lead, but my word, that was close. It really was.
Good stuff from Gilchrist. Figures of 1 for 21 so far. Like you say, T bringing about the wicket of Joe Root. Bit of a strangle, Kent will take it. Got 3 slips in play for Brooke. It's Gilchrist in. Strong action. In and bowling and pushed away up towards mid-off. Seeing Grant Stewart wander off towards the indoor school to go and have a net.
Yes, both these bowlers, Gilchrist and Quinn, are, you know, they're running in hard and they're doing, I think, a decent job here. They know that if they can nip another 1 or 2 out now, they're on top.
Gilchrist again. Oh, full delivery, clipped away by Brooke towards a Reardon in the deep on the leg side. I was talking earlier on about how Quinn perhaps down the pecking order at Essex,
Yeah.
and Shane Snater playing in the game at Trent Bridge. And in my mind, I'd have had Quinn above Snater in my pecking order in red ball cricket, but actually Snater got 7 for 98 today.
Well, yeah, there we are.
With knots all out for 323. Mulaney made it ton. Oh, yes. Gilchrist in. Left alone outside the off stump. In that game, Essex 86 for 2. In their second innings, having only made 99. First time around, I think Stuart Broad got Alistair Cook out as well in that one.
Yes, did. Yeah.
Well,
That'd have been interesting to see that, wouldn't it?
It would have been good fun. Elsewhere, Hampshire were skittled out for under 100 first innings. Somerset made 336. Because Jack Leach got a few and Craig Overton at the end. Bit of tail wagging as Nathan Gilchrist, Somerset is former county of course, bowls and it's left alone.
Well, for tail enders, they can bat, can't they?
Yeah, they certainly can. 336 all out, and then Hampshire 30 without loss. Batting on, Northamptonshire 4-4-1 for 9 declared. After Sussex were 106 all out. Zybe made 100 in that one, and then Sussex are 66 for 3, trailing by 269. Glamorgan 302 for 7 against Lancashire in this group. And it's driven by Gary Balance wonderfully through the covers and away for 4 runs, and that'll be a half century for Gary Balance. Moves to 53.
Yeah, that's what a way to get to the half century there. It was a glorious shot through the covers, and he just didn't move from his crease. It was wonderful. Right in the slot, but they've got to be put away, and Balance Do you know what? He's batting really well. There's no question about it. 110 minutes for his 53. 89 balls. 8 fours. 1 6.
Yeah, splendid stuff. And Gary Balance, Middlesex 210 all out, and then Gloucestershire 235 for 7 at Lords. Warwickshire made 343. There was a ton for Yates in that one, the opener, and Burgess as well, the wicket keeper. Worcestershire 125 for 2 in reply. Jay Libby's on 75 not out. Leicestershire 496 all out against Surrey. There were tons for Harris and Evans at the top of the order, and Swindles as well, the keeper. There's a short ball from Quinn, which is left alone really by Brooke. Surrey 59 without loss in reply at Grace Road. Then here, of course, the deficit currently 162 runs. Yorkshire 143 for 3 with Brooke out there. Balance well set on his half century.
So Lancashire are struggling by the sounds of it. A little bit.
Yeah, I think that's been weather affected, hasn't it?
I think it probably has, yes.
Yeah, Glamorgan certainly digging in that game. As back goes right-handed Brooke. This next one from Quinn. I think this group's a bit more open than I was expecting it to be, perhaps.
Yeah.
Going into this season. Mainly because Kent have not been as good as I'd hoped. I certainly thought that they would be challenging Yorkshire and Lancashire for the top 2 places.
But Glamorgan have done all right, haven't they, this season? So far.
Northant's done okay. Glamorgan won at Cardiff against Kent last week. Short ball again from Quinn, which sways out the way off.
He's trying to unsettle Brooke here, isn't he? I'm not quite sure it's the way to go about it, but there we are. They've probably got their own plans for him. What a glorious day now here at Headingley.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Certainly compared to what the forecast was.
Sunshine, blue skies overhead.
Well, you're in God's County now, you see, you're in Yorkshire.
Puffy white cloud. But not threatening. Full delivery this time from Quinn. He's got no number on the back of his shirt and a big sweatband. Defended into the onside. Saw a bit of Jack leaning, bowling some spin from the far end. There was one before the over before, or is it the penultimate over before tee that seemed to bounce on Gary Balance?
Yes, it did. It did. It seemed to. Well, it certainly bounced. I think it turned a little bit as well.
Yeah. I haven't seen the pitch misbehaving too much.
No.
I'll get some emails in a minute. This one's nicely played, late under his eyes by Brooke out towards deep square leg for a single. Mike Watkinson's been emailing me again. He's put again, sorry, I'm sending you another email. He's saying, I think if we can get Yorkshire 5 down by the close, the game will be nicely balanced. If Balance is out as well as Root.
Balance is out, yes.
So 6, 7, 8 down would be great.
It would, but don't forget that Yorkshire bat very, very deep, and they've shown that this season. When the top order batsmen have not done well, the Lord have come to their rescue.
Clipped away by Balance out towards deep square leg. That's reminded me, the 6, 7, 8 has reminded me of when you were doing your countdown from 5 and you were showing Jonathan the different signals you use as umpires between the two of you.
Yes.
I thought you were doing the intro for a Thunderbirds episode.
Yeah, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Yeah.
1. Yeah.
Other emails, we had one from Phil when we were talking about dodgy umpiring earlier. He said, I was once doing an umpiring stint during a friendly, having already been out myself. It was an early season pudding of a pitch, and I gave my own captain out to a ball that literally rolled along the ground, hit him on the toe in front of all 3. He was less than amused, claiming that any ball that bounces more than twice should be a no ball.
Correct.
I deemed it...
And if it rolls, it's a no ball.
Exactly, that's my point. So Phil is saying, I deemed that as it never bounced once, it couldn't have bounced twice, as this one's clipped away down towards long leg, towards Quinn, who does the fielding on 1 run taken. But you and I are in agreement that he shouldn't have given him out.
Not really, no. If it happened the way he described, anyway, yeah.
He never quite forgave me. That's because you were wrong, Phil. You've mugged off your skipper on a Sunday. But there we go. Like I say, you get some rogue umpiring decisions on Sundays just because you get the actual players themselves doing the umpiring.
Exactly. Well, at least they're giving it a go and they're playing cricket. That's the main thing, isn't it?
Absolutely. As Nathan Gilchrist bowls, and this one's punched away. Lovely shot off the back foot by Harry Brook. He is going to get 2 at least. Might even get 3. Bell Drummond's chased this down to the rope. It is just going to be 2. Sorry. So 1, 4, 8 for 3. Lily got in touch earlier with her wicket keepers. She said, my top 3 wicket keepers: Alex Stewart, Chris Reed, and Ben Folkes.
Yeah.
I would argue that Stewart's a better bat than he was a keeper.
Yeah, I agree with the last 2.
The latter
ones.
2,
I'm
yeah.
not sure about Alex Stewart.
Here comes Gilchrist, full delivery on the stumps again, turned away leg side. Jack leaning the fielder. Brook is on 8, 55 for balance.
It's difficult for a keeper to be a good batsman as well, because you spend so much time in the field and it takes it out of you, your concentration all the time, and then opening the batting or batting in the top order, it's not easy.
Mike was defending referees earlier on because I said that the standard of umpiring at the top level generally is better than the standard of refereeing.
Well, you said it.
As this one's played away off the back foot, and Joe Denley will chase this down towards the rope. It'll be a couple of runs. Brook will move to 10. And the 150 comes up for Yorkshire. 10 from Brook and 55 from balance. He was very much arguing that umpires don't have to run around, they've plenty of thinking time, referees have to keep up play, lots of little incidents, make the decisions more quickly.
Yeah, but we're umpiring for 6-7 hours.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's throw that into the mix. Driven up towards mid-off, quick single. Shy at the stumps from Miguel Cummins, but home comfortably there, Brook. 151 for 3.
If there's one, being serious, there's one thing I want to say about being an umpire, is that you're supposed to work as a team. There are 2 umpires who work as a team, and also your team includes the 2 scorers.
Yeah.
Yeah, you must never forget that. Because what I tend to do, when it comes to the toss, I'll ask the scorers if they want to come out to the toss. They're entitled to do that.
Okay.
Most don't want to do that.
Yeah.
But I ask them.
Nathan Gilchrist is going to go around the wicket to Gary Balance here. Play softly defensively into the offside. No run on this occasion. End of the over. We're due to have another 30 before the day's up. Scheduled finish time is the very precise time of 6:28.
Yeah.
I bet you we're still playing at 1:30.
Yeah, quite a few overs to go. As you say, 30 to go.
Jumpers being brought out. I think my justification for that was I think that more mistakes are made or less mistakes are made by top cricket umpires
Well, possibly.
than in football, but that again, that
they are different. I mean, as an umpire, what
you'd
you're
probably
always
have to make
told-
less decisions, I guess.
Well, but what you're always told is that, take your time in making a decision. Don't
Yeah.
put your finger up straight away, whether you think it's out or not. Just so that the players can see that you've thought about it.
Which I think is Mike's point as well, that a referee might have less time to think about
yes,
it.
I understand that. Yeah.
Here comes Quinn. Clipped away down towards fine leg for a single leg glance. I'm saying all this off the back of Jack Leaning getting given out for a bump ball the other week.
Was it a bump ball? Well,
It was hard to tell on the replay, is all I'm saying.
but
But
you
the
weren't-
general
you weren't there
opinion,
in the middle
the
though, were
general
you?
opinion was
All right,
that it was
okay.
a bump ball.
okay. They can be hard to detect sometimes. Most are very obvious when it's a bump ball. Yeah.
Here comes Quinn around the wicket. Back goes Balance, plays defensively. And the ball before Zach Crawley had been given out LBW. Matt Parkinson was bowling, and it was it hit him on the pad on the full.
And the full, yeah.
So the rule there is that you assume that the ball is going straight on
it's following its path. Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
So plenty of us were of the opinion that therefore it shouldn't have been out, because unless the bowler is releasing the ball pretty much over the top of the stumps, as forward comes Balance to play defensively outside the line of off stump to Quinn, unless your bowling arm pretty much is going over the top of the stumps, the path of the ball for it to be dead straight,
Yeah.
because he was bowling from a little bit of an angle and it looked like it was sliding down the leg side.
It depends where the batsman was. Is it right back or he was more forward? But sometimes when you get hit on the full on the pad, you can be in trouble.
He was given.
Yeah.
As back goes Balance and plays his away defensively.
What I being a little bit funny about this, but what I tend to find as an umpire when it comes to like LBW is that batsmen know they've got an off stump, they know they've got a middle stump, they tend to forget they've got a leg stump. If you as an umpire think it's hitting leg, all of the factors being equal, then that's out.
I was saying this yesterday, that I think since DRS has come in, as wide on the crease, here comes Quinn to bowl and Balance lets it go outside the off stump. I feel like umpires are more inclined to give decisions out that are, say, would be, say, clipping leg stump, whereas generally in the past they'd have probably erred on the side of caution and given the batsman the benefit of the doubt. But it almost feels like the stumps have become slightly wider, because previously if it was just clipping a stump,
Yeah.
they might not give it, whereas nowadays there seems to be more of a confidence from an umpire to say, yeah, I think that would have clipped leg stump, therefore I can justify giving it out.
You're possibly right.
As Quinn switching to over the wicket to Balance, the left-hander slides one across him through to Robinson. End of the over, 1-5-2 for 3. Yorkshire trail by 153.
Some drinks coming on or whatever. Yeah, the only thing is, if you've got any doubt, it should go in the favour of the batsman. It should be the status quo. You know, if you've got any doubt, you might think, oh, it might maybe just clipping leg. I mean, you can't tell that sometimes and so therefore, to me, that would be not out. But you know, I always find that when it comes to LBW, the hardest for an umpire, the hardest thing sometimes to detect is if you've got a little edge on it. That can be very hard to detect.
Yeah.
It really can.
Well, those are the ones that you see at international level, where you get the snickometer out, and you need that technology to know for sure, don't you? I think Rachel Ketterbrough's done a good job so far in this game. He has, I think, erred on the side of caution at times where there's been a few tight calls, and generally he said no.
Yeah, absolutely.
As Gilchrist is in and bowling. Oh, that one shoots and keeps a bit low. Those are the kind of deliveries we saw a little bit from Olivier in the first innings. A couple that kept low.
That did keep a bit low. And thank goodness for Brook, it was outside the off stump.
Just to give the pitch a little bit of a prod as a result. Harry Brook, 12 for him.
You know, there's something in this pitch for the bowlers, and I think that's good. You know, there's not too much. They have to work at it.
Yeah, decent cricket wicket so far. Oh, this is appeal for LBW. Has that hit him on the pad, or is there a bit of inside edge? There you go. There's that decision you have to make.
Yeah, we can't tell because he's bowling from the far end, from the Emerald stand end, so we couldn't tell.
Let's see if I can see the replay of that one. Gilchrist is at the top of his mark again, 2 slips. Brook clips it away, nicely played forward of square on the leg side. Marcus O'Riordan's going to have to dive to try and cut that off. He can't, got a hand on it, but the ball goes away for 4 runs.
Yes, a nice shot off his toes by Harry Brook. Pleasing to the eye.
Looked high as well, actually, the LBW decision. Having looked up the replay. My mum's just messaged me actually and made a quite a good point here, Mum. She's I sound surprised, but here comes Gilchrist, wide and cut away out towards the sweeper on the offside. He says most umpires certainly at a professional level, have played first-class cricket, whereas how many former professional footballers go into refereeing? Do you think that helps, having that intimate knowledge of the game at an elite level?
Well, a lot of the umpires are fast-tracked to become umpires if they want to become umpires. I don't know. I just think I'd like to see them have a bit more experience in top league cricket. That's just my view. I'm not saying they're bad umpires.
Yeah.
But it'd be nice that they're playing the Yorkshire Premier League or the Kent Premier League or whatever, but they tend to go straight into, well, I say the first class game or the umpire second 11s.
Team, balanced defending this next one.
I just like, because
Gilchrist.
there are some very good umpires in, for example, I'm not putting myself in this category, but in the Yorkshire Premier League that I think are as good.
Yeah,
and I mean that sincerely.
No, I think you're probably right.
Yeah.
Just thinking of James Treadwell's one, who's recently been fast-tracked, former Kent spinner. He's mostly done second 11. That's things stand.
Yeah.
As this one's left alone outside the off stump by balance. End of the over. 157 for 3. So it does seem to be, well, clearly the list of, if you look in your cricket pocketbook and you're at the list of first-class umpires, and they've pretty much all played.
Yes.
The top level cricket.
There's only one or two on the list that haven't played first-class cricket. I think that
So
can be an advantage and a possible disadvantage.
Yeah, so I've just whipped out the list. Neil Bainton never played first-class cricket.
That's right, Neil Bainton, yeah.
Paul Baldwin, likewise. Umpire Debenham, no first-class appearances. Other than that, everyone else.
Yeah.
Bailey, Blackwell, Burns, Cook, Goff, Gould, Hartley, Illingworth, Kettleborough, Long, Lloyd, Mallender, Milnes, O'Shaughnessy, Pollard, Robinson, Saggers, Taylor, Warren and Wharf have all played first-class cricket.
Did Saggers play for Kent? Or was it Sussex?
Yeah, he played for Kent.
Miguel Cummins is back on, bowling from the pavilion end.
Back of length delivery to Brooke.
Yeah. Kurtzell Lane end if you prefer.
Okay, making the bowling change with the ball 49 overs old, seeing if a bit of extra pace maybe can get something out of this ball, with Gilchrist as well from the other end. Cummins bowled a good opening spell. Hasn't been handed the new ball all too often this season, but he looked lively and looked pumped after his batting innings. Bowls a short ball which is going to go away for 4 runs, very fine over the wicket-keeper. And 4, I think he might have come off the glove of Harry Brooke.
He may well have done. I mean, he went for the shot and he's got his reward, but it went very fine. Who did the keeper? It was short.
See if I can get to a couple of these emails on kentcricket@gmail.com before I nip off to do update for BBC Radio Kent. Phil agrees that he probably did stitch up his skipper. The incident was as described. As Cummins bowls is left alone outside the off stump, he says it made the famous Nasser Hussain ball look like a bouncer. I do indeed now accept that my decision was wrong. However, that makes it just as funny. And then Sean says, worst bit of rogue umpiring I've ever heard about, wasn't playing but had to investigate as part of a league committee, was about an umpire who gave an LBW from square leg. His reasoning was that a player was umpiring from the bowler's end and the ball definitely wasn't going over the top.
Well, how could he tell he was hitting the stumps?
Said he was the only non-biased umpire there, so I'm going to give it out LBW. No, that doesn't fit the bill for our giving a decision from square leg, does it? This one's clipped to mid-wicket.
The bill there, no.
No. Right, I'll do this ball, then I'll pop off to just do an update for BBC Radio Kent. Jonathan Doidge has got his busy update period incoming for all the Yorkshire stations, as down the leg side from Cummins fired in and stinging the palms of Ollie Robinson.
He hasn't quite got his radar, has he? Cummins. 1 ball left in this over. 161 for 3 Yorkshire. They're fighting hard to get some sort of parity with Kent. Of course, they're all out early in the day for 305. And it's Cummins bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. Bowling to Harry Brook. And he just defends that. He sort of, that came onto him very quickly, went back, defended, he just squirted out onto the offside. That's the end of the over. So Yorkshire 161 for 3. Gary balances 55, Brook 21. So as the sun continues to beat down here at Headingley, I think it's Gilchrist continuing to bowl from the Emerald stand end. And be bowling to Gary Balance.
Here comes Nathan Gilchrist, in and bowling. Left alone by Balance. After all that, apparently 5 o'clock press conference from the government is more important than my cricket update, so I've been ousted.
Well, I can't believe that.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
So yeah, wasn't needed.
Have you been thwarted by Boris?
Take a blow. Might give you another bowl again after tea. As back goes Balance. This next one from Gilchrist pushes it up towards mid-off.
Just wanted to mention something regarding, especially for, of course, the Kent listeners.
Yes.
Because Derek Ufton passed away on the 27th of March. Well, he was a wicket-keeping understudy to Godfrey Evans, and just watch this ball here.
Gilchrist bowls, Balance goes across his stumps, clips away to mid-wicket, no run.
Well, for over 30 years, I was involved in horse racing, the promotion of horse racing in Yorkshire, and I came across Derek a few times when he worked as a freelance for the Ritz Club, and the Ritz Club trophy was presented to the top trainer and top jockey at the big meetings like Glorious Goodwood, Royal Ascot, and the York's Ebor Festival in August.
Gilchrist bowls, driven away hard, straight to the fielder by Gary Balance on this occasion.
And I remember meeting, as I say, meeting Derek a few occasions. So it's very, very sad for me to hear that he passed away on the 27th of March. Of course, as you mentioned before, early in the day, he played for Charlton Athletic, and a very good wicketkeeper as well for Kent. It was just that his progress was stunted by the gloves.
Driven away by Gary Balance in the gap at cover, beating the man who was more extra cover and away for 4 more runs. So this excellent innings from him continues. 169 now, 59 from 104 balls. Didn't play in the reverse fixture at Canterbury, but he's making the most of his opportunity to come up against this Kent side now and helping his team as they look to get to parity at least. 165 for 3.
So if there's any of the older generation there in Kent listening to this, you should just, send us your memories of Derek. I have fond memories of him.
2 slips for Gilchrist as Balance just gently puts his weight on his front foot, but offers no shot at the ball. Through to Robinson. End of another over.
Yeah, 165 for 3. Balance is on 59 and he's batted very, very well. Played and missed a couple of times, but he's given no chances, not that I can remember anyway. So Yorkshire trail by 140 runs and there's still 26 overs left in the day.
My BBC Radio Kent colleague Matt Cole says Martin Boddenham was a top level football referee, Premier League, League Cup final, 2 FA Cup semis and a first class umpire, retired in 2016, so he'd be a decent judge of what's harder.
Yes, he was, absolutely.
There we go, there's our method to my throwaway comment that Mike seemed to defend, as this one is a full length delivery from Clarkson right up in the block hole, which is nudged up towards mid-on. got a sequence of events that presumably is an anecdote from James Boswell, which I'll have a look at. Sounds dodgy to me. This one's defended out towards point. He says, with one ball left in the penultimate over of the first innings, the bowler runs in and deliberately oversteps. The batsman hits the delivery towards the vacant square leg boundary and it stops just inside the rope. Knowing that the opposition will be batting soon, the striker runs straight down the middle of the pitch and pirouettes on a good length. The second time he's done it during the match. Incensed, the bowler unsuccessfully attempts to impede the batsman running. Mid-on finally gets to the ball as the batsmen are completing a fourth. Thinking it would be better for the ball to go for four than for the batsman to run a fifth, he kicked it over the boundary rope. It all just sounds particularly unsporting and unsavoury, to be honest. So this one's a full delivery again. Forward comes Brook to defend this towards mid-on.
Well, for a start, a deliberate no ball now. The bowler has taken off. You can't kick the ball over the boundary. Well, you can if you want, but you get penalised. You get the 4 plus how many times they've crossed, and a further 5 penalty runs.
Oh wow! So
yeah.
This is a short ball, which is an attempted ball stroke from Brook, and Robinson has dropped the ball as it's caught him awkwardly. So you would get. So they ran 4, then he kicked it over the rope for 4. So it would be 8 plus 5.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, the penalty runs go down as penalty runs.
Okay. So they wouldn't go to the batsman, so he'd only get 8.
Yeah.
So there's all these little rules that everyone didn't know or had forgotten about we're bringing up today. Cummins bowls slightly leg side and it's clipped away by Brook down towards fine leg.
Oh, hang on. I think that if they've run 4 already, that's all they get.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like if you run 5, then it goes over the boundary, you get the 5. You don't get 9.
Okay.
Yeah. But I certainly hope that never happens. Or did it happen?
Well, yeah,
Or is that some sort of...
yeah, I think that's what he said happened.
Oh,
they
right.
ran 4 and then they were about to run a 5th, and therefore the fielder kicked it over the boundary rope for 4 so that there would be 1 less run.
All right. Yeah.
It's Cummins bowls. Or leading edge into the onside, but the fielder there is classing the sub-fielder. Whether or not he was slightly on the back foot, walking in, wasn't expecting it. Ultimately, it's dropped a few. Well, as Jonathan Doidge would say, it's dropped 2 short of him. 2 yards, 2 metres. 2 short. Didn't get to him. So balance with a slight leading edge there and a rare error, but wasn't in the end a chance for Kemp. 166 for 3 at the end of the over.
Well, it's like if a batsman's on 99, and for the bowler, and they need 1 run to win, the bowler deliberately bowls a no ball, so that obviously side loses, but it means the batsman doesn't get his ton. But if I'd been the umpire, I'd ignore that no ball. Say I didn't see it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because you know what he's trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
It's a bit of a Jack leaning, so change of bowling with Gilchrist coming out the attack at the rugby stand end. Leaning just discussing with standing skipper Bell Drummond what he wants to do with his field. There's already a deep square at a deep point. It's now sending in effectively an extra mid-wicket. One's going to go a bit shorter. Other than that, fairly orthodox with mid-on and mid-off, and cover fielder and a man on the 45 by square as leading bowls with a slip as well. Brooks just pushes this out into the covers. Sun shining still here in Leeds. Lots of blue sky, puffy white cloud. Headingley bathed in sunshine as back goes. Brook cuts his way out towards the rope on the offside. It's going to take some stopping. A tumbling effort from Gilchrist does keep it from going for 4, and the batsman just ran that couple in the end, actually. Sends Matt Quinn tumbling as he was backing up The throw to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, it's a rather wild throw over the keeper's head.
Leaney's got the ball back now. Brooke playing off the back foot, pushing this out towards cover. Bob Patterson getting in touch, saying, search as much as you like, there's no reference whatsoever in the laws of the game that talk about giving the benefit of the doubt.
That's true.
This one's clipped up towards mid-on. Quick single. Klaasen is the sub-fielder, throws in left-handed. Says none at all, it's a nonsense as an umpire.
That's true.
When you get an appeal, you have to decide whether the batsman's out or not out.
Correct.
After going through the process of making a decision about what's happened in front of you, based on your training, experience, you're left with the result in your decision.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, you're right.
He says, of course, the decision-making process may be flawed, but that's a whole different story.
Yeah.
No, that's a good point from Bob.
Yeah.
Although I like benefit. Having said it doesn't exist, I like
well,
benefit.
it doesn't. It doesn't say that in the laws. It's quite right.
Here's Leaning. Fired in. Oh, a little bit leg side. There's half an appeal for a catch. Robinson took it at the second attempt. I think if there was anything, it was a bat onto his pad or something from balance.
Well, it may have flicked the pad. I don't know.
Leaning from around the wicket, trying to get nice and wide on the crease to the left-hander. Forward comes Balance to block it up the pitch. End of the over, 169 for 3 with Balance 59, Brooke 25. This partnership's worth 38. Joe Root, the last man out, the England captain, caught by Robinson, bowled off the bowling of Quinn for 41. Somebody kindly filled that in for me on my notepad.
Well, if I better do that for you.
Oh, thank you very much. I've only just noticed that it wasn't my handwriting.
No, it's not your writing, is it? It's Balance is the anchor of this innings now, isn't he? And he's looking good. He's on 59. 24 overs left in the day. And Cummins is continuing to bowl from the Kirksall Lane end. He's bowling to Harry Brooke.
Still got those 2 slips. Now a deep square along with fine leg, which means maybe you might see the odd short one. Back of length and nudged away to Bell Drummond. Flash of orange on his trainers, his cricket boots.
Yeah.
Mid wicket. Denley just trying to shine this ball. Of course, you're not allowed to still due to COVID times use your saliva, so it's
Or sweat even.
players almost using the inside of their sleeve to try and polish the ball up a bit. Cummins past the umpire. Defensive stroke out towards backward of point where Muyegi's fielding. So there's a couple of players off the field of play at the moment. Actually, Zach Crawley sat in the dugout watching on down by the boundary rope. Stevens had been off earlier, but Klaasen was out there a moment ago. Yeah, he's at square leg, so it must be another Kent player along with Crawley who's currently off the field. Wonder if it's one of the bowlers. 4 ball from Cummins up towards Quinn at mid-on. Stevens is at mid-off. Denley, Muyegi, Bell Drummond, Klaasen, Gilchrist, Coxon Leaning, I think it is, in the slips at the moment.
Yeah, it's a bit of a double bluff from Cummins, because you'd think with this sort of field he could be putting 1 or 2 short balls to Harry Brooke.
Here comes Cummins, full delivery, clipped away.
Full away, yeah.
Out towards Gilchrist in the deep. Couple of runs. In fact, it's O'Riordan at second slip, so Jack Leaning's the other one off the field of play.
Yes, I mean, in terms of the COVID-19 situation, in the league, we have to sanitise hands and the ball every 6 overs.
So that's remained from last summer.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Because these days it gets done pretty quickly in the county game because you've got a 12th man bringing that on. This one's again clipped away behind square on the leg side. Last time it was 2. This will just be 1 for Brooke. 28 for him, 172 for 3.
Yeah, so we get things done quickly. You know, we stress that at the toss to the captains and make sure that they're all organised to do that. Of course, as you said before today, you know, there's the changing rooms are not open, so you got to go dressed in the car. There are no teas, so it'd be nice to get back to some sort of normality anyway.
Rank on the wicket comes Cummins, left alone outside the off stump. I was reading Mike's email, still talking about football referees. He says, you missed my main point. The officials, especially at higher levels, do the best job they can. So it's so easy for the rest of us to criticise, but what do we know? Which I think is a very fair point, Mike. They do the best they can. Sometimes they make mistakes because they're human, ultimately. 172 for 3, the Yorkshire score, trailing by 133 runs. Balance on 59, Brook on 28. Leanings reappeared on the field of play. I think Zach Crawley might even be back out there as well. So the 12th and 13th men off the field. Jonathan Doidge back on commentary alongside me, as this one is guided past first slip and away for 4 runs. Darren Stevens chasing it but won't get there, losing out his race. Brook moves to 32. 176 for 3. Welcome back, Doidge.
Thank you very much. What a delight to watch Gary Balance looking back to his best. Always been a class act, says James Carman.
I mean, he's not the most aesthetically pleasing on the eye batsman to watch. As leaning bowls, Brook drives off the back foot out towards extra cover. Often you talk about left-handers and they're generally, you go, oh, left-handers, they're so elegant. Balance isn't quite in that bracket. I would argue he's effective though. Oh, good delivery from Leaning. Maybe doesn't turn and Brook plays the wrong line. Taken by Robinson behind the stumps, who's dislodged the bails.
Yeah, he's definitely effective. 40, I think it is now, his first class hundreds and 52 50s.
Leaning balls again to Brook. Some could definitely argue that Balance was discarded too early by England. Deserved more chances than he's got.
Many have.
I think I'd be in that camp. As it's clipped away, or at least hard into the ground by Brook up towards Crawley at mid-on. Leaning's bowled, well, ball away from 5 overs. 1 maiden none for 14. Quinn, Gilchrist and Stevens with the 3 Kent wickets so far. So it's driven hard up towards Crawley, who'd just taken a few steps back to go back to long on. Brook will keep the strike for the next over. 177 for 3 with Brook 33 and 59 Gary Balance. Partnership now 4 runs away from a half-century stand.
I'll just do a quick update for BBC Tees, something like this. Yorkshire 177 for 3 now, 55 overs into their first innings in response to Kent's earlier 305 all out. And since you were last with me, Joe Root has gone leg side strangle, caught down the leg side by keeper Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Loney Matt Quinn for 41. That included 5 fours. Gary Balance still going well on 59 now. And Harry Brook has given him good support in the middle order. He's 33 not out. The partnership currently worth 46. 22 overs remain in the day. Yorkshire trailing by 128 on first innings. They're 177 for 3. So Miguel Cummins, 11 overs, 2 maidens, yet to take a wicket. And has conceded 38 runs. Headingley in sunshine at the minute. Starting to get the shadowing now from the western side of the ground. And in comes Cummins, right arm over. Brook plays that top of the bounce, drops it out into the offside, and there's no run.
Andrew earlier on tweeted at BBC Kent Sport to say a team we used to play against had a notoriously dodgy umpire known to all of us as Trigger. Makes me think there's always a one umpire in your league where you're like, oh, that team have got that umpire, and he's insert nickname here, and it's like, oh, they've got that umpire. Or in a division where it's panel umpires, there's one panel umpire that he gets out the car of your game, like, oh, we've got this bloke today.
Here's Cummins, short ball pulled nicely by Harry Brook. There is a man in place down at fine leg, runs round squarer to do the fielding, and so they're kept to 1.
I'm sure Graham Orange is not that man. He's not the man that players sigh when they see him appear to come and umpire their game on a Saturday. He's looking at me. I might be. Who knows? There's always a one infamous umpire for whatever reason in each division, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's quick on the draw, but his nickname throughout Yorkshire is Clint. Gary Balance waits then. Cummins has switched to bowling round the wicket from the Kirkstall Lane end. Short, pulled by Balance. And again, there is a man out there to do the sweeping, and so it was with him quickly and brings a single.
Good control on that from Balance, swivelling on that pull stroke.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying about Gary Balance in terms of the aesthetics, in that sense that you think of the classic left-handers. The first one that always springs to mind, well, first couple, Brian Lara, David Gower, those sort of players. Bit of flash and flourish about them, and he's all understated. It's just that if batting was about just subtlety, then he's a great example of that. Seems to do most things within himself, as Harry Brook turns another ball square on the leg side and finds the sweeper, and they get another single.
At one point in time, he was the answer for England at number 3, wasn't he? But was that pre-trot or was that after trot? Thought they'd kind of replaced him. I can't remember. All the years merge into one. My memory's rubbish.
Here's Cummins round the wicket, slanted in, but still outside. Balances off stump and not tempted to play at it. Played a total of 23 Test matches, Gary Balance, scoring 2 short of 1,500 runs with a highest of 156 and averaging 37.45, including 4 tons. You've seen worse records get significantly longer spells in the international game. Here's Cummins again. Balance this time leaves one that maybe nipped away slightly but started too wide to get him forward to play. That will conclude the 56th over. Still 21 to go. We're going to be here a while yet, chaps. 180 for 3 Yorkshire, and that scheduled finish of 6:28. I'll tell you what, 21 overs would be a struggle in a junior game where they run back to their bowling mark and run back in to get those in.
I said we'd still be playing at past. Probably more than that. Again, look like they're trying to cut down on that time by bowling Jack Leaning. Bit of spin from the stand end. When there's a delay with caps and jumpers and stuff being chucked around, and Cummins is coming off the field of play, and on comes the 12th man, and now he's still got to run to his position. Leaning's adjusting his backward point on the boundary. But yeah, he's running all the way to mid-off. Could be a nice evening for it though. As Jack Leaning bowls. Clipped away. Straight to Jordan Cox it is, fielding at short mid-wicket. Brooks been pretty positive out there. 35 or 50 balls. 4 fours as this time he turns it around the corner to Quinn, who's wearing the floppy white hat. And the large sweatband on his left forearm. Leaning in and bowls. Brooke with an extravagant square drive. Now towards Gilchrist for a single on the deep.
You a sweatband wearer?
Not particularly.
Headband wearer?
Definitely not a headband wearer. Haven't got enough hair to need to.
Alice band wearer? Graham says he is.
Graham's got shorter hair than I have.
Yeah, it is quite short.
He's leaning again around the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, back goes Gary Balance and pads this one away. Was caught on the second attempt by Stevens at slip, who's loosening up himself. Haven't seen loads of Darren Stevens with the ball today. Must be about time for another spell from Steve-O. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 24. Kent's most economical bowler. This one's away for a single out towards the offside boundary.
Like Graham's is so short, it's almost as if it's not there.
Cheeky dodgy.
Almost, I said.
Slight change of the field with the right left hand combination. Brooke flicking this one away. Straight to Bell Drummond. Into the over from leaning. 1-8-2 for 3. 1-2-3 is the deficit for Yorkshire to try and cut down before stumps. Balance 61, Brooke 36.
Rupert says, Jonathan, thanks for the commentary team's efforts again. Perhaps you could ask Mr. Orange how a DRS system might work for the notion of outs. This is something that Rupert put to us in a previous broadcast. He says, quick reminder, an out occurs when a commentator or summariser praises a batsman in one or more of the 6 balls prior to their dismissal, whether they are facing or not at the non-striker's end. What is needed is a means of deciding what constitutes excessive or insufficient praise. And there's also the notion of commentators being sin-binned for a session if they try to take wickets for their preferred side by overpraising. Fingernails still recovering from Sunday, he says. So you get to the stage, you know, where Yorkshire need wickets, and I sit here and go, oh, Yorkshire need runs or whatever it is, and Darren Stevens on fire with the ball, and then he disappears for 3 sixes during the next over or whatever.
Yeah, and it would be me. It'll be saying, oh, Gary Balance, yeah, he always gets it. He always gets runs when I see him bat, and Julie doesn't get any, etc. I get the theory.
A Humberside update to do in a moment or two. Darren Stevens coming in then from the Kirkstall Lane end. And Gary Balance shouldering arms then. Not out on 61. Partnership now has passed the half-century mark. 51 of them on the board between these two. Came together just over an hour ago. Stevens then in once more, and with an open face. Balance runs it out to point. No run, still the 2 slips in place. Kent want to pick up more Yorkshire wickets after all. Trail by 123 here, so they're gradually working their way into a pretty good position, but they've still got that deficit to make up. Wouldn't want to lose a couple of quick wickets in the next few minutes, and then have to start that work all over again in the last 19 overs or so of the day. Darren Stevens' next delivery is wide of off stump, and Balance shoulders arms once again. Ringfield with just the man down at long leg, who's beyond those saving the single. So Stevens switching to round the wicket to bowl to Balance, who shoves the pad across, bends the knee and raises the bat aloft. Closing in on a bit of cue from Humber's side. Stevens coming in past umpire Kettleborough. Definite shape in towards Gary Balance, but started off too wide. Just trying to draw him into playing a shot. Balance, of course. Well, if anybody's notorious for their patient approach at the crease, he'd definitely be up there with those you can think of. Stevens turns again, runs in halfway up to deliver the ball, and then pulls out of the delivery. Just making a change in the field now before he runs it again. Cover has been brought across. Jack Leaney is going in at leg slip position, and being brought in from the offside, sorry, from the onside into cover. Stevens checks again before delivering the ball. Couple of false starts, and he thinks about it again, and Gary Balance not quite ready when the bowler sets off. Not sure if he was doing that for dramatic effect. And again a refusal. And now he switches to bowling back over the wicket to the left-hander, throws it right up there, and Balance smashes it away. Bit of force about that, and he's got it away through the covers to the foot of the Western Terrace for 4. Gave it some hammer, Gary Balance, with a bit of room. Not sure if Darren Stevens put himself off there with the dithering between those two deliveries and that drawn-out delay. So 186 for 3. He's on 65, and Harry Brook not out on 36. Will be back on strike. We might eventually get to this update. Going back through the Rugby League news again at the minute. So Jack Leaning at the Emerald stand end. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17. Here we go.
19 overs remaining on day 2. Yorkshire 186.
Yeah, Yorkshire 186 for the loss of 3 wickets at the moment in their first innings. Kent bowled out for 305 earlier in the day. And, well, since last year with me, 3 Yorkshire wickets have fallen. Adam Lyth for 23, Tom Kohler-Cadmore for 14, both went before tea. And since, England skipper Joe Root was caught down the leg side by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Matt Quinn for 41. Gary Balance is playing well, 65 not out. Harry Brook with him is 36. A partnership so far worth 55. Still plenty of time left today, just over 18 overs. Yorkshire 187 for 3. I think that might have been a single while I was glancing up at the scoreboard. Graham, was that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. To Harry Brook, who's on to 37. So it is 187 for 3. And Jack Leaning round the wicket to Balance, who pushes that out into the leg side. And wicket does the fielding, no run. Sweeper back now. Squarish. About 10 in front of square. Out on the offside, and one as well on the leg side. As Balance drops this next delivery to the man who is just around the corner at a backward short leg. Come leg gully. There's a slip in place still as well. And despite the fact that the man's posted there at backward short leg, Balance flicks this next delivery around the corner near him, but he can't react in time, and they get a single.
Yeah, so Balance is, as I say, the rock of this innings now, and he's batting really well. In fact, Brook is as well. That these two are batting really well and edging Yorkshire towards the Kent total. There's still a while to go. Yeah, 117 runs behind, but these two are batting really well.
There we go. Sure cue for a wicket. Partnership 57 so far, and Jack leaning. That could be a commentator's out, that, Graham. Could be your first leaning in. And Harry Brook opens the face, and he's got a real whippy style about how he plays that shot. It's not your traditional orthodox sort of square drive through the offside. He's just played it again, and he almost flat bats that. But it's just the speed of the bat before he makes the connection. It really does whip it away, as if you normally think of the whip, don't you, to the leg side, little whippy little shot through there. But he does the opposite, really. He opens the wrist and whips it away through the offside, and he picked up a couple for that.
Yeah, a very effective shot. And he's nearing 40 now, Brook. 190 for 3.
Closing in on a batting point. Darren Stevens then to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. First delivery slanted across. Gary Balance, not interested in playing. Dr. Chris Whitaker, good afternoon to you. Chris the Owl, his Twitter handle. Hello, he says, thanks for the great commentary. Enjoying Headingley, looking fantastic in the early evening sunshine. You can get in touch at Jonathan Doidge at BBC Kent Sport, or kentcricket@gmail.com, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. As Stevens is into Balance and pushes that wide of mid-on, but he manages to get round and prevent the single. A few emails to get to as well. Dave in North Yorkshire. Yours in a moment. Another one which mentions Mr. Orange. Stevens into Balance, who shoulders arms. He says, Mr. Orange lamented that players don't know the laws, yet he advocates that doubt should go in favour of the batsman. Which law says that?
No, that's true. That's true. He's absolutely spot on.
The umpire is there to adjudicate on what he sees, not to favour the batsman. The arrival of DRS has made umpiring much more fair, and the game has improved greatly as a result.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Stevens is in to Balance. He's just squared up slightly and pushes out into the covers. There's no run. Long one coming in from Jeff Greenwood, which perhaps we'll get to at the end of the over. A couple of balls to go. Stevens then turning, making his way in past umpire Kettleborough. Just looks like he's held that back even more than normal with his little medium paces. But Balance was happy to wait and play. 66 to him. Partnership 59, the second that has gone beyond 50 in this Yorkshire innings so far. Stevens is in, and Balance drops that into the leg side. There's no run. So Jeff says, umpires, my first ever game was as a 16-year-old. I was subbing for my brother, who was the scorer, and went along with my dad to Outlane CC. The side were too short, and the captain asked if I'd fancied a game. Oh yes. Batted number 11. First ball from a demon bowler I missed by a mile. Next one hit my bat and went for 4. Got down the other end next over, and the bowler I was more suited to lobbed one up, and I put it out the ground for a 6. Oh, so I thought. No, it was a 4. When the umpire told me to read the league rules, if I was old enough to do so. Grumpily, I set up for the next ball, was given out LBW by the umpire for a ball that pitched outside leg and was going further down. I had the bravery of youth to ask him if he knew the LBW law, because they must have changed in the 10 minutes I'd been batting. He said nothing to me, but the captain asked me to apologise for my rudeness.
But all this talk of umpiring, I think it's great that people are contributing, and the fact that, you know, it'd be great to see more people, more players and more people who love cricket to actually take up umpiring.
Now Joe Denley coming into the attack from the Emerald stand end, and his first delivery, a loosener. He's pushed up to long on, allows Harry Brook to get through for a single. We did see Joe Denley in action with the ball for parts of the Canterbury contest. The next delivery there to Gary Balance is a dot. Drops out into the leg side. And in comes Denley again. And now then, Harry Brooks keen for a single to a ball that squirts out squarish on the offside. But he was more keen than Gary Balance, who sent him all the way back. And Denley turns again, and this time Balance happy to watch this one go by. Joe Denley, 35 years of age now. Following these gentle leg spinners over the wicket. Now then, Gary Balance has got underneath this one, but there's a legitimate shot on, because both men who are straight are in sort of orthodox positions really, so he's just lofted that over the top slightly to the offside of straight. Picks up a couple. 68 to him. Partnership now worth 62, and Yorkshire 7 shy of a batting point.
Yeah, I think these two are sort of, taking the game away from Kent to a certain extent, aren't they?
16 overs and 1 ball to go. You're naturally thinking, around a 260 mark, something like that, probably come the end if they keep going. Less if Kent pegged them back, as Balance plays that last ball out into the covers and there's no run, and more perhaps if they have a real good trot here and they're seeing it well and they get some opportunities to score more quickly. But yeah, probably thinking 250, 260, that sort of score come the end of the day's play.
Yes, and if they're only 3 wickets down with that score, then that's really good progress.
The light's good, the weather's been better than it was forecast to be. It's definitely been better than yesterday. And for the most part, batting conditions have been better as well. And I think that's probably also reflected in the number of wickets that have fallen on the day. Just 3, of course, to finish off Kent's innings, and now 3 in the Yorkshire innings as well. So 193 for 3. We'll have an update for BBC Radio York in a moment or two, doubtless. Although they did forget earlier on today. Stevens is in, and that's nicely played by Harry Brook, who flicks it down through long leg, and there's an attempt at diving stop down there, but it's a despairing attempt, and he picks up 4. So Harry Brook into the 40s now. 197 for 3. He's on 44. Was already in the 40s before that shot.
Yes. And he certainly is now.
But he is, isn't he? I mean, I'm not saying he's in the 40s now. But he was just in the 40s before he played that shot as well.
I don't think that was a great piece of feeling though, JD.
Not the best, was it,
No.
really? He made the ground and then
he
seemed to dive over the top of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Darren Stevens is down on one knee at the moment. Not sure if he's proposing to his teammate. We need numbers on the back of the Kent players.
I think that's Denley with them,
jumpers.
isn't it? Is that Denley?
He keeps appearing all over the place. Yeah, I think it is. Stevens is in, and Harry Brook. That's a beautiful shot from Harry Brook. Wow, Darren Stevens just gave him a little bit of room to work with, and he has timed the backside off that delivery through extra cover. Super 4 from Brook. He's on to 48. 201 for 3. Yorkshire have a little mini celebration because they've got a batting point, and they've got a batting point with the loss of just 3 wickets. Stevens is going to come in again to Harry Brook as BBC Radio York make that call, and that is turned out to mid-on, and there's no run. So 4 deliveries left in the over from Darren Stevens, the veteran, 45 years of age, of course, recently. A little measured run up, and again there or thereabouts, right on the money, making Harry Brook play, pushing forward into the offside this time. No half volleys in succession from him. Tidied things up after that boundary earlier in the over. Here comes Stevens again then. Brook once more with a respectful forward push. So 201 for 3. Yeah, it's going pretty well so far. They have lost 3 wickets. They're 201 for 3, so the bonus of a batting bonus point for Yorkshire with the loss of just 3 wickets, and they've struggled to pick up batting bonus points so far this season, so that's a positive. They have lost the wickets of Adam Lyth for 23, Tom Kohler-Cadmore for 14, both falling before tea, and then more recently Joe Root was out for 41. He's the last wicket to have fallen. That is, I say more recently, an hour and 20 minutes ago. Harry Brook has gone out there following him and played nicely. He's 48 not out at the moment in a partnership of 70 with Gary Balance, who was already out there earlier with Joe Root, and he is on 68. 15 overs remaining today, so we're going to be here for another hour or so. And in response to Kent's 305 all out, Yorkshire 201 for 3. So Joe Denley is going to continue from the Emerald stand end. Gary Balance steps back and tries to square cut that, but gets a bottom edge into the ground. Cleaned up by slip. Still 2 men back as they were for Leaning when Denley's bowling his leggies. Jack Leaning gets his front foot right across and watches this next delivery go by wide of off stump. So the 2 men back are sweeping on the square leg boundary and then out at cover on the east side of the ground. Everybody else in the ring, there is a short, backward short leg still. Denley's next delivery is pushed up to mid-on. No run, and he's in again for ball number 4 of this over, and this time Balance trying to drive him and not timing that one as he wanted to. Runs up to mid-off.
Yes, from Kent's point of view, they need a wicket or 2 now, don't they? Because Yorkshire's starting to just get on top now. Only 103 behind.
Denley into Balance again, who shoulders arms, no run. Howard says, "Hi boys, the Balance cover drive is a joy to watch. Unfortunately, the forecast for Saturday is dreadful, with possible showers on Sunday. The only saving grace being it's no better at Old Trafford." Denley into Balance, who again shoulders arms. Everybody's missed this one, and the ball runs away and will be picked up by Quinn, but no shot offered. End of the over. 201 for 3. So he says the only saving grace being that it's no better at Old Trafford, which leads me to ask, what's your views on contrived finishes? I once posed this question to Geoffrey Boycott, who memorably answered, "As long as we win, I don't give a..." Contrived finishes?
Well, look, you're trying to achieve a result, aren't you? And if you make a declaration, I always think that you've got to try and keep the opposition interested, because then they're going for their shots that can get out. You know, it all depends. You're trying to win the match. I'm not against them.
I always think it always depends on circumstances. If you're trying to make a contrived finish, if you don't want somebody to make a contrived finish in other games, it affects the result in your match potentially is affected. There's those sort of issues to take into account as well. But if you're purely talking about the 2 teams involved in this game, then yeah, why, if you're trying to, rather than just playing for nothing other than a draw because you're running out of time in the game.
But why should you think about other teams when you've got this match?
That's true.
It's nothing, it's what you do in this match, as it were, when you have a contrived finish as such.
And Miriam in Brighton says she loves watching Gary Balance bat. Agree, his England career should have been longer. After a busy week at work, she can now relax and actually have the commentary to accompany the live stream that she's had on all day. Good to hear from you. Short ball here from Quinn, who's back on at the Kirkstall Lane end for his first delivery. And loosener, and it's pulled by Harry Brook down to fine leg for 1. He's on to 49. And Bo Tyman says Gary is simply a class player. Just look at his first class average, approximately 48. Great to see him back after his illness. Kent don't have a batsman of the same class. Gary will no doubt record another 100 in this game. Your colleague mentions left-handers. Sir, the very best I ever saw was Sir Garfield Sobers. Quinn is in, and balance shouldering arms, and there's no run. I'm too young to have seen Sir Garfield play live, but I have met him.
If you were to ask me who was the best cricketer I've ever seen, ever, it's Gary Sobers. And I saw him live, and he was top. He was top class as a bowler, both spin and quick. He could do both, and as a batsman, he was top class. He's the best player I've ever seen.
Balance weights, Quinn is in, balance shouldering arms. I bet you gave him out there, didn't you? I've seen enough, sorry, Gary.
I remember
I've got to apply law, whatever it is here.
I remember watching, it's a Gillette Cup in those days, semi-final at Scarborough. Wasn't it Headingley? Scarborough. Yorkshire versus Nottinghamshire. And of course, he was playing for Nottinghamshire. And it was a massive crowd. And he didn't make many runs, but when he was out, there was a massive ooh from the crowd.
Quinn to balance, who's pushing solidly back to the bowler. Bill Kelso, in my experience, the only people who talk about the benefit of the doubt are the players. The laws state, if in the opinion of the umpire, the law's statement, if in the opinion of the umpire holds sway and the decision to be made is out or not out, my thought process is whether there is any reason that it shouldn't be out.
Yeah, that's quite true. That's quite true. It's either out or not out.
Quinn to balance, who turns his square on the leg side and is quickly through for a single, taking him on to 69. 203 for 3.
I think the point I was making is that when you've been through all your considerations, you know, and you're really not sure about it, or you're not. It's not out. It's either out or not out.
There's Quinn again then. Red soles on his boots. He's just got this one wrong line-wise down the leg side, and I think that grunt that we heard was probably him with a bit of frustration. And Harry Brook turns that one backward off square, and he is through for another single, and that brings up a half-century for Harry Brook. He's already had one of those on the board in the first game of this 2021 campaign, but that is now 10 first-class half-centuries to his name.
Yeah. This has been a very good half-century. He's compiled it really well. In fact, you know, both these players, Brook and Balance, have batted really well, and they're swinging their game back, you know, into Yorkshire's favour.
Lily agrees, says Gary Balance is batting brilliantly, a great patient batsman, but she says she's not going to say any more in case he gets out. And Andrew Naylor has sent us in a bizarre dismissals email, which is fairly long. We'll get to that when we can. As Denley is in, bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Harry Brook, who turns that through mid-wicket. And we'll pick up another single. 51 to him, the partnership now worth 74 at 205 for 3. Slight adjustment in the field. The man who was out at point has been brought in at a sort of 45. In fact, I was going to say 45 degrees, but he's now been moved again. Matt Quinn under the floppy sun hat. And he's now gone in front of square, and he's moving again. Joe Denley has he's been all over the place before this delivery. He's gone through to a straight mid-wicket. Balance tries a reverse sweep from whence the fielder came, and good thinking from the batsman. He's got that away for 4 runs. 73 now to him, 209 for 3.
Yes, the first reverse sweep of the day, and a good connection there, 4 runs. Yeah, 73 Balance.
Denley round the wicket to the left-hander, who's back and across. Stifled appeal from the bowler. Couldn't see what it hit from here. Balanced with his back to us. Ball back in his hand. Here he comes once again, and Gary Balance just dropping that in front of him. Ollie Robinson round to tidy up from behind the stumps. So Denley in once again, and this time Balance gets a delivery around about middle stump, stepping across and works it square on the leg side, picks up another single. One more delivery, we'll get to your email, Andy. Changing the field from the lefty back to the right-hander. Quinn's come right across now from his mid-wicket position to Gary Balance, and with Harry Brook on strike, he's been moved right around to just in front of square on the leg side, trying to save a single, and the man who was sweeping on the square leg boundary is now in more of a deep backward square, come long leg position. Denley in over the wicket. Balance, Root even, let me get the names right, not Balance, not Root even, Brook pushes forward, and Yorkshire are 211 for 3 at the end of the over. Andrew says bizarre dismissals. Andy in Kirkcudbright have been Dumfries and Galloway. Whilst batting for Galloway in a league match at Hill Head, Glasgow, I was given out bowled by a ball that I thought was missing off stump. There was a suspicion the ball had rebounded from the pads of the wicketkeeper, who was standing up. The non-striker pointed out the bails were on my side of the stumps, but I was still dismissed. Can any physicists listening confirm whether it's possible for the bails to fall towards the batsman when bowled, or does this prove that it was definitely an umpiring error? He says, loving the coverage, but I'm feeling very sport deprived, being a York City season ticket holder. I've seen just 3 matches in over a year, and a Yorkshire fan, not seen them live since 2019. Having broken my ankle in the first match of the season, I can't even make up for it by playing cricket for a few more weeks. That sounds tough old start to 2021 as Quinn is in here now bowling to Balance. But there was a stifled appeal. Always looked a little bit too high. Hope the ankle recovers pretty quickly and you're back on the field shortly, and also back at a sporting venue to watch your favourite teams then. Andy, thanks for your email. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or kentcricket at gmail.com. And Bowtie Man says, well played Harry Brook. My wife and I are Harry's shirt sponsor again this year. So proud to be associated with such a promising young cricketer. Come on Brookie, let's convert it to 100. Quinn in to Balance, who's shouldering arms to this one. No run.
Well, he's certainly batting well, Harry Brook. 51 not out. He's looked relatively untroubled so far, as is Balance on 74.
Yep, going well. We've got a BBC Radio Leeds top of the evening sports show update to come in a couple of minutes' time as Quinn is in. Balance drops that into the leg side. And there's no run, bright sunshine. And few clouds overhead, and that's the first time we've been able to say that in the whole of the 2 days so far, but this is definitely the best weather we've had. It'll be that little bit milder out there in the middle.
It's actually the best part of the day now, isn't it?
Temperatures are apparently 13 degrees here at the moment. Balmy, positively balmy, as Quinn drops a short one here at Balance, trying to tempt him into a mistimed hook or pull. There is a man, 2 men back in fact, a man down at fine leg and a man at deep backward square on the boundary edge, the eastern side of the ground. Balance not tempted. So still 11 overs and more to go. I was suggesting 250 to 260 come the end of the day could be on. It's still in that sort of range, isn't it, as Quinn's next delivery is wide of Gary Balance's off stump. No run. It's starting to just look a little bit harder work out there with the ball, especially when you've been out there for 65 overs and taken just the 3 wickets. And you're still that bit away from taking a second new ball. 14 overs and 1 delivery.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit tired in the field. Just a little bit.
Quinn in again, and Balance with an effortless pull to deep backward square leg for a single. Timed that really well. Finishes the over on 75. Brook 51, the partnership now 80. 211 for 3 Yorkshire. And just waiting on that Leeds update. Lots of football for them to discuss on tonight's BBC West Yorkshire Sports Show, of course. But always got time to talk a bit of cricket as well during the season. A little bit of debate here, Graham, between Joe Denley and looks like Zach Crawley.
Yeah, I mean, Denley is still bowling, or about to bowl. It's the field settings that they're debating here.
So 1 or 2 possible changes. And then Matt Quinn, who started off somewhere away to our left in the deep in the last over, and then was brought round to mid-wicket, and then went back to mid-wicket on the other side for left and right. He's now been moved again, and he is with sun hat on head, slightly facing the sun, side onto it really from the west. He's up at mid-off now as Denley's in to Balance. Drops it into the leg side, there's no run. I still have a slip and a leg gully come backward short leg if you like. Another man in a catching position is only 15 or so from the bat. Hands on his knees at a straight mid-wicket. That bypasses him and goes to orthodox mid-on. A whippy little shot from Balance. Picks himself up a single. Andrew Gale away to our right, perusing the western side boundary. Just the other side of the rope. He'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable about life with these runs on the board than he has done in several Yorkshire innings so far this season. Denley in again, Brook pushing forward. Back to the bowler, no run. While he's walking towards us on to our right, out on the left hand side you can see bowling coach Richard Pyra, physio Ku Bansil, and somebody else under a bobble hat at the moment. Next ball was a dot. Who is it? Is that Joe Root? It is indeed. Under the Yorkshire bob hat. And then Joe Denley's next delivery, full and driven straight back past him by Harry Brook. He'll pick up another single.
Yeah, they're having a leisurely walk round. Would that happen if there was a crowd in here, do you think?
No.
No.
I've certainly not something I can recall happening very often, if at all. Yeah, pretty good, Catherine. Gary Balance just strikes a 4 as you join us now to move into the 80s. 80 not out for him. Harry Brook has been playing well also, and he is on 52. So the partnership at the moment for this 4th wicket is 86. Yorkshire 217 for 3 now, trailing by just the 88 runs with those 7 first innings wickets standing. Just a reminder, Kent 305 all out earlier in the day. The 3 Yorkshiremen to have fallen: Adam Lyth for 23, Tom Kohler Cadmore for 14, and then since tea, England skipper Joe Root for 41. They're building nicely. They've got the first batting bonus point on the board. Still plenty of work to do and 10 overs remaining in the day. Yorkshire 217 for 3. There we go, done and dusted. And that was the end as well of Denley's over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15 for him. So Balance 80 as you heard, 217 for 3. And it's going to be Matt Quinn after his adventures around various parts of Headingley in the field. He's going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end He's again just making adjustments in the pitch. Just slowed down a bit at the minute. I'm not sure if this is deliberate. We've got the changes in the field, the natural pauses because of a left-hand right-hand combination. So there is a general field shift after every single. But also there's quite a lot of chat going on, which is slowing play down to some extent. Harry Brook on strike here, and after all that chat there's another change. Daniel Bell-Drummond, who was going to go across into the offside, has now come across to leg, so he's positioned at a straight mid-wicket, and Joe Denley is a little bit squarer than him. They're both in what you'd call catching positions really, although Bell-Drummond, when he walks in, then is static at the point the ball is bowled. Short ball from Quinn, so after all that he's not got the desired result because Harry Brook has just picked him off for a single down to fine leg and moves on to 53. So Balance back on strike. Plenty of foreboding about the weather tomorrow. We're hoping it's not the right forecast, but it doesn't seem to have changed. If we do get play, then we'll be welcoming for the first time Katie Levick to the commentary team. In comes Quinn, and Gary Balance leans back and just tries to cut that wide of the cordon between there and point, but doesn't get the contact he wants.
Lily's emailed to say Gary Balance is batting really well, but I'm not going to say anything else. Don't want to put the mockers on him.
No, I think that's the third time she said Gary Balance is playing really well, and I'm not going to say anything else.
He's still playing well. It's almost like she's trying to get him out.
Quinn with a bit of a shimmy before he sets off in, just short of length, and Gary Balance just eases onto the back foot and just dinks that away, really, nothing more, deep into the leg side, and picks up a single.
Chris saying about Sobers caught Binks in the 69 Gillette semi-final.
Binks and dinks, dinks and binks.
The rule was phenomenal, he says. David posing a question on captains, following up to our earlier one about the uniqueness of the 68 Ashes game.
Short ball pulled by Harry Brook, got it away down to fine leg for another single.
Says that there's a Kentish theme. What was unusual in terms of captaincy for the Kent versus New Zealand match in 1999? I got no idea, David. I was 8.
Bow Tie Man says, Jonathan and colleagues, brilliant commentary again today, thank you guys. Living in Whitby, and the seconds are at Scarborough on Monday against Lancs of course as well, but it's crazy that we can't enter the ground. Let's get back to normality. Quinn is in to Balance, who shoulders arms, and there's no run.
KentCricket@gmail.com if you know about David's question on the Kent versus New Zealand match. He says it was unusual, probably not unique. I'm trying to think, he was even Kent captain at that point. 99. Kent certainly striving for, well, they would have wanted earlier on in the afternoon, probably Yorkshire to be 6-7 down come the end of the day.
Short ball from Quinn, who's struggling to get some life out of this pitch now.
No, I think they'd take 4 or 5 if possible, if they could get one off, a wicket or two before the end of the day's play. 9 overs remaining. Ball seems to have gone pretty soft, and really this sort of second half of this ball's life, it's not really done much for Kent.
No, we did see, of course, down at the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence, but a slow, pretty dead pitch, didn't we? Which I think probably just drew the game out that bit longer, and there was a moment during the afternoon where it looked like Kent might actually hang on for a draw there.
I must admit, I thought Kent probably should have got a draw, really, with how battable it was on that pitch. Twelfth man's wandering around, grabbing bits of kit and bringing on a drink for someone and handing hand warmers to others, or Bit of hand sanitizer. Headingley's going to continue. Long sleeve top and sleeveless jumper, sunglasses on. He's got fielders on the boundary at deep cover and deep backward square as Brook comes forward to straightish delivery and defends. Mid on is deepish, but 10 or 15 in from the rope. Yorkshire 223. Stanley bowls. Brook punches this one off the back foot out towards extra cover, who in the end leaves it and allows it through to mid-off. One was Matthew Fleming. Matthew Fleming's been here today as this one's edged past the slip fielder. Darren Stevens down towards third man. A couple of runs more for Brook. Yeah, like I think Richard Ellison I saw with Matthew Fleming a moment ago. We've been here with Alan Eggleston, former teammates of Iggy's. Watching the game today, there was definitely a Cowdrey. I think it was Jeremy Cowdrey I saw earlier. This one's pushed back defensively. David's put clue not related to Kate Fleming from Line of Duty. This one's driven up towards mid-on. Lots of BBC related chatter about Line of Duty of late. Lots of funny memes on social media, but ultimately disappointment at the conclusion. Final episode.
Was there?
Didn't live up to the billing perhaps. It was a little bit more low key than people were hoping for us. Denley bowls, this one turns away into the onside, and this day is turning out to be a little bit more low key than Kent certainly would have hoped at one stage. That's fine though for Yorkshire. 2-2-3, or 2-2-2 for 3. 81 balance and 56 for Brook. This partnership now just 9 runs away from being worth 100.
Shall we have a look at the scores elsewhere? Leicester made 496. Good effort in the end. Surrey 143 without loss though down there at Grace Road, so that's got the hallmarks of draw written all over it. Looks like a good pitch and wicket taking difficult. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire's 343 was posted first, of course. Worcester put them in. They're 185 for 4 in reply, so a bit of work to do with 158 deficit and those 6 first innings wickets intact. Here's Quinn round the wicket to the left-handed balance, who drops that into the leg side up to mid-on. There's no run. At Lords, Middlesex 210, Gloucester made 273 to take a 63 run first innings lead with them, and they have Middlesex 17 for 2 second time around. That's developing. At Old Trafford, Glamorgan eventually at 344 all out. Lancashire, well, doing it tough early doors. 8 without loss in going on for 10 overs. Runs not easy to come by, as Quinn's next delivery is tucked into the leg side once again by balance, and there's no run. Down at Northampton, Sussex 106 all out, of course, yesterday. Northampton's made 441 for 9 declared, and already have Sussex 4 down for 146 second time around. So they've still got to find 189 runs with their last 6 wickets to make Northampton bat again. Quinn coming into balance, shoulders arms once more. And then down at the Ageas Bowl, Hampshire's 79 all out was yesterday. Somerset eventually made 336, 89 for 2 Hampshire second time around, so they've got 168 to find before making Somerset bat again with just 8 second innings wickets remaining. And Essex, of course, 99 all out, Nottinghamshire 323 to have a big first innings lead, and Essex already 128 for 3 second time around, so 96 runs behind, 7 wickets in their second innings remaining, as Quinn's next delivery is once again pushed up to mid-off by Gary Balance, and there is no run.
I've cheated and looked up a scorecard for that Kent New Zealand game in 1999, and suddenly it's all become very obvious. I think you've been too generous to us, David, by telling us who the Kent captain was, knowing now what the teaser is about.
Here's Quinn coming in once again to balance. It's a little bit more room to work with down the leg side this time, just leaning away into the offside and flicking that one out to the man sweeping on square leg, picks up a single.
Yeah, so Jonathan Bailey getting it right, and then James Boswell. I'm hoping this is a joke, James, when he says the captains were Matthew Fleming and his brother Stephen. Jonathan says the fact that both captains were called Fleming. But no, not related.
So, Quinn, last ball of the over, decides to come over the wicket to the right-handed Harry Brook. Short ball pulled by Brook. Once again down to fine leg. And another single to him. 57 for Harry Brook, 82 for Gary Balance. Partnership now 93. And Yorkshire 224 for 3 at the end of the 70th over. Still 7 remaining today. Lily says she promises she's trying not to get Gary Balance out. Trying to be positive. She then joined the commentary in the car on her way home from her sister's. Hope you're not driving, Lily.
Yeah, good point.
Type in that email.
Is it just me, or was that last over really, really long? Some of us have got evening plans. I've got my tour
those.
of the county.
You never have those, dear, with in this job. You never make evening plans.
Come on, umps. Speed things up a bit here.
You got to wait the requisite 20 to 30 minutes for your post-day interview. And file your other stuff.
Here comes Denley in and bowling. Leg spinner. That sounded like a prequel to a Line of Duty quote, that did. You've got the right to be interviewed by a officer one rank above yours, etc. Denley bowls. Yorker length delivery in the end, which Brook jams back up the pitch.
Are you getting your tea made for you? It's tea up here, of course.
Mm.
You getting it made? Yeah.
I am, yeah. Here comes Denley. Defended out towards backward of point.
Oh, there's some Yorkshire pudding on the menu.
I don't know, to be honest. I don't think so. Yorkshire pudding on a Friday? Well, that was a Sunday thing. Denley bowls driven off the back foot out towards extra cover, good fielding by Zach Crawley. You allowed Yorkshire puddings on every day of the week in Yorkshire?
Yeah.
In Kent we only have them on Sundays. Here's Denley. Nudged away behind square on the onside. KentCricket@gmail.com if you're living in Kent and you have Yorkshire puddings on days other than Sundays. At BBC Kent Sport on Twitter. You can tell it's been a long day. Talking nonsense now.
I'm glad I didn't eat out when I was down there the other week. I think how boring the menu would be on Monday through to Saturday.
You'd have struggled to get that gravy with your chips as well.
Don't do those actually.
Fair enough, it's not the best. Tried it once. Kept the chips very warm, but also very soggy. It's Denley bowls. Back goes Balance, gets in behind this one. End of another over. Denley's overs are skipping through, at least 6 more until the close, and at the minute, Pat dominating ball with his partnership worth 94. Kent struggling to get breakthroughs with the older ball. Yorkshire 225 for 3. I think Gilchrist looks like he might be coming to have a go here. Change of bowling from the Coxall Lane end.
Yeah, of course there is no Matt Milnes because of that ankle injury. No Harry Podmore. What's the latest with Harry?
Say that again, sorry.
What's the latest with Harry Podmore?
I don't know about Podmore. The last we heard, it was going to keep him out for a few weeks. It wasn't looking like a quick return to action. Grant Stewart, who's here and was doing some bowling at lunch, more positive news on him and his return, but no, Podmore It's going to be a loss for a bit more time yet.
Because he pulled up injured in the reverse fixture, didn't he? Couldn't.
He did, yeah.
Couldn't bowl. Didn't bat, did he, either second time around? So we have got the change, as Ben suggested. Nathan Gilchrist coming back into the attack at the Kirkstall lane end. 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41 so far. He bowled Tom Kohler-Cadmore. That was his wicket earlier in the day, and just short of length first ball, and a little jab really out to the man sweeping deep on the offside there from Harry Brook. Brings him an easy single. There's lots of those around, and then an occasional boundary, and the scoreboard just keeps on ticking, doesn't it? 95 this partnership now between the pair. But again, don't underestimate overhead conditions, which are significantly better now than at any point during the game. Few clouds around, lots of blue, good sunshine, and Gilchrist's next delivery is wide of Gary Balance, who has a little bit of a flash at it. There's a dive and attempt at a catch from Gully.
Crawley.
Yeah, one slip and a Gully in place at the minute. Right-handed dive from Zach Crawley, but it's disappeared some time ago over the boundary at the Emerald stand end of the ground. Gary Balance 86 now. Yorkshire 230 for 3.
Like you said, because of the match situation, the partnership now 99, the overhead conditions, the fact this ball is soft, it's into its final 10 overs of use. Kent just having Gully and Slip in there, and maybe if they had a couple more catches, that might have gone to hand, and an error from Balance might have cost him, but as a result, still there on 86, not out, with another boundary to his name.
Gilchrist in to Balance, who smashed this one away. That was again giving him plenty of room outside off stump. An attempted stop from Joe Denley in the covers. Got something on it, but they're going to get back for 2. Balance on to 88, and the 100 partnership then comes up. 101 between this pair. They've been together since Joe Root was dismissed at 26 minutes past 4. So an hour and 57 minutes. Contributions of 42 from Gary Balance and 59 from Harry Brook. And it's taken 180 balls to put on that 100 partnership. Balance picking up another single. So 89 to him, 233 for 3. Some good stuff from the pair of them, and well, there have been few Yorkshire partnerships of this ilk so far this season. Tricky batting conditions. Gilchrist in, good delivery, big appeal, and Harry Brook falling over across his stumps has gone. So 100 partnership on the board, and quickly it comes to an end at 102. Brook, LBW to Gilchrist for 59. It played well, did Harry Brook? Certainly nobody going to question him for getting out to a rash shot today or a rush of blood. Playing sensibly within himself, picking off the bad ball, but he's just found a good delivery this time from Nathan Gilchrist, who now has 2 for 49, and Brook has gone.
Lovely innings from Harry Brooks, played some really elegant strokes in it. Walking off disappointed with himself that he hasn't been able to kick on and make it a really big one. Joy for Gilchrist. I had actually just dropped the Kent head coach a text to say maybe Marcus O'Riordan after the day's play, if he's free for a chat. While Nathan Gilchrist clearly fancies a conversation at some point, trying to add a few more wickets to his end column after getting his first for the county earlier on. Now removing Brook as well, as Tatsaw walks out at number 6 for Yorkshire, the wicketkeeper. Big breakthrough for Kent. Said they probably wanted a couple before the end of the day's play. They got one of them. 5.1 overs remaining to try and get a further breakthrough prior to stumps, with Yorkshire still trailing by 72 runs.
Yep, 86 balls, 117 minutes, and 6 fours in Harry Brook's 59. Taken the better part then of 2 hours between wickets for Kent. But they're back in and among.
Yeah, played some lovely strokes as well. It reminds me of our conversation we were having about elegant left-handers earlier on, and I did have an email from someone suggesting a few who perhaps weren't in that category, the likes of Langer, Kirsten, Burns, Chanderpaul, more sort of gritty players.
Gilchrist in. Tattersall's first delivery is pushed into the offside, and that completes that over with Yorkshire 233 then for 4.
Add a Tom Latham to that list as well. Sometimes you do get more nuggety players, I guess. Alistair Cook's not all free-flowing strokes. He knows his limits and sticks to his limited number of shots, but plays them well and accumulates his runs. Out twice fairly cheaply though in their game against Nottinghamshire. I made 35 today. WW to James. Essex still trailing by 95 runs in that one. Denley into the attack. Driven back down the pitch by Balance. Easy single. Hampshire trailing by 165 runs with 7 second innings wickets remaining. Sussex trailing by 186 runs with 6 second innings wickets remaining. Morgan all out for 344 in the end against Lancashire, and then 10 without loss in reply. Jimmy Anderson taking 3 for 40. Middlesex trailing by 40. 23 for 2 after Gloucestershire 273 all out. Worcestershire 145 behind both first innings scores. 6 wickets remaining. Sorry, 146 without loss. Blinds 496 all out. Flat one at Grace Road. Seemingly Rory Burns, another those nuggety left-handers we were talking about in the runs. Denley just adjusting his field. Right-handed Tattersall on strike. Big shout for LBW. Looks a bit leg side. One in the previous over. I feel like it was the first one I've seen Richard Kettleby give in the game. It's been erring on the side of not out on some of the tight LBWs, but that was Harry Brook one is given as Tattersall defends past the short leg fielder out towards mid wicket. Denley trying to eke out a wicket for Kent in these final 4.3 overs of the day. In he comes Tattersall, clips it away, gets off the mark. Out towards a Reardon, a backward square. End of the over? No, we still got 2 balls left. I'm going to see if I can sneak it in before my update for BBC Radio Kent. Depends how long it takes for the field to swap over from the right-hander to the left-hander. Still tweaking the field here, Kent. Moving to backward of point. Stevens is at slip and Jordan Cox under the lid at short legs. Denley bowls to Balance, just feeling this one into the offside. Out towards Drummond, the captain. Lobs it back to Denley. 6:29, which is a minute past the proposed end time for the day's play with the extended hours. This one's clipped away by Balance. He's going to pick up 1 run to take the score onto 235 for 4. He's on 236 for 4 rather. He's on 91.
Yep, so just those 4 overs remaining in the day. Gary Valance closing in on a century. He's had a few of those already, of course. 40 first-class tons to his name, so knows what that's all about. One of the best players in the competition, and he is going to be on strike here to Gilchrist at the Kirkstall Lane end. Gilchrist, of course, the most recent wicket taker. That dismissal of Harry Brook in his most recent over, LBW for 59. Going to be speaking to Gary Balance after the day's play is done, so look out for that being posted on the usual spots. BBC WIS Twitter feed. As this first delivery is slanted across Balance, shoulders, arms, and there's no run.
He certainly batted very well this afternoon, Balance. I've been very, very impressed.
Not sure how delighted he'll be to speak to us if he's still in the 90s at come the close of play, but anyway. Had a chat with him after his 70 odd down at Sussex the other week, and he was just delighted to be back and playing again as Gilchrist's next delivery slants across him, and he doesn't get tempted to be drawn into a silly shot. Just the one slip in place now for that sort of thing.
I think he'll be fine if he hasn't reached the ton by the end of today. He looks fairly phlegmatic sort of player.
Yeah. Does his little adjustment of his pads again. Has a look round the field, checks to make sure that the gaps are still in the same places as they were a moment ago. And here's Gilchrist in again. Balance, shoulders, arms, there's no run. That's one, isn't it? Do you go out to the middle and bat and look at where the fielders are, or where the gaps are?
You should look where the gaps are.
I don't suppose it matters what you look at as long as you hit the gaps, really. That's what counts. Here's Gilchrist into Balance, who's watchful in pushing this one into the mid-wicket region. 2 left in this 74th over of Yorkshire's reply to Kent's 305 all out. 236 for 4. Gilchrist in again, 17 on his back. Slants that once more across the left-hander, who's not interested in playing on it. And the pair of them, well, playing for the end of the day now. Let's be here tomorrow morning. Those sort of conversations, I'm sure, as they meet in the middle. Runs and wickets, not the easiest to come by in the contest. Pitch a little bit on the slow side, so both teams having to graft for what they're getting here. Certainly the men with the ball are. They've just brought that into a tight ring now on the offside. There's a gully in place, as well as a shortish extra cover. Last ball of the over, and they make sure that Gary Balance is still there, because they want to bowl at Johnny Tattersall, and they're going to do that to start off this third last over of the day.
Yes, just 3 overs to go. It's been an absorbing day's cricket, really. Yorkshire edging towards the Kent total of 305 all out. And it's still Denley operating his leg spinners from the Emerald stand end. He's bowling to Tattersall.
Short leg in place under the helmet. Very difficult fielding on the east side of the ground, facing into the sun. Caps and sun hats very much the order of the evening, as Denley's first delivery of the over is pushed back down the pitch by Tattersall, and there's no run. Denley then turns at the end of his run, comes in once more, and rolls the right hand over the top of that one. Tattersall pushing forward. Another dot. 16 deliveries left in the day's play, make that 15 as his next ball is, well, taken down the leg side by Ollie Robinson, who does that wicket-keeper thing of whipping off the bails. Yorkshire's keeper, of course, the man stood closest to him with bat in hand, and pushing forward to his next Denley delivery, and drops it just backward of square around the short leg region. A few Kent fielders hands on heads, Bit of exasperation, frustration that it hasn't been easy to pick up Yorkshire wickets. But they still have a 69 run advantage here, as Denley is once more in and Tattersall again pushing out into the offside. And again, no run. Here he comes again. Tattersall. Now then, there's a big appeal here, and Johnny Tattersall is out. Bales have been whipped off. Was it caught behind? Was it stumped? Very difficult from this position to tell what is being given for that. But he has been given. And he's gone for one. 236 for 5. I'm going to have the benefit of looking at this a second time on the replay.
He was given out by the bowler's end umpire, wasn't he?
He was, yeah, you're right. So he's nicked that. He's just got a little nick on it by the looks of things. It was the fact that Robinson whipped the bails off, and because he's got his back to us, of course, as well, we just can't actually see what happens as the ball passes the bat. But just looking at it again, yeah, he's just looked like he's got a little feather on it, and Robinson takes the catch, whips off the bails as well. But he's been given out, caught behind by Ollie Robinson, off the bowling of Joe Denley for 1. So a bit of a fillip there for the Kent fielding side, with precisely 12 balls remaining in the day. Johnny Tattersall has come and gone for just the 1 run, and Yorkshire now 236 for 5.
That's a vital wicket for Kent, right with 2 overs to go. Vital wicket for them. As the shadows are lengthening, Yorkshire lose their 5th wicket. And it's Dom Bess coming out to bat now. Yes, caught behind for 1, Johnny Tattersall.
Yep, faced just the 10 deliveries, and he was out there for 13 minutes. So it's going to be, because that was the last ball of the over, Gilchrist to continue. He'll bowl the final over of the day from the Kirkstall Lane end. Still 1 more to come from t'other end as well. Balance will want to make sure he's still there at the end of these next 12 deliveries. That ball slanted across him, pulls the bat inside the line, no run. Denley now with 1 for 21 from his 8 overs and 2 maidens, and we'll assume that he'll finish at the Emerald stand then, but who knows, stranger things have happened. Might get pulled out of the attack now, and somebody else have a go for another over and see if they can maybe nick the wicket of Gary Balance. Depends whether he's down this end or not by that point. Zach Crawley just been brought up into a probably about a regulation 3rd slip position, although he's in 2nd slip at this moment in time, but big gaps between Ollie Robinson, 1st slip, and him. As the next ball was slanted across Balance, who wasn't interested in playing. Here's Gilchrist again, and Balance once more, well, solidly behind this one. Got a few pigeons away to the left, grazing on the practice wickets on the east side of the ground. Bit of discarded kit over the boundary rope away to the west side of the ground. Haven't seen photographers many in number at this particular fixture. Usually see 2 or 3, maybe 4 dotted around, but not at the moment at least, as Gilchrist's next delivery is solidly blocked by Gary Balance and there's no run. Better take this opportunity to wish all those of you playing league cricket over the weekend all the best, because we're not sure if we're going to be speaking to you tomorrow or not with the horrendous forecast around. I know in this area probably ain't going to be too much league cricket by the looks of that forecast. But best of luck to all of you we've been looking forward to all week. I remember those days, relishing the prospect of turning the arm over, trying your best to get a few runs, as it was in my case, as Gilchrist's next delivery is pushed up to mid-off by balance and there's no run. But it just, you know, when you're playing amateur cricket, you're just looking forward to it. It's the worst thing when you get to sort of Thursday and somebody goes, "See, forecast for Saturday is rubbish, isn't it?" And it's horrible, isn't it? You just want to play.
Probably the worst thing is that if you're out first ball, you're looking forward to it.
Yeah, that's worse still. Then you wish it had rained. Gilchrist is in and balance, shoulders, arms, and there is no run. So he's safely seen out the penultimate over of the day. Dominic Bess, of course, well, he's going to be facing for the first time. They're having a chat now. Obviously, very, very capable batsman anyway himself, but he'll just want to make sure, I'm sure, that he sees off this last 6.
That's his job now. That's his job. So is he classified as a night watchman then, JD?
No, he'd naturally be going in now anyway.
Right.
So they've just gone with the order. Jordan Thompson will be next in. Steve Patterson 9, Ben Code 10, Duan Olivier 11. 69 runs the deficit at 236 for 5. Denley 1 for 21 from his 8. Gilchrist, he's finished the day with 2 for 49 from 12 overs and 2 maidens. Joe Denley is asking for somebody to go in close in under the helmet, which is why we have another delay here. And so day's play, of course, with all the resets, was due to finish at 6:28. Already 15 minutes beyond that and still an over to go. Nobody prepared with another helmet. Ollie Robinson has one on, as does Short Leg.
He's coming on now.
I think he's just come off the M11 and he's driving up the A1 at this moment in time with it. Just past Peterborough. Might be here in time for breakfast. Mind you, Ben's going away out for his dinner tonight. His tea might be there in time for breakfast as well. At this rate, 6:45. I think I'd ring. Was it your auntie or your second cousin? Second cousin. Ring up and just say, I'll see you about 9:30. So we have now the prospect of some more action with the man under the lid at silly mid-off. Best pushes forward past him to that first Denley delivery. No run. .236 for 5. Denley into Bess. Pushes with soft hands forward. Drops that into the pitch. No run. There's Denley once again. That's his aerial for a moment from Don Bess. It was a firm push, no chance of sealing it off, reacting quickly enough to get a hand to it. So 3 to come in the day's play. Bess again pushing forward. And again, no run. Ken, how they love to take one in this last couple of deliveries. Yorkshire, nothing to gain here. And Bess solidly forward again. And there is no run. Last ball of the day then. 77th over of this Yorkshire innings. And another couple of adjustments in the field. A second slip being brought in, another catcher in an extra cover. Bit of pressure round the bat. Denley in for the final ball of day 2. And Dominic Bess drives with little in the way of outfielders. And he's going to pick up 4 just to the western terrace boundary. So he's off the mark with the final delivery of the day, 240 for 5. Yorkshire will finish. Gary Balance not out on 91. As I say, we're going to be speaking to him shortly. And what a pretty good day for Yorkshire, Graham.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, just encapsulated by that very last delivery, which is nicely driven for 4 by Don Bess. So Yorkshire trail by 65 runs with 5 wickets in hand. I'd say it's been an absorbing day's cricket, it really has. Hard fought, and Yorkshire can be pleased with their reply. But they wouldn't have liked to have lost those last couple of wickets, Brook and Tattersall. But balance is still there. That's the main thing for Yorkshire. Is 91 not out, and hopefully, if we get any play tomorrow, he can go on to his century. But it's well batted to him. He's held the innings together. There's no question about that.
Yeah. So again, well, a day that was only marginally affected by that 10-minute late start. Bit of weather last night, of course. We've made up all that time, but it's looking very likely that we're going to lose it all again. With a deluge forecast for tomorrow. We'll turn up and we'll see what the weather brings. But with Gary Balance not out on 91, Dominic Best not out on 4, and 77 overs of their first innings complete, Yorkshire closed day 2 on 240 for 5, trailing by 65 runs, and we'll be back tomorrow. He is indeed 91 not out, Gary Balance. Yeah, 240 for 5 Yorkshire. They've just walked off the field, 77 overs of their first innings complete. Dominic Bess joined him for the last couple of overs. That was on account of the dismissal of Johnny Tattersall, who feathered one behind to Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Joe Denley and was out for just 1. And Johnny Tat certainly in search of runs at the moment for Yorkshire. They've not been easy to come by for him so far this season. So Yorkshire trail by 65 runs overnight going into day 3. They've batted well today. It's not the easiest out there because the ball's not coming onto the bat quite as much as the batsman would expect. But of course, Catherine, I think everybody knows that there's a deluge forecast tomorrow. We're hoping it doesn't come to pass, but every single forecast you look at suggests doom and gloom. So we may not see any more cricket, who knows, until Sunday. We shall see. It's bubbling up into a decent game if we get enough time to get a finish.